Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to emphasize that there is a change in the program. So this talk wouldn't be a talk of Tadeusz. Tadeusz will talk at the evening at 10 minutes past 7, and we switched the talk, so this talk would be mine. My name is Maxim Orlovsky, and this talk will be about RGB, BeFi, Bitcoin finance, and smart contracting on Bitcoin and Lightning. Sorry, the lights are literally killing my sight, so can they be reduced? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's the topic of the talk. Thank you, all of you, for coming here for the conference and for this talk. And the topic of it is how we can switch from the hype of DeFi to a real cases which we call BeFi, Bitcoin finance, and how it can be done these days on Bitcoin and Lightning Network without inventing new tokens, without doing anything of that sort. So I will try to cover the results of our work for the last 3 years. So what is DeFi? DeFi was a promise that other than just solving the problem of scarcity for money, creating Bitcoin as a real money, sound and hard money, finance system and finance is not only about the money. They are also about different forms of contracts which have nothing wrong with them. For instance, future contracts, options, stock for the companies, bonds. These types of financial contracts are inevitable and needed for the economy. But these days, these contracts are also centralized and censored by the government and monopolized. And that idea of decentralized finance came from the promise that we should solve the problems of this centralization, we should solve the problem of this monopolization and censorship, the same way we solved it with Bitcoin. And why not to use the power, like the creators of DeFi meme were thinking about not Bitcoin, but the power of blockchain extracted from Bitcoin, new Ethereum type systems, smart contracts. Why not to use this power to solve the problem and make finance also decentralized? Because with Bitcoin those days, it wouldn't be possible to create Turing complete complex smart contracts which are required to build more elaborate financial solutions. Unfortunately, the reality of what DeFi brought was absolute opposite to the promise, and basically you got no scalability, security, you had to trust to developers, problems with the cost of transactions, and basically all the tokenomics idea of incentivizing ended with speculations instead of creating a proper economical incentives driving the ecosystem. And where we started is that we tried to imagine a world where decentralized protocols can be created without issuing a new tokens. And the advanced smart contract can be private, scalable, and based on Bitcoin itself. And at the same time being censorship resistance and without problems with the governance, like all the DAO and DeFi projects in the Ethereum house. And at the same time, work with the same security and efficiency and safety as Bitcoin itself. So we were trying to imagine that world, as probably many other peoples, and we started doing a set of protocols, extending existing Bitcoin protocols, Lightning protocols, we called LNP-BP, where LNP stands for Lightning Network Protocol and Bitcoin for Bitcoin Protocol, and it resembles the analogy to TCP/IP, like do the stack of the protocols, extensible stack, modular, layered, that will allow to build much more complex things with Bitcoin and Lightning itself. And 3 years ago, me and Giacomo Zucca, with many other people involved, we established the body called LNP-BP Standards Association, which is a non-profit Swiss entity. There are very good legislation there where we don't need to register it or do anything in the legal field. Basically, we just establish between the parties who are interested bearer rights organization, kind of that. So that's what we did. And over the 3 years, the effort became quite large. Probably today it's the largest Bitcoin tech nonprofit in Switzerland, and we have many contributors and many people participating in this. Many of you already heard about the stuff we are doing like RGB. And that was actually the first block of how we were trying to build the technology for redesigning the finance world and rethinking the smart contracts. It all started with the idea that there is something wrong with all these blockchain-based smart contracts, intrinsically wrong. You can't just do another smart contracting system based on blockchain, embed it into blockchain, and expect that you will solve all these problems that I mentioned. Because everything that you do on blockchain, it is not scalable, first of all. It is not scalable in terms of transaction through output and in terms of the size of the data that can be kept in the blockchain, because blockchain is very restricted. If we claim to be scaled, as some of the projects do, it comes at the cost of the centralization. So it's not the true scalability, it's just a centralized database distributed across many nodes, but still centralized database controlled by a set of stakeholders. It is not private, and even if it is pretending to be private, when you dig into the underneath, you will see that the privacy is really poor or broken. And this absence of privacy at the end of the day leads to the decentralization, as you see with the many cases of censorship for these DeFi, Ethereum, and other based projects. And finally, introducing the tokens with no other mean than the speculations, and really bad in terms of getting these protocols getting the real adoption to these protocols. So we clearly want, for the smart contract system we designed, the absence of this feature. We don't need to create another token. We don't need to use blockchain at all. And what we want is scalability, censorship resistance, privacy, programmability in Bitcoin, no new coins, and we would like to leverage existing Bitcoin system. So is there a way to scale a smart contracting system? And we found that it is not possible with a blockchain because of all that restrictions. And the only way to scale something is go a layer above blockchain. And we already have this layer, which is a Lightning Network, and it is possible to leverage the Lightning Network to attain the scalability that we need. The same applies to the privacy. There is a need to do a privacy using proper zero-knowledge technology, which do exist. But instead of keeping this data in the informationally centralized ledger, which is a blockchain, so blockchain can be decentralized in terms of infrastructure, in number of nodes and owners of this node, but still any blockchain is informationally centralized, meaning that there is a blockchain which is a single source of all the information, and it's public source of all the information. So we need to move data out of the blockchain, and that is the best way of achieving the privacy. And combined with the zero knowledge, it gives much better result than trying to add zero knowledge to blockchain data. And is it possible at all to have a form of a smart contract that doesn't reside in a centralized registry like blockchain in the ledger? And we know from the history that there is, and it was called the bearer rights, the original type of financial contracts which appeared in the Netherlands and Great Britain before the centralization of the ledger system came to exchanges and other organizations. And as anything in the digital world presents just digitalization of some solutions created by humans much before in paper, like blockchain is just a ledger put into a digital form, a ledger held by multiple parties. The same is about bearer rights. We can digitalize the idea of the bearer rights when the owner of something, the parties of the contract, maintain all the proofs, the papers, the signatures, the stamps at their home, basically at their safe place. And this is the only source of truth, not some ledger-based notary thing kept by a centralized exchange, for instance, or an issuer. And it all comes to the fact that we have to move smart contracts and data related to the smart contracts off-chain, keep them on the client side. That's where the idea of client-side validation is coming from. Only the owner or parties who are being a part of the contract knows about this contract, has the data related to this contract, and able to validate. They are incentivized to validate that the contract is valid, and they do the validation. We don't need the whole world operate as a single computer, validating all the smart contract in the whole world like it's an Ethereum world. It's a nonsense. Why everybody have to validate smart contracts of everybody? And that's exactly what happens with Ethereum. And this is exactly why Ethereum and other blockchains do not scale, because everybody has to validate everything. This is not scalable. Instead, the bearer rights approach, it solved this fundamental issue. Only those who have a financial interest, and they have a financial interest because they are part of this contract, they do the validation, and that's enough. You may say that, wait, but how? How would you prevent double spend or double changes to the contract history without a blockchain? Well, that is possible, and I will try to briefly explain how it can work. This system called a client-side validation, and it utilizes quite a complex paradigm of single-use seals. It was designed by Peter Todd and then developed by Giacomo Zucco and others, and we took this as a solution to build off-chain, non-blockchain-based smart contract system. Briefly, we first of all separate the state and the ownership. The state is actually the smart contract data, and the state the contract is. The ownership is who are the participants of the smart contract and who can update the state of the contract. And those parties who own certain forms of assets under this contract. It could be a Bitcoin, it could be some, for instance, a party participating in a future contract and he has some obligations, and the ownership of this obligation is separated from the actual data of the smart contract. And first of all, we always define that there are clear set of owners under a smart contract. It reduces many governance problems which we have in the DeFi world, where it's not clear who owns what and who holds which rights. Here, the rights holders are very clearly defined. And then we use an existing Bitcoin blockchain and Lightning Network just to manage the ownership. And this ownership is managed in no other way as the Bitcoin ownership is managed by itself. So we're just reusing the same system, not actually having another use of the same system. We are literally reusing Bitcoin transaction outputs, holding some Bitcoins, to hold the ownership. And we don't need to modify anything on blockchain to do that. It's very simple. The idea of this single-use seal, I can demonstrate that me and somebody from this room can have an agreement that this specific transaction output, we name to each other, it has a special meaning. And when it is being spent, we all know that it's an event indicating something. And this event can happen only once, because transaction output in Bitcoin can be spent only once. And only a party who can spend the transaction output can do that spending. So he is the owner of the right to update the state. And once this event happens, we together know that it has happened. We can prove to each other that it has happened. We can verify it. But nobody in the world will see that there is some other meaning to this event. And at the same time, we don't need to put into anything else into the blockchain. This UTXO may existed for years before we reached agreement. So that means that we don't do anything at the blockchain level. We just leveraging the informational infrastructure of blockchain, not adding anything to it. Everything else is put on the client side, and this is called state. And the owner validates that part of the state. So it verifies the commitments to Bitcoin blockchain and the events happening on blockchain, and it also validates on the client side the state of the contract. So that's how the smart contract system on RGB briefly works. And by the separation of the state ownership and state validation, in this way, where ownership defines who can change the state, and it's done with a Bitcoin, we are not reinventing the security model. We have no risk that the contract can be hacked. It has the same security against hacking as Bitcoin itself. Of course, it's not absolute, but it's much higher than the security of any other system. And the second part is the state defines how the contract may evolve and change in terms of the data. So basically, we get two separate layers: Bitcoin as it exists today, and a layer of the smart contract, where the smart contract is a DAG, directed acyclic graph, and each smart contract is independent from other smart contracts. They don't exist in the same space, they do not intersect anyhow, and in this way you also have the scalability, because in the Ethereum world, a CryptoKitties can stop all the contracts on Ethereum because the blockchain is not capable of holding more transactions. Here, the contracts are isolated from each other, and the only way they are bound to the blockchain is one way coming from blockchain to the contract state data, which allows you to avoid double spending. And that link's called single-use seals. And they are done in, I wouldn't go into technical details on them, but basically over the years, we discarded all existing ways of putting commitments into blockchain, op return, pay to contract, sign to contract, and we finally had to design a new way called Taproot, basically Taproot-based op return commitments. And basically it's an op return commitment embedded into the Taproot script tree, which is hidden from anybody who's seeing blockchain. And this gives a strong privacy features, and it gives also ability to layer these smart contracts over not just Bitcoin, but Lightning Network, because there is nothing changes in the blockchain itself, and Lightning Network is based on Bitcoin transactions. So at the end of the day, we have a contract owner who holds the data of the contract, the state of the contract, it validates it, and it verifies that the state of the contract is a final state based on the commitments in the blockchain, but it only can be verified if you know the state. And no chain analysis is possible in the backwards way. No information is present in blockchain which can be used for any form of the chain analysis. Additionally, we had to create the virtual machine, Alluvium, which is used to work with this client-side validated state. It's a Turing-complete virtual machine, functional style, which we believe have certain advancements against existing EVM and other machines. Today, because we adjust, the technology is very early, the code looks like that. You have a form of assembly to program it. It's very complex. But we are already working on the high-level functional style language called Contractum, which will allow to create the smart contracts in much more clear and simpler way. So what we get from this approach? Basically everything that I already mentioned. Scalability in contract and transaction size, in throw output because of the Lightning Network, and in validation speed because not all the world validates the smart contracts. You validate just the smart contracts for yourself. Privacy, we are off-chain. We are using bulletproofs and zero knowledge to hide everything of the history of the smart contract which is not related to your current state. And programmability in Bitcoin because of the Alluvium and the Turing-complete features which are required for the smart contracts. Because we are layering that, we are not modifying the layers above, it is compatible with everything that exists in Bitcoin today or may come in the future like L2, starting from Taproot and multi-sigs up to atomic swap, discrete lock contracts, and cross-chain swaps. So, finally, I'm glad to announce that this RGB as a protocol, as the protocol design and reference implementation was released on this year, on the 13th of June. I would say that probably we need more time for people to experiment with that and make sure that it doesn't contain some weird bugs or issues. So we call, while we're saying that it is released, we call it version 0.8 or something like public preview. But the idea that this is a protocol and code is final, it wouldn't be updated in terms of future. The protocol would not evolve because with the client-side validation, you are much more restricted in terms of soft forks and hard forks than with the blockchain itself. You can't do none of them, literally, without devastating the validation power of all the users. So that's why it took so long, and the protocol design is final. The only thing that will happen is the bug fixes for now, and after we will get to the version 1, the protocol will freeze. So basically it wouldn't be changed. What will evolve is the user tools and the Lightning specific parts of the functionality, which allow you to create much more user experience. The smart contracts itself, the languages, they will continue to evolve, but the core protocol not. And if you ask, is there a mainnet for RGB or a test net? Well, the answer is that there is no network for RGB. RGB uses no other network than the Lightning network itself. And that's the next topic we started working some time ago, and the main topic of our work in the future would be the evolution of the Lightning network. And this evolution we call a Bifrost. It's a generalization of the Lightning network to bring to it all the features which are required to build a complex Bitcoin finance solutions. As of today, the Lightning network is defined by a set of specification called BOLT. And unfortunately, this specification misses a lot, starting from taproot and Schnorr signatures, channel factories, payment points, more routing algorithms, channel splits, and different complex channel operations. And these are all expected from Lightning Network for many years, but unfortunate truth is that even a single PR to get through into the BOLT specification takes years. So we will not see this for a couple of more years, unfortunately. And that's why we decided to do a reckless approach as a Lightning itself, but reckless is square, because it's reckless on top of Lightning reckless. And we decided to do a sub-network of the Lightning network, which reutilizes the liquidity of the Lightning network. It's fully interoperable with the Lightning network itself, but provides a different protocol structure for the nodes who support the Bifrost. It operates on a separate port number, and the main design goal is to make it modular, to make the core protocol that allows arbitrary extensions and improvements by independent developers without the need to merge pull requests into the core specification as with the Lightning network today. And basically, we are ending up with having two subsets of protocols, which we put together under the umbrella name of LNP, Lightning Network Protocol Family. And these protocols are existing Lightning network, which I will call BOLT network, and this Bifrost network under a different set of standards. And this Bifrost would be a pure networking protocol allowing arbitrary channel structures, which will be negotiated between nodes and allowing extensions to all parts of the protocol itself. For instance, one of the main features that it will be possible to create composable channels, where you can have a channel factory generating multiple channels, out of which you can put a channel, for instance, a normal Lightning channel, into which you can add a DLC-based channel. So channels are composable on top of each other, and protocols operate arbitrary structure, tree-like structures of the channels. What type of channels that could be? Oh, literally any. So we start with existing functionality of BOLT Lightning channels. We are adding to that RGB split joins and taproot miniscript support from the very beginning. So that would be the first channel management protocol on top of Bifrost we are releasing. And other developers can do other things like channel factories, discrete log contracts, and many, many more interesting experiments independently. And all of these channels will be still composable, and it will be up to the channel and Lightning node user to decide how to structure them. Final thing, while RGB can't have a global state by itself, because all the data are held by the owners, the smart contracts in themselves may have a global state, and this global state will just require a global data propagation and storage network. So the original idea that we would need to develop such network for RGB. But at the end of the day, we found that it's not needed because we can leverage existing Lightning network for that purpose. And we do it by doing one of new protocols on top of Bifrost itself, and this protocol called Storm. It is a decentralized data network over Lightning, and it operates as one of the first Bifrost protocol extensions. So what is Storm? Storm solves three main things: messaging, storage, and querying for the data. You may think about it as a decentralized Google torrent with an embedded payment system and with embedded encryptions coming for free, because we are just layering that on top of the Lightning Network, which has encryption and payments with the sets by itself. We don't need to invent a new token for such storage network. And one of the problems this Storm, as a consequence, solves is the Lightning Network messaging. As of today, with the bold specification, Lightning Network messaging has a lot of intrinsic problems. I'm running out of time, so I'm not spending much of the time on this. But basically, you have size restrictions, the packets got lost, they are all routed through the all nodes. So this is how the message got from Alice to Bob, an existing Vault Lightning Network. This is how it's done in the Bifrost network. And if you have a NAT set up, you can still save a lot of routing and traffic consumption. So we're solving the Lightning traffic congestion problem in this way. So today, already on Storm works applications like chat, end-to-end encrypted, and file sharing network, torrent-like. And we utilize that to propagate the smart contract data, the issued assets on RGB, and other RGB-related information. In the future, we will work on the decentralized exchange, reusing the Bifrost and Storm as a protocols. So basically, these three things, RGB, Bifrost, and Storm, together unlocks the ability to do the same complex smart contracts as possible today with Ethereum, but without new tokens in scalable and private way. To run them, we have released 3 nodes, and the 4th node is coming for RGB itself, for Lightning Network, LNP node, which is complete re-implementation of both both Bolt-based Lightning and Bifrost, done in Rust from scratch, and the Storm node allowing this decentralized storage and messaging. So BFI will be used by us to do the DEX, liquidity pools, future and option contracts, automatic market making, and synthetic coins as main showcase examples in the forthcoming year or 2. And the final thing, I'm finishing because I'm out of time. So we've done quite a big job over these 3 years. So more than 1 million lines of Rust code has been written, plenty of people were involved into this. And our agenda will be the completion of user-facing tools and these final BFI applications as a showcases for the protocol potential. I have to say that without the support, this is a non-profit. We are not doing ICO, we are not issuing token. Without the support of the community and industry players, we are grateful for everybody who supported us through these years. We also put a lot of our own fortune to do these protocols. And we are, of course, looking for the next fundraising. And if you know funds and if you have funds by yourself, you're welcome to support and talk to us about that. So thank you very much, and have a good conference.
Check, check. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Aaron van Weerum. I work for Bitcoin Magazine. And this panel is about the Bitcoin Core development process. So I'm joined by 3 Bitcoin Core developers. And I'll let you guys introduce yourself. John, you want to start? Does your mic work? Check 1, 2. I don't think so.
Check.
That's better.
Hey. Hi, my name is John Haddock. I'm replacing Harel because he's a bit ill today. I've been working on core dev since 2019, thanks to the support by Spiral and Human Rights Foundation, Compass Mining, the Indy 500 Bitcoin car, and Strike. Donc, s'il y en a qui parlent français, moi j'habite ici, on peut discuter en français après, très volontiers.
Yeah, that is good to point out. I didn't mention that, but originally Gerald Rodriguez was going to be on this panel, but he caught something and he's in his hotel room, I guess, not feeling too well. Michael.
I'm Michael, or you probably know me as Fanquake online, like GitHub or Twitter. First contributed to Bitcoin Core, I think it was early 2012, and then I've worked full-time on it probably for the last, say, 5 or 6 years. Primarily work in our build system, on our tool chains, previously sponsored by various companies, most recently moved over to London. I'm now sponsored by Brink.
Gloria?
Hi. Oh.
It's not working either.
Hello?
Yeah, I think that works.
Oh, it works? Okay. Hi, I'm Gloria, also known as Glozal. I've been working on Bitcoin Core for about 3 years. I'm mostly in mempool stuff.
And both of you work for Brink, so maybe you can say a little something about Brink. What is Brink?
Yeah, sure. Brink is a charity nonprofit, and it exists to help support Bitcoin research and development. So they sponsor a lot of Bitcoin Core developers and other developers in the ecosystem. Kind of long term, the idea is sustainability. And so during a bear market like this, we are assured that we can continue working on Bitcoin, which is what we want to do.
Thank you. So the panel is about the Bitcoin Core development process. So let's start at the beginning. I want to know, what is Bitcoin Core? Who wants to take this? Gloria.
I'll take it. So Bitcoin Core is called the reference implementation of a Bitcoin node. It's not the only software that exists that can participate in the Bitcoin network, but since our consensus is a little bit implementation defined, Bitcoin Core kind of stems from the original Satoshi client and is the majority of the nodes on the network right now. It encompasses consensus, peer-to-peer protocol, along with other things you might consider in the node, such as a mempool. There's also a wallet, there's a GUI, but yeah, it's supposed to be a reference implementation of a Bitcoin node.
So, not to dwell on the topic, but what makes, is there a definition? I think this is an interesting question, at least personally. Maybe I'm the only person in the room. But is there a definition for Bitcoin Core? Which software is Bitcoin Core? Is it whatever is hosted by GitHub? Or is it whatever is released by someone? Or is there a way to define that?
Well, GitHub is where we host the software and where it helps coordinate development. But sure, there's other places that are hosting Bitcoin Core. Not sure how to answer this question.
If I would release software and call it Bitcoin Core, why would I be wrong?
Well, there would be some ambiguity because we also have software that's called Bitcoin Core, so it might be a bit confusing.
So who's
But
right?
there's nothing really official about it, is what I sense you're kind of getting at. Yeah, Bitcoin Core is not dictating the network. We just release software and we maintain it, and it's actively maintained, and there's a high level of security. Everything happens in the open. There are a lot of, cypherpunk values that the community, tries to stick to. But yeah, just putting it out there, Bitcoin Core is not the same thing as Bitcoin.
Okay, let's turn the question around a little bit. So Bitcoin Core, the Bitcoin Core software. Let's discuss how that is actually developed, essentially. So it's a free software project, and so who's contributing to it? Who can contribute to it?
Anyone.
Anyone. So what does that mean?
If I could just circle back, GitHub is really not there's been a lot of discussion about GitHub being a centralizing point of failure, because we've seen GitHub involved in censoring projects like Tornado Cash. We really use it currently more than anything for the metadata, which is the comments, the discussion around PR review of proposals to change the code. But there are mirrors hosted, hosting the source code elsewhere that are not on GitHub, for example, via the Tor network. So in the worst case, there are continual backups of that metadata, which is the discussions around changes. So that if GitHub would censor Bitcoin Core, hopefully we would be able to, with some annoyance, switch over to another way of communicating, which is all we're really using GitHub for the communication, the discussion, and that could happen in other ways to avoid too much dependence on GitHub. So I guess my answer would be what's packaged in the release is currently Bitcoin Core.
I think Mike, you should take this.
That we do we verify signatures for and verify that it corresponds. But
Right. So, but in that case, it
Michael
would have
probably
to
has
be
a good answer on that.
In that case, it would have to be someone's signatures that define it, right? Because otherwise, which signatures would define it?
Okay, so like as of the most recent or last two releases, we've kind of moved away from the idea of having like a single special signature over the Bitcoin Core release. So like we said, Bitcoin Core is completely open, and I would say the project is just like roughly a sort of loose group of individuals that at any point are like motivated to contribute code to all of the binaries we release. People come and go, like this changes frequently. The project has a website where you can download the binaries. Primarily, most of the development happens on GitHub. But yeah, the idea of having like a special single signing key is something we wanted to move away from, because obviously that's like a point of centralization. You've got a single person sort of signing over releases, and that's not really something that we wanted going forward. So we currently use a system, or we have a system for producing the binaries reproducibly, because obviously we don't want anyone to trust that we take the C++ code and turn it into Bitcoin D that you run on your computer. Like that's not something we ever want to be the case. So we have a system where you can take the source code, put it into our like Geeks build process, produce the same binaries as we would make available on the website. I guess the only addition to the binaries on the website is that a large number or a number of the developers, people involved in the release process, have sort of attested to the fact that the source code tagged at 23.0 was used to produce these binaries. Obviously, that's not a sort of special thing or a special group that anyone's a part of. Anyone here could perform the Geeks build process, sign over those binaries, commit their keys to the Geeks signatures repository, and like be included in that list of people signing. I would love it if more people did that. At the moment it's about, I think, 15 to 20-ish people that sort of turn up and do that. It could be hundreds, it could be thousands.
There's a release coming up, so you're all welcome to do it.
Yes, that's something very unique about Bitcoin Core and kind of speaks to our ideologies, is usually when you download software, provided that you are verifying the signatures, it's usually one, the release manager signed it, and you probably have like Michael Pappas's key on your GPG keychain, and you're verifying that. But Bitcoin Core is not just that, but you can verify with, any number of keys. It's not just one, and it provides reproducible builds for many architectures. I think that's pretty unique to Bitcoin Core.
Right. Well, that's also one of the reasons I brought the question up. I think it's an interesting concept that previously you could at least sort of define the project by someone who signs it, and even that is becoming more decentralized and less clear how to actually even think about that or define it. So okay, so let's move the question around or move on. Anyone can be a Bitcoin Core contributor, you mentioned. Okay, what does a Bitcoin Core contributor do? What does that mean?
Okay, I don't think there's any sort of strict definition. I think people probably have lots of different ideas. To some people, you would be a Bitcoin Core contributor by turning up and basically making any change in the Bitcoin repository. You know, you've contributed to the code base, so you're a contributor. However, that's sort of exclusionary because there are people that contribute to, say, writing documentation or doing translations or a whole host of other things that aren't necessarily, oh, I got to commit into Core. Those people are also contributing to Bitcoin Core, you know, the project as a whole. I would say amongst developers, the idea of a sort of Bitcoin Core contributor is someone who is, you know, at least say weekly or, you know, daily, actively sort of employed or on a grant or somehow sponsored to work primarily on Bitcoin Core or related software projects. And again, that group is not necessarily very well defined because people come and go. You know, there are people that work 60 hours a week doing stuff. There are people that work 10 hours a week in their spare time contributing. You know, those are all Bitcoin Core contributors per se.
And how many people like that are there right now? If you'd have to give an estimate, how many? I mean, based on Michael's definition, I guess it was maybe at least 10 hours a week, but you use your own definition, I guess. It's a free project in that sense.
30 to 40.
I mean, to me, anybody can contribute. I think we had 180 on average per year the last few years.
Right, but the question
roughly.
is who's contributing
Right.
on a daily basis.
Maybe one of the most high-value things anyone can do really without necessarily working on it full-time is to test changes, to review changes, or even to report a bug that they have found in a way that's reproducible so that we can identify the cause and fix it. Those are things anyone can do that are really high value.
Yeah, to kind of add on to that, you mentioned we're about to do a release. There'll be release candidates. So everyone, hopefully, if you want to participate in the development process, you know, take a release candidate, try to geeks build it, try to run it, you know, look at the release notes and look at the new RPCs or the new features and see if they work on your specific setup and architecture, because obviously we don't have every single type of computer in the world and every single, you know, enterprise situation. That would be much appreciated and a really, really high impact thing that you can do without having to worry about, you know, is my code review gonna go through or whatever.
As well, there are people that write code, not necessarily, you know, it does ultimately end up in there, but they're not writing code for Bitcoin Core directly, but you can be contributing to downstream projects like libsecp, working in that repository. Ultimately, your code ends up as part of Bitcoin, you know, and I would still consider those people Bitcoin Core contributors, you know, as well.
libsecp, that's a cryptographic library? So you just mentioned anyone in this room can contribute. Is that, how true is that? What do you need to be able to do in order to contribute to Bitcoin Core? What needs to be your skill level?
I mean, ultimately it depends what you want to do. So Bitcoin Core is written in a number of languages. So if you're speaking purely from a software engineering perspective, you know, you probably need to know at least one programming language to contribute. That could be Python, that could be C++, it could be assembly or C. I don't know if we use any others. So you would have to at least know how to write some code. And then other
review,
than,
right?
Or review, obviously. And other than that, the bare minimum required to contribute is actually just to send an email that could be completely anonymous. So, you know, if you say read the code, which you can obviously get and read over entirely anonymously, you don't have to sign up to GitHub or anything to get the code. You could do that locally, you could find a bug, you could formulate a patch, and you could email that anonymously to someone, like a maintainer or someone else working on the project, you know, for, you know, inclusion, and they could put that up as a PR. And that's something that people have said actively, yeah, that is a pathway to contribution, because there are people that want to contribute, you know, anonymously or pseudo-anonymously. Maybe they don't want to have a public profile when contributing, And it also means the bar isn't, oh, you have to like sign up to GitHub and then you have to, you know, do this and that and whatever. So like that is the kind of the bare minimum, and then upwards from there, obviously you can, yeah, create a profile on GitHub that can still be somewhat anonymous, and then you can leave comments on the repository and, you know, start interacting with other developers. There's no exclusion in that regard.
But I think you need to be at least somewhat familiar with how Bitcoin works and the code base, right? And doesn't Brink also train developers?
Yeah, so I went through the fellowship program, which included a grant as well as some mentorship from John Newbery. Yeah, and that fellowship it still runs, so if you are interested in applying for that, go to brink.dev.
How does that work? How long does that take, or what does that mean to do a fellowship like that?
So my fellowship was a period of 1 year, and prior to that, I had already been like ramping up to learning the Bitcoin Core code base. And what I did was I attended Bitcoin Core PR Review Club, which I now run.
What is that?
So that is a weekly meeting that we do Wednesdays at 17 UTC on IRC. And every week, someone picks a PR on Bitcoin Core. We've done a libsec P1 as well. And writes up a set of notes that kind of provides a bit of background on the areas of the code base that it touches, because you can really think of a PR as a guided tour through a particular functionality or bug in the code base. And it's a nice opportunity to make me take the scenic route and explore Bitcoin Core and see how things work. So anyway, there's notes, and then there's a set of questions to walk you through, you know, at what kinds of things would you be checking before you approve this pull request. So Bitcoin Core, another unique property about it maybe is it's very broad in scope, but it has a very high level, a very high bar for security. It's very security oriented, and every single change needs to be very well motivated and scrutinized. And so that can sometimes take some work for a regular software engineer to develop over time, is like question everything that in the code. And so every week, basically, if you attend a PR review club every week and you prepare for it, over time, you will have looked at a bunch of pieces of code in the Bitcoin Core code base, and you have developed this kind of mental model of all these questions you should be asking yourself when you're reviewing with a security mindset, and that sets you up to be, you know, a really solid contributor. And so maybe I attended like 50, and, you know, incrementally learned more and more, realized I really loved mempool, and now I stick around there for, you know, most of my time.
If I could give a general backup answer, it usually takes people 6 to 12 months to ramp up to become contributors. And what would be the most rare and necessary quality, according to people who run educational programs, like Brink or Chain Code Labs runs seminars, Kala in Africa is running seminars, Summer of Bitcoin is doing educational programs. And the common theme I hear from these people is what we're having trouble finding is people who are willing to do the work, who are willing to engage deeply with the material and really go through the process. It takes time. In my case, I also did learn C++ and Python from scratch. So it took me a full year to really become full-time with support. But it's possible if you're willing to do the work and engage with the material, and that's probably the main thing that's lacking, that they're looking for, is people willing to dig in.
Why do you think that is? Do you have any idea why that would be scarce? Why aren't there more people that are eager to become Bitcoin Core contributors? Any guesses?
I think we're the wrong people to ask.
Yeah, maybe.
I think if you were, say, finishing up your, I don't know, university education or something as a software engineer today, depending on your mindset, you know, there are like far more lucrative pathways to like going to make a lot of money as opposed to coming to work on an open source project like Bitcoin Core. You know, you can go and work at Google or Facebook or wherever, and, you know, if that's what you want to do, you know, fine.
If you're driven by money, I don't know if Bitcoin Core is the place for you. So kind of to circle back to your question, which was what do you need to be a Bitcoin Core contributor? Mm-hmm. And your point of like none of us knew C++ when we first found Bitcoin Core, but probably what we have in common is just like nosiness, or like the don't trust verify mindset of like, I'm using this wallet and it's this magical thing that I'm storing a lot of wealth in. I want to see how it works, you know? And so I think, if you don't mind, if I could poll the audience, how many of you run Bitcoin Core? How many of you run your own node? Amazing. How many of you built it from source? Amazing. Okay.
That's
so,
like free.
Clap. And so I think as Bitcoiners, we all have a certain level of don't trust, verify, because I mean, that's kind of the draw of Bitcoin. And so, you know, there's iterative levels of like, I guess, how nosy and how curious you are. And then Bitcoin Core is extremely conducive to this, because another unique point about Bitcoin Core is every single code change is meticulously, argued over and documented. Every commit to Bitcoin Core, at least in the past couple of years, has like a paragraph in the commit message to explain exactly why this change was made and thus can be reverted if whatever happens. And so, like, I think it really is conducive to people who are very curious and will go and look for why something happened or how something worked, because all of the information is out there in the public. That's something not to take for granted. Even in other open source projects, it's often just like open PR merged with no explanation. But like, if we all died today, I'm like, as long as there's curious people in the world, they could go and figure out how Bitcoin Core works, which I think is amazing.
I would also say as well, like, coming to work on Bitcoin Core is probably not like the most exciting thing to do ever. Like, it's a big monolithic code base that moves very slowly, and like there are obviously like reasons for that. If you were like choosing between, I can go and refactor C++ in Bitcoin Core and like have a few changes merged every couple of months versus, well, I can go and like write Rust and like build some Lightning plugins and things are like kind of moving faster and it's a bit more exciting. Like, that's probably a much more attractive option.
That's a great point, because I came from commercial software and it moves at a breakneck speed, or say in startups in San Francisco where you go fast, deliver, deliver, deliver. And this is quite the opposite. It's a real adjustment.
Yeah, so just the fact that anyone can contribute, I think that's what you mean, if I can repackage what you just said. Just because anyone can contribute doesn't mean that anyone can get their code into Bitcoin Core easily. It's not
That's
like
a good thing.
Well, getting a commit isn't contributing for me. It's a subset. Contributing can be testing, reviewing testing releases, building geek signatures, attesting to the build. There's so much more than just, it's motivating to write code and write a commit, but it's really a subset.
Okay, so let's get into the process itself then. So someone writes some code and wants to have it included in Bitcoin Core. That's not necessarily going to happen. So who decides how that happens, or why it is included or isn't included? What's the process there?
So there's no like concretely defined process. So anyone can write code, as you say. Anyone is like able to open a PR and sort of propose some amount of code for inclusion into the project. And then after that, like, almost anything can happen, because it's going to be entirely dependent on like what this code is, which parts of the code base it's touching. Is this a good idea or not? Is it a feature that we actually want to include in the code base? Is it like refactoring something that we're trying to get rid of, so it's not worth it? There are a lot of different concerns inside Bitcoin Core. Some that are worked on much more heavily than others. Some where the code very rarely changes. Some where it's changing, almost daily. And then even you could turn up and like write some very good code, but people need to actually look at it and review it and determine that it is safe and that it does work and it does what you claim that it does, and you've written tests and whatever else.
And it's maintainable.
And then it's maintainable. And then even if that happens, it's like, okay, there's this code, plus there's also 25 other people who've written code the same week, and like there's some conflicts between what you're trying to change and what they're trying to change. So should we merge your change first or their change first? What process of the release cycle are we in? If it's towards the end, do we want to merge bigger refactors now? Is that safe to do or not? If it's early, let's like merge things that are more invasive and more interesting. So there's like a multitude of factors that go into whether code is ultimately merged or not. In general, I would say if you turn up and you open a PR to fix some wording or a typo in documentation, that is something that is very obvious for anyone to like determine is correct, and then it can be merged very quickly, and it's unlikely to kind of disrupt any other work. If you turn up with a PR to like refactor some mempool code or some validation code, and you're a new contributor, no one really knows if you understand what you've actually done, maybe the tests don't quite work, a PR like that could sit for a number of months, and that's not necessarily closed. Yeah, and it's not necessarily that person's fault either. Like, the other thing people have to understand when contributing to open source is that like no one owes you anything. No one owes you code review. Just the fact that you've written code and put it up for like public consumption doesn't mean anyone is like guaranteed to turn up and tell you whether it's good or bad, or whether they're going to review it or not. That's like up to the
That brings up a good point. Is review, especially experienced review, is probably the largest bottleneck to moving things forward. So if you want to be high value as a new contributor, try to review things if you can. And before doing that, what you also highlighted, I think, is how important context is. Context is everything. And when people leave the project or take a break who have been there for many years, what the value that's leaving with them is understanding of the history and the context of the changes in the code base, why this was already tried and didn't make it in, what happened, why, this, that. It's all context, and this is really valuable, and you want to try to gain this context. I'm still mystified by many things and trying to understand context after 4 years. So this is really something you need to dig into, is try to gain context by looking at what's going on and trying to understand.
So in the end, the decision to merge something or not is made by maintainers, right? And I think both of you are maintainers now. Gloria, you just became one a month ago.
Yes, I did.
So what does that mean? How do you become a maintainer?
I think a lot of people tend to focus on maintainer as like a change in privileges, especially because it's a visible thing that you have your key in the trusted keys thing. But to me, it was not a huge change being not a maintainer and a maintainer, because I do essentially the same thing, except I don't need to bug someone to merge something. So for the past year, I review all of the mempool PRs. I try to test mempool regularly. And so in terms of responsibility, it's about the same, and what I do on a daily basis is about the same. But yeah, I guess maintainers get to merge things. But there's a lot of maintenance work that is done by people that don't have special privileges. And on the flip side, there are other types of privileges that don't involve a public PR to add keys to something. And why aren't we talking about that? The ability to close PRs on the repo, for example. But yeah, just to speak to maintenance, right? There's so much work that is involved in just making sure the code continues to work, right? Even if it's just like updating for upstream changes, it's constantly testing and monitoring, and Marco runs like a bunch of machines that are constantly testing things. Someone needs to maintain CI. We have a GitHub repository with hundreds of issues that are 400 something issues open and 300 something PRs open. Like, we need to triage that and respond to things. There's a security list. There's the Bitcoin dev mailing list to look at. There's a lot to do, and so I would encourage people not to think about the maintainer kind of thing from a privilege standpoint, and I understand it because we care about decentralization, so when someone has quote-unquote privileges, it matters. But I would encourage people to think about it more as what we need to do to make sure that everyone's nodes are running correctly and the network is healthy. And this exists in every single software project, right? You might call it a site reliability engineer, which is what 0xB10C does, for example, but that person does not have maintainer privileges, but I would very much think of them as someone who maintains the software. Or people who do DevOps, or in other companies we would call it SREs, DevOps, DevX, Dev advocates, QA, people responsible just for testing things, right? And we have that as well, which is, if there's a Venn diagram of people who maintain things and people who have a key, merged and trusted keys, it's not 100% overlap. So my message here is try not to focus on the key thing too much. There's a lot to do in terms of maintenance.
Yeah, I would say to sort of circle back, like the process for sort of, I would say, appointing or people becoming maintainers is also something that is not necessarily well defined. Like for the history of the project, it's been somewhat ad hoc. Like early on, there was probably not even this notion of maintainers because there was very few, and I'm talking way back, 10 years ago, there was very few people contributing. There was kind of yeah, this looks all right, let's merge it. A lot of people had commit access. At some point that started to change, and there are a few people that sort of could merge changes. That group has changed a lot over time. Currently, that group has actually been sort of shrinking, I would say, within the past sort of 6 to 12 months, with people stepping down or away from the project for various different reasons. So now we're kind of in the midst of yeah, we need some new maintainers for various parts of the code base. And there are some portions of the code base where I think it's much more important that we have someone sort of maintaining or overseeing that. So mempool is one, say the net processing peer-to-peer portion of the code base is another. It'd be great if we had, say, a validation maintainer as well. But there are there are areas where it would make less sense to have a maintainer. Do we need an RPC maintainer? Maybe not. We have a wallet maintainer. We have a GUI maintainer. So the process is ad hoc. I think for at least the last 4 or 5 years, it's been quite organic, where it had almost gotten to a point where it was sort of obvious for someone to become a maintainer. They would kind of they were already there, working on a part of the code base, sort of maintaining it already by fixing the bugs, writing new code, looking after it, and then someone would say, yeah, it kind of makes sense for this person to have a bit more sort of I don't know what the word is exactly, but because I don't want to use a word like power because that's not correct, but a bit more oversee of this area of the code base, so that if they're Marco, say for example, was writing fixes to the test suite or improving stuff in the CI, they could do that somewhat more independently. And so to kind of couple that with when you're asking about how are things merged, obviously maintainers don't operate independently in regards to they just decide what gets merged and that's it. So ideally there is some change. The collection of people that roughly make up the Bitcoin core project, which as we said is kind of ever changing, and there are people with varying levels of development experience and insight into the code, will look at some change. They will ask questions, leave proposals. Maybe eventually you end up with a number of them that have, you might have seen this term ACK on the code base. So they're kind of yes, this looks good, it can be merged. At some point, these ACKs might accumulate, and again, a gray area, depending on what the change is and where it is in the code base. There's some threshold which is sort of, I guess, determined by the maintainer as to how confident they are in merging a thing or making some change, and then ultimately it may get merged. Obviously and there's also this sort of,
Sorry.
I don't know what the word is exactly, but if next week a maintainer just on their own accord went and merged something that everyone else was that was not ready, that had not been reviewed, that change should not have been made, the next day I assume they would lose their maintainer privileges, and that would be at. So maintainers are not operating independently with absolute power and making changes, and there's no recourse, and that's it. It's
How do you lose your maintainer privileges?
So I say the only sort of special privileges that a maintainer has is that their key is in a set of GPG keys that are able to sign commits that go into the repository. So the way that happens is you open a pull request just like any other change to add your key to the set. And this set is obviously completely public as well. It's part of the repository. Anyone can go and look at this. It will be obviously merged by an existing maintainer when there's agreement amongst the loose group of people that are Bitcoin Core. And then to lose that privilege is just the reverse. Someone would open a PR.
So other maintainers either add or remove other maintainers, essentially.
Yeah, so I think the follow-up question is like, oh, what if all of the maintainers are being malicious and merging things that shouldn't be merged? Well, you can easily press this button called fork on GitHub, and then now you have your new Bitcoin Core, and you can set your own admin privileges on that new implementation. So
anyone could fork. We got
Anyone
that. We got
can.
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
ultimately,
We were synchronous there. But also, some people don't want to be maintainers. They prefer to concentrate on being an individual contributor, like Peter Wela recently said, I haven't been active doing it, so I believe that was...
last question about maintainers. So Vladimir van der Laan, he's going to step down, or he did step down as lead maintainer. What does that mean for the project? Is anything going to change, and if so, in what way?
I mean, obviously, well, so yeah, he stepped down as the role of like lead maintainer, but I think over the last maybe last couple of years or the last year, this idea of lead maintainer is something that we've sort of been trying to get rid of, essentially. You know, we don't like, and Vladimir himself would say, he didn't like the idea of this sort of like, you know, Linus, like benevolent dictator over the kernel. You don't want this in a project like Bitcoin Core. So we've kind of been removing the ideas or references to sort of the lead maintainer role. You know, we'd been sort of distributing parts of the release process across different people. You know, the release process was probably the main role of the lead maintainer. So there's like ultimately a few things like, oh, you've got to upload the binaries to the website so that people can download them. You've got to, you know, maybe put the release notes together, a few other bits and pieces. However, these are all things that ultimately and ideally anyone can turn up and do. You know, these are again things that are done entirely in the open. There are like documented processes for doing this stuff. So, you know, there's not really a reason for us to have a lead maintainer unless someone can sort of point to, here's the exact responsibility that this special person would have and that they can execute. And at the moment, I don't think there is a responsibility like that where that necessitates a kind of lead maintainer role.
Are there any other projects that work like this, that work like Bitcoin Core, other free software projects, or is Bitcoin Core kind of spearheading this approach?
I'm not entirely sure. I would assume that in most existing open source projects, sort of regardless of size, there is probably some sort of hierarchy of maintainership, and like probably the substantial proportion of open source projects would generally be probably only a handful of people that are kind of working together, and there would be the person that started it, say, and they would, you know, probably by like some sort of definition be lead maintainer, but they may not consider themselves that. They're just like a contributor to their own project or code base. And yeah.
Your point about the release process now being better documented, perhaps we could try something like, I think C Lightning, they rotate their release managers regularly to decentralize the process. Perhaps that's something we might try. Maybe one day one releases you, one releases you, one releases Andrew. Who knows? But these steps towards decentralization seem good.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you know, there's like any contributor, not necessarily a maintainer, if we were to do something like that, could be the release manager or whatnot, because they're just like following a set of open steps. Everything they do, like every change, say update some parameters before we make a release, combine the release notes, upload the binaries, that is like any other person could also reproduce exactly what they've done and come to the same results or conclusion. There wouldn't be sort of anything special that person is doing that wouldn't otherwise be verifiable by sort of anyone else if they wanted to do that.
All right, this is my last question before we turn it to the audience. Funding, how's the Bitcoin Core development process funded? Who funds it?
So there's a variety of different funding models. There are people that contribute with no funding at all, just off their own time, you know, their own hours. There are various organizations that have sort of, I'd say, grant/sponsorship type models where they identify people that are contributing to various open source projects, and they'll sponsor them in some capacity, anywhere from, you know, part to half to full time. And, you know, those can be like one-off grants of certain dollar amounts. They can be over the longer term. There are, you know, so there's an organization like Brink that does a mixture of those things, like one-off sort of remote grants, or you can be more like employed and like work in, say, an office and, you know, operate kind of as an employee, as a company, while also working on open source software. And then there are also just like commercial entities or companies that also, they employ softwares to work, employ engineers to work on software like at an exchange or a company like Blockstream, where they produce a whole range of products, but then as part of their work, they are also contributing to Bitcoin Core or related projects.
I think the main point here is we're funded through donations. Bitcoiners are very generous, so thank you all Bitcoiners. We don't take a portion of transaction fees. There is no Bitcoin organization that looks after the protocol. It's a decentralized, people came together and they contribute to this open source project, and the funding is also just generous Bitcoiners being like, hey, the infrastructure matters, and if something were to happen to the protocol, we'd probably be in a bit of a pickle. So donate.
The situation has really improved. When we started, you were in 2020, I was 2019. It was the bottom of the bear market, and getting grants was nigh impossible. The situation has so vastly improved that if you're considering getting involved in Bitcoin development, and you have a serious project, and you're ready to do it, and you have a good proposal, I would say the chances are really quite fair to good that you'll be able to do so. And that's thanks to the donations that you've mentioned. But the situation has become more decentralized and much more financing. So that's very good.
All right. Do we have any audience questions? We have 10 minutes for audience questions. I'm seeing one hand. This better be a very long question.
Hey, could you talk about how to get design changes into Bitcoin Core? So when it's a contribution that is not just code, but it changes how Bitcoin works.
Sorry, design as in like
the design of the protocol or the peer-to-peer network, or
the design of what?
The consensus protocol or the peer-to-peer network, or
You mean like a soft fork or hard fork?
doesn't have to be a soft fork.
Just any protocol change.
You mean like for the GUI, the user interface side?
No.
No, that's the one thing he doesn't mean.
Because there's the QML project, and they have designers engaged on that.
No, so changes to the peer-to-peer protocol or the...
Right, so you're something that requires kind of broader Bitcoin community consensus. How does a change like that get made, such as a consensus soft fork or a peer-to-peer protocol, new message, something like that?
Exactly.
That's a good question. Basically, from a Bitcoin Core perspective, again, that's not the same thing as entire Bitcoin. If we were a maintainer looking at a PR that made such a change, we would probably expect there to be a formal proposal or a BIP that has been posted to the Bitcoin Dev mailing list and has received thorough discussion from other protocol developers, hopefully from other implementations of a Bitcoin node, as well as maybe like Lightning developers and other participants in the ecosystem that have a stake in what happens to their project if this change is merged. So that would be required of something, that has an impact on the entire community. It would have a much higher bar than a change to the GUI.
Well, there is actually a Bitcoin improvement process, right? So that there is it's a good question. We didn't even discuss that at all because we focused on Bitcoin Core specifically. But yeah, for the broader Bitcoin ecosystem, you would have to create a Bitcoin improvement proposal. And there's a separate process for that, which is defined in...
Anyone can ask for a BIP to be opened, can propose a BIP, and anyone can make a mailing list post.
Yeah, well, the way to do that exactly is defined in BIP2, I guess, these
BIP2.
days. Yeah, so that's what you would Google for BIP2 if that's what you want to do.
I mean, like, how a change like that is made, basically, like, if something like that is going to happen, it's happening well outside of, like, the view of Bitcoin Core before a PR would even arrive to Bitcoin Core. Like, anyone is obviously free to do that. Anyone is free to write a BIP, say, hey, we should maybe change Bitcoin in this way. You can send it to the mailing list. You can try and convince other people it's a good idea. but that starts a long, long way before there's any code changes happening in Bitcoin Core. And then ultimately, if it does end up at the point where after generally a number of years, 2, 3, 4, because if you propose that, well, we should change Bitcoin in a certain way, you're basically invoking the opinions of everybody, and they will have a lot of opinions, and they'll tell you you're an idiot, they might tell you you're very smart, and this will carry on for a long, long time. But once the dust settles, and maybe it's something that everyone has agreed, and everyone has agreed on that it's a good idea, and these are people from many different places other than Bitcoin Core, maybe it gets to Bitcoin Core, and then there's code, and then you start all over again, because people will have a lot of opinions about how you've implemented this idea in your code and how it should work and what we should do.
Thanks, guys.
I'm seeing one question there in the middle, another one here, but let's...
I got one here.
Who, is someone dragging mics around?
I got one here.
That guy's got a mic.
Oh, you go on. Oh, great.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you for what you do, guys. It's amazing listening to this and all the hard work that you put in. What do the Bitcoin Core devs think about Bitcoin maxis?
I think it depends on the definition of, you said maximalists. So
Yeah.
what do we think of Bitcoin maximalists? So there's a few different definitions out there. I think if you are, okay, so I kind of think of maximalism sometimes as, very strong ideologies, and, it's like, I'm a cypherpunk, I care about, sound money, or I want to be able to verify how my money works, that kind of ideological strength. And then when I see a project that, does not align with the things that I want in the world, I don't really care about that. And typically, you end up being what's called a Bitcoin maximalist, because other projects that you don't align with ideologically, you're not interested in. Another definition of maximalism is kind of just very loud and poor arguments for Bitcoin that kind of make us look a little bit dumb. And so, most people I think know who I'm talking about on Twitter, and sorry if I'm going to get canceled for saying this, but it's like that kind of maximalism I find a little bit annoying, and because I think it makes us look bad and is not very conducive to adoption.
Core devs aren't all the
yeah.
same either. They don't all think the same.
Sorry, this is just
It's not a
my
monolithic
personal
block.
opinion.
Yeah. No, but I think they do annoy a lot of... Personally, and this is controversial maybe, I think adopting Vitalik's maximalism expression was a bit of a Trojan horse. I don't really like the word. I personally don't care for... People say, are you a maximalist? And I say, I don't know, I'm a Bitcoiner. I work on Bitcoin. I'm trying to help Bitcoin. That's what it's about.
Yeah, sometimes it's just, it's a lot to try to understand how Bitcoin works. And it's like, oh, I found something that I think is really important and solves the issues that I care about. And so I don't have much time to look at other things. And if I'm called a maximalist for that, then it's okay, fine, Yeah, we're just focused,
Yeah, one more question here in the front.
Definitely the same old debates over years and years and years. I'm sure that does get tiring for some of the people who've been around a long time. I've heard that, the same themes and the same, yeah.
What do you think, first of all, about protocol classification, and if there are any plans or roadmap in Bitcoin Core being discussed about this? I know that there is clearly separation of wallet functionality and GUI functionality, and at the end of the day, isn't it going to the direction that the protocol consensus layer will be separated and maintained but not changed, and Bitcoin Core basically will become everything above, like user experience, wallet, maybe it's reference implementation, but non-consensus layer group?
I think I understand the question. Have you been following the libbitcoin kernel project at all? Maybe?
Well, I know about it, but not tightly following.
I think that is essentially what you're asking for, where within the Bitcoin Core source, we are currently sort of separating the concerns that are like consensus and validation into sort of its own module, separating it and like having very clear interfaces from all the rest of the code. That kind of the first phase sort of refactoring of that project is like just about done, probably will be finished within the next month or two, and then after that there's going to be sort of a process of, I guess, defining a sort of API for that kernel fragment that will encapsulate all of that, you know, consensus, logic, validation, etc. Once that is done, the ultimate idea is that other projects, other people could then use that consensus module to build that whatever they want. You know, you want to go write your own peer-to-peer networking stack in Rust, plug it on top of the consensus module, have your own client, you can do that. If you want to write a Lightning client that encapsulates that kernel, you can do that. If you're a miner and you're implementing Stratum v2 and you just want to use the kernel and then write some, you know, get block template implementation on top, you could do that. That's kind of the direction we're heading.
Right, so is this kernel thing supported by Bitcoin Core, and Bitcoin Core itself in the future is planning to run consensus layer task on the kernel, or it's independent project from Bitcoin Core?
This is the core role of Bitcoin Core, is
Yeah,
the
I
consensus engine, and changes to that require the most review. It's the most critical part. Everything else
I mean
is pretty
the
much accessory.
separation with the Bitcoin kernel project. Is it the roadmap of Bitcoin Core team, or it's just an independent from Bitcoin Core effort, which eventually may be used by Bitcoin Core?
I think it is Bitcoin Core. Sorry. Yeah, I think most people consider it their top priority. I'm not going to speak on behalf of other people, and I'm not going to try to roadmap things, but me personally, I think it's one of the most important projects in Bitcoin Core.
This is a project that's kind of happening internally in Bitcoin Core at the moment. Ultimately, what it looks like once it's finished, whether like that sort of kernel module moves into a separate repository where it can then, you know, be developed independently of kind of the project at large, means, you know, no more worrying about wallet code, no more GUI code, no whatever else. You just like sort of have a Bitcoin kernel elsewhere. That could certainly be the future, and I think that would be like ultimately more ideal, because then people that just want to look at like Bitcoin, the protocol, and work on that can do that independent of currently all the rest of the concerns that are sort of wrapped up in Bitcoin Core itself.
A bit of history is that I think, for at least, you could correct me, since at least 5 years, I think the lead maintainer was talking about this we really need to do. We really should separate it out to its own library. And it's been a long-term project. These things take time. You have to be very careful with these changes.
Yeah, so
Basically, everything is
You'll have to
consensus.
continue the conversation in the hallways because we have to wrap up. Guys, thanks for doing the panel with me. Everyone, thanks for being here.
Thanks, God, for the water.
1, 2. Right, guys, thank you. Bitcoin UX challenges seem to be the subject, I thought, of 2017. Everybody was talking about we need better UX in Bitcoin, but here we are in 2022 with a panel here to talk about Bitcoin UX. So I'm going to ask these guys to go around one by one and introduce themselves so you can find out who they are and what they're working on, and then we'll get into it.
Mic check. Okay. Hi, I'm Pavlo Nex, BTC Pay contributor, also grantee of Spiral, working on several important Bitcoin projects in open source, and I'm glad to be here.
Hi everyone, my name's Connor. I work at Spiral as a product manager. I currently manage our grant program that's in charge of providing open source funding to over 24 designers across developers and designers across 18, 19 different countries, all working on various things from Bitcoin Core to Lightning infrastructure projects. So thanks for having me.
Hello everybody, I'm Salvatore and Bitcoiner since 2017, and the last 2 years I've been working at Ledger as an embedded engineer, which means I write the Bitcoin application that runs on the hardware wallet itself. Happy to be here.
I'm Rory Scheinfeld, the CEO of Breeze, and I'm doing Lightning stuff since 2018.
All right, guys. Is it on? Oh, that one's dead. All right, okay. All right, yeah, thank you. Okay, so as these sessions have been going throughout the whole conference, we have a conversation here and then we open it up to Q&A at the end. But I've found the Q&A is the best part. So why don't we open with Q&A? Who out there has a question that they want to ask these guys in true Bitcoin fashion, turn this on its head and put this to the audience straight away? Is there any questions that anybody has about UX or UX design that you can throw at one of these experts right now before we open up a discussion? Anyone at all want to take that? No? All right. Oh yeah, there is, right at the end there. I thought there'd be a Bitcoiner out there that wanted to mix this up straight at the start.
Thank you. Yeah, I have one question. I do think, personally, that the main UX blockage of Bitcoin is adoption. Can we have your point of view, guys, about this?
Okay, so a problem with user is adoption. That's a UX problem. Okay, who wants to address that? How can we... Roy, I can see you're ready.
I don't know if I'm ready, but that's an easy question. Well, depends on the use case, right? Like, why do I need to use Bitcoin? I don't know. I'm not sure. Some people think that they use Bitcoin to stack Bitcoin. They stack Bitcoin in order to save, in order to hedge against the fiat economy. In that case, I guess there's not a lot of UX issues, but not a lot of people understand that they need to hedge against fiat. So I don't think we're able to do anything about it. By the way, in general, I don't think we can do anything about Bitcoin adoption. It needs to come organically, and needs to come naturally, but we need to build the infrastructure that once people decide to use Bitcoin, it's easy and it's on par with what fiat solution has to offer, and without having to use custodial services. So we need to maintain the properties of Bitcoin going from using Bitcoin as a store of value down to using Bitcoin as medium of exchange. If we feel that there's a need to use custodial services in order to use Bitcoin, then we've all failed.
Yeah, I can be a bit dark here. I believe if you really have a use case for Bitcoin and you have no way out, let's say you're a censored individual, you need to use Bitcoin, you would use it no matter the UX. Like, you will find a way if it is your only way out. But if we are talking about adoption as a wide adoption of my grandma using Bitcoin, well, that's another thing, and that's on us builders, to build things that will actually be usable by anybody. So yeah, a little bit of dark view, but yeah.
Yeah, no, and I was just going to say, just to add to that, so yeah, Roy's touched on like the why, but once you've identified the why and you move into the how, say your use case is savings, like there's a whole host of different solutions that you want to look at, and they're all very confusing. Do I use hardware wallet with a single key? Do I need to get set up in like some multi-sig setup and have some trusted friends or family to coordinate that with? If my use case is daily spending, like do I have a sufficient mobile setup? Where do I manage keys around that? Like, so depending on your use case, there's very much different types of setups per use case as well, which hopefully we can touch on some of those as well now.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think the real big Bitcoin challenge is not just to provide a good UX, but it's actually to get more Bitcoiners out there that understand what does it mean to be a Bitcoiner, what are the values and so on. Because providing a great UX, it's trivial. You just make something custodial, and it's a lot easier to do things, right? So the real challenge is to how do we give both the education and the good experience so that we can grow organically the adoption, but also the culture of being a Bitcoiner.
I agree. I think by the end of the day is finding the right use case for peer-to-peer money. There's a product market fit issue here, and not many people understand the need for peer-to-peer money. I think we need to encourage the usage in specific use cases, in specific scenarios, where we need to find where those cases where peer-to-peer money is important. For example, in what we're doing in Lightning specifically, we see a lot of growth in the usage of Lightning coming from podcasting, for example. Like in podcasting, where freedom of speech is important and you want to use a platform that doesn't apply censorship on the content, then peer-to-peer money becomes important because money can be censored. And with the only way to ensure that the freedom of speech is by using peer-to-peer money. That's why we're seeing a lot of growth coming from this podcasting use case, but there's a lot of use cases alike.
And look how far we've come in the last 5 years even. Like, do you guys want to talk about perhaps each one of your projects, how that has differed so much in some of them didn't even exist 5 years ago when we were having this like UX discussion back then?
Yeah, that's a great point. Like looking at BTC Pay server, the first time I started using it, I remember arriving and Nicholas told me that I have to wait 2 weeks for everything to sync up. So I was like, wait, I wanted to accept Bitcoin, but now I need to wait 2 weeks and like I don't even understand what I'm doing versus what we have now basically. And one thing to note is that we iron everything out based on direct user feedback, so we don't make really any assumptions. Like good UX isn't just making everything look beautiful, it's truly understanding users and their needs and how they interact with the software. So I guess we've really come a long way, and I'm just so hopeful for the next 5 years because a lot of things have already changed and we are improving. It just takes a little bit of time, and probably us as a builders understanding users better, but also having more users as we gain adoption as well to discover all of the different use cases.
Yeah, what do I want to add to this? I guess the work that my team are doing at Spiral is very much focused around the tools that make it easier to build custom solutions around Bitcoin. So some of the projects we support are like the BDK, the Bitcoin Development Kit, or the LDK, the Lightning Development Kit, which is designed to help product teams, developers build Bitcoin experiences at a more rapid pace and be a catalyst for a whole host of new wallets that will get built in the space. I think ultimately, if we have the tools that make building Bitcoin services, applications easier, then it opens the door for us to focus a bit more on experimentation and the user experience. I guess traditionally, it's been the case where, as a developer, you would have had to operate at a very low level and understand a lot of the protocol aspects of Bitcoin, and with that becomes the necessity to make sure security is there and reliability and stability, and you don't have as much time to focus on crafting different types of experience. So I definitely think we're moving into a phase now where tools are being built to really be the catalyst for more experimentation.
So I think a lot of people in this panel are in much more direct contact with users and with user experience than I am, because I built something which is really more infrastructure, which is the hardware wallet and the features in the hardware wallet. And so since I joined Ledger, for me, my mission is to bring to mass adoption a bunch of things that have been in the works already for many years in Bitcoin. We've been talking about like PSBT to let many different wallets to be able to communicate with each other. For example, for multi-signature, we've been talking about Miniscript that finally was merged in Bitcoin Core, and we have Antoine here, which is one of the main drivers right now. We have Taproot, which so far has not seen a lot of adoption, but I'm really bullish on the amount of things that can become practical after Taproot. And the reason I think that's going to be really important is because that will drive what kind of things designers and people building applications can build on top. Right now, custody, the way most people do custody, is to just store this 24 words of 12 words in a piece of paper and hide it somewhere, right? But that's fucking scary for a lot of people, right? Like thinking that you have a large amount of wealth in these 24 words, and if you lose it, if your cats eat it, you're going to lose everything. That's really scary, right? And so we have a bunch of technologies that are already possible in Bitcoin, like multi-signature, that can avoid the single point of failure. And the problem is that they're traditionally being quite difficult to use. And so there are, for example, companies like Casa or Unchained Capital that will help their clients to get set up and so on. But I think we are reaching a point where all these technologies that are coming to maturation to Bitcoin together can go to mass adoption. It will be a lot easier for people to create some more flexible custody solutions where you can have recovery options. If you lose your main key, you might maybe wait some time and you have another key that can let you retrieve your funds and so on. So I'm really excited about working on these things like Miniscript integration and the follow-ups.
Yeah, I started working on Lightning stuff early 2018. Back then, it was extremely hard to use Lightning as a service. The only way that you can, like a non-tech savvy user could have used Lightning is by using a custodial service. And our mission was to help Bitcoin do this transformation from a store value to a medium of exchange. Lightning had come a long, long way in the past 4.5 years. I think now the user experience is much better, and I was glad to be part of this journey in improving the user experience. So stuff like LSPs that we help bring to market that allows for much simpler onboarding for end users to join the Lightning Network and start transacting on top of the Lightning Network. Stuff like creating channels on the fly and really obfuscating all the channel management out of users. Users don't need to think about channels or managing channels manually. Solving the inbound liquidity issues, like in Lightning, you can't really spend you can't really receive money unless you have inbound liquidity, and creating channels on the fly using zero confirmation channels really help unlock this user experience issue. So there's a lot of progress that we made for the past 4 years, and we're still not there. There's a lot of work to do in terms of creating a solution for the masses, but we're certainly on our way.
Who out here has a Lightning wallet and has interacted on the Lightning network? Hands up. You see, yeah, we wouldn't have had that 3-4 years ago, right? We've come so far. Any more questions from the audience? Yes, there's one back there. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. To what extent do you think that UX difficulty on design, it comes from the complexity of key management?
Yeah, I guess you're referring to managing the private keys, right? So In my opinion, that's one of the biggest US challenges that we need to address because it also like depends on what kind of user are we referring to here. But let's say that you want to onboard somebody, just tip them a few dollars and get them onboarded to Bitcoin. In my opinion, that wallet shouldn't even prompt users to do a backup because when I'm onboarding people in Serbia, I haven't even sent them any funds, so they have no incentive to back up their wallet at all. So one thing that we were doing at Bitcoin Design community is like proposing that unless you received any money, wallet shouldn't even really push you to do a backup. So once you have the money in, then maybe a wallet can prompt you to do a backup. So there are all sorts of, and maybe in some cases this doesn't make sense, but like for spending wallet that you would use daily, maybe it really doesn't make sense to like pester people with backing things up. And even then you can do automatic cloud backup. I know that it's probably controversial opinion here, but like for a daily spending wallet where I would have like very small amount of money, why wouldn't it be backed up and encrypted in cloud so that, you know, I can just use it right away and give access to my friends right away to use it?
Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, go, Roy.
So I was wondering, like, on the on-chain.
Yeah, definitely. So that's something. So until probably recently, until a few years ago, before we reached the level of mass adoption we have now, Bitcoin has been developed mostly by nerds, quite obsessed with like the security and everything for very good reasons, right? But so clearly the amount of security that you need is different for different purposes of what you're using your keys for, right? So you can only get a great user experience if you are able to distinguish what keys are crucial, what keys are not crucial. So for a cold storage wallet, which is the term that we use for wallets that have large amounts of money, you always want to keep them offline in a hardware wallet, possibly in a multi-signature wallet, so you can afford a more complex setup, but clearly not for a Lightning wallet where you are going to have like $20, right? So understanding these trade-offs and creating user experiences that allow you to upgrade your security gradually whenever you need it. This is something that can even clearly be done by software helping you. Like you can start with a lower level of security, but then once you start to have more significant amount, the wallet can prompt you to like, hey, maybe you should put these funds off chain, for example, or have a hardware wallet or something like that.
And I would say as well, for those people that want an improvement in user experience, you know, scratch your own itch. Like this is what the Bitcoin space is all about, building. And Connor can talk about this with LDK and what's going on with Spiral. If you want to riff on that, like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've spoken it just a bit briefly yesterday and earlier in this talk. But yeah, I mean, the Bitcoin dev kit, the Lightning dev kit, these are just tools to help abstract certain things and focus on UX. But I think I have heard like a few kind of whispers around at the conference that there's like, people are not super excited about what's being built, and I think because maybe some of us on this panel we're on the forefront of some of that, we do have an obligation to tell the stories about what is actually being built and the experiences that are being built, and I definitely think they sit in, we have solutions for them, and they're actively being built, if not already been built, and are just waiting adoption. And then there's the camp of things that are kind of new, and we think we have solutions for them, but no one's really owned them, and there's no real concerted effort behind them. So concretely, like stuff like a unified QR code experience, for example. Like when I went to this was honed into my psyche from my experience in El Salvador. When you go to pay a merchant, they at the time, I don't know now, but at the time they present like the Chivo wallet. And I went to pay with my Zeus Lightning wallet, assuming that the Chivo wallet was just using Lightning by default. So it happened it was an on-chain QR code that was generated, and I didn't know that. Payment failed. Cashier didn't really know what was going on. Had to do some digging around the UI to find that, generate the Lightning invoice and things of that nature. So in practice, it does create a lot of frustration, it's time consuming, and it's not very productive for a business. Well, perhaps like an easy solution for that is something called a unified QR code, or a standard that's already been established in Bitcoin called BIP 2021, which is, or BIP21 URIs, which is a URI scheme that gives you the ability to create payment links. In that payment link has a Bitcoin address, an amount, potentially a label, and an optional parameter to provide a Lightning invoice. So this is good because it's a standard that's already been through review. It's a standard that's already been kind of like established in the space. It's just requiring adoption. So if we can get, I think we're at a good place where a lot of wallets are able to scan the QR codes generated from BIP21. That will mean you only need to surface one QR code to a user, for example, and it kind of abstracts all of this need to have separate tabs for Bitcoin and Lightning, especially if you perceive Lightning to be a technology that should be mostly hidden from the user. So like that's a concrete example of like, you know, we've identified what the problem is and we have a solution and it's been implemented by most wallets. And then the next phase of that would be for wallets to actually generate unified QR codes. But there is obviously no incentive for them to do that unless wallets are able to scan them. And then there's other things like which Roy alluded to earlier, when you want to onboard a new user for the Lightning Network. I don't know how many people here run Lightning nodes. No, not many. But you know, you've got there's a whole host of barriers to running, I guess, a successful Lightning node, and to be able to interact immediately is not possible right now, because to open channels, confirmation times and such will take about, you know, an hour, and to be able to receive funds, you have to make a payment before you can receive. So there's technologies around Lightning service providers and zero confirmation channels that would enable like instant onboarding and an instant receiving. So I don't know if Roy wants to touch on some of the details of that and like what that actually means for an end user.
Yeah, I think the wallets like Breeze and Phoenix demo pretty well the solution when it comes to creating channels on the fly and using zero confirmation channels. So I think the UX is pretty much straightforward when it comes to using zero confirmation channels. There are other issues, of course, like making asynchronous payments, meaning if you're running, probably more of you are running Lightning nodes if you're using Lightning wallets, because all the non-custodial Lightning wallets are essentially Lightning nodes. They're just Lightning nodes that are running in the mobile device. So you're not running a routing node, but you are running an edge node in the network, and you are interacting with the Lightning network as a node. But these mobile nodes can't really receive if the app can't receive money if the app isn't activated and isn't in the foreground. There are a couple of hacks that mobile wallets developers implemented using mobile notification, but it's really unreliable. In order to be able to always receive, even if the node is offline, even if your mobile node app isn't activated, there are some implementation and protocol changes that we need to add into the Lightning protocol in order to enable mobile nodes to receive even if the app isn't activated. I think that's the #1 barrier in creating an app that is on par with what custodial solution has to offer right now.
Guys, any other questions? There's one. No? I want to keep the Q&A going throughout the whole chat here. We got one down the front.
I would ask the audience, like, what are the UX challenges that they, like, I would be interested to understand, like, what from your standpoint, like, what is the biggest UI challenges that you encounter in your day-to-day interaction with Bitcoin?
Or if I can rephrase it, what do you hate about Bitcoin the most?
or if I can rephrase why Bitcoin sucks.
Not much. I mean, there used to be a lot in 2017, 2018, but I think it's gotten much, much better. And my biggest frustration today comes from how long it takes to open my Zeus wallet and connect to my node through Tor. So I guess that's pretty good. But I guess my question was like more on can Lightning become an onboarding door to new users, maybe because it requires less maybe backup, or maybe it's a more instant, and then maybe get them down from the top to the on-chain, you know, once they get their balance to increase, and maybe the onboarding through, maybe they buy their sats through RoboSats or on Lightning and it's no KYC, and maybe just start from the top. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that at some point users will be onboarded directly from the Lightning to the Lightning wallet without ever maybe knowing what's going on. So you buy Bitcoin Lightning on exchange, transfer it to your wallet, and bam, it works. But I don't think we're still there. But at least to me, at this point, that is ideal user experience. Like, you get some sats, you send them, it works, it's instant. You don't have to explain people confirmations or whatnot. It's just there. They don't really care that much about backup maybe at that point, but it will progressive security, basically implementing that, what was Connor maybe saying before. So I think we'll get there, because I agree with I think we identify several challenges, and definitely one of them is like abstracting Bitcoin and Lightning as Bitcoiner, because Lightning is Bitcoin and it should be unified, and I think we brought several points, but maybe you would disagree with it.
No, I agree. I think the number one problem right now with onboarding is the fiat on-ramps. Like, fiat on-ramps right now really suck. Even for exchanges that implement, sorry Pierre, even for exchanges that implemented Lightning, I don't know, like the user experience is really bad, and it's not really Lightning. For example, if I want to onboard from, I don't know if in Kraken it's still the case, but I tried like to use CoinCorner the other day, and like just to buy, like using fiat to buy some sats and onboard someone directly to Lightning, and it actually sends an email confirmation. You need to confirm the transaction via email. So why are we using Lightning if I need to accept email and confirm by email? And I think like in Breeze we use MoonPay, and MoonPay is on-chain only, so it's not like you need to wait till the transaction is confirmed in order to receive the sats. So I think the problem right now with onboarding normal users is like the fiat on-ramp.
Yeah, I mean, even through Blue Wallet, right? You can start with a Lightning wallet, and then, you know, it says refill your wallet with your credit card or whatever, and then you have to do the whole KYC thing.
That's MoonPay, yeah. They use the same on-ramp that we use, and MoonPay doesn't really use Lightning.
Cool.
Or we can just ask more people to start exchanging their labor for sats directly, and then you kind of skip that whole process, right?
Totally.
So I also wanted to touch on like regulatory things being a barrier for the UX. Like right now, because I'm like in payment processing and with BTC Pay Server, like there are payment processors out there that basically ask you to provide your passport and KYC yourself even before you make a payment. So I wanted to buy a domain name recently, and they asked me to like submit all of this information. So like I just gave up and used credit card, because like it really didn't make sense to provide all of that just to get a domain name. So that can also be one barrier, I guess. But
what, Connor, I know you've seen a lot of projects. We were talking about people building projects. We are in a bear market. This is where building generally happens. What's exciting you guys that you see out there in the marketplace that's being built? Any comments there? I know you're part of the Geyser Fund as well, right? So we saw a lot of stuff come through there in Spiral.
Yeah, I mean, from the Spiral perspective, there's a whole host of like infrastructure projects that are gonna enable improvements in like security and privacy, stuff like Chris Belcher's CoinSwap implementation, Sergio Delgado's Eye of Satoshi implementation for watchtowers. We also support like BTC Pay Server and want to continue seeing that the success there. But there's also, me personally, the most thing I'm excited about is like being able to recommend a wallet to a beginner that I'm actually comfortable with. Like I'm personally not at that stage yet, and you know, like the work that the guys in Ray's team at Breeze and John's team at Synonym, like I think we're going to see like the next phase and the next, the next iteration of really high-class Bitcoin wallets that, you know, really merge the experiences and hide much of the underlying technology, but are still very true to Bitcoin's non-custodial nature of, you know, being self-sovereign, that really and allows even just a beginner to maintain as much of the self-sovereign stack as possible. So there's that, and then there's the work going on at Block as well in the W1 team, who are, I'm sure many of you have seen that as well, and they're really pushing the boundaries with regards to self-custodial solution that is going to be using much of the latest technologies in multi-sig, so Music 2 and Frost, and that whole application has a hardware component, a software component, and you rely on Block for some assistance with recovery as well, but they're also playing around with social recovery mechanisms as well, so being able to, if you lose your hardware wallet and you lose your phone, perhaps you could recover using a trusted family member or friend. So I'm really looking forward to end of this year, early next year, like seeing like the next iteration of high quality Bitcoin applications, and like you guys should be excited. Like there's a lot of really high quality stuff coming, and these kind of things, like I guess maybe if you're not at the forefront building these things, Bitcoin can just seem like a bit boring. All you hear about is price and this, that, and the other, and maybe we could do a better job of informing you of actually what's being built and build up some buzz around this stuff. But I assure you there is a lot being built, and you know, end of this year, 2023, like hopefully a lot of that manifests.
I am most bullish about Bitcoin design community. So for those of you who don't know, it's basically a community of over 3,000 designers now, and UX, UI experts that are helping Bitcoin open source projects create basically better experience by providing whatever is necessary, whether it is better branding, design review, design sprints. So I think this community can really be helpful, and I'm very bullish on the works that we, Connor and I, also involved in that, have been doing. And I think when you look at the Bitcoin wallets or just, you know, projects in Bitcoin, it's usually just a single developer playing around, trying to solve problem for himself, and he usually doesn't have an entire design team helping him with all that. And it is great that we now have a community of so many designers that are willing to provide free time, open source basically, and you know, just help them excel. And we're also making the Bitcoin design guide, which is basically a set of guidelines for application builders. So you don't have any more to tinker about, I guess, the most optimal experience. We already documented this, provided a bunch of frameworks which you can follow, and based on that, you just optimize it for your best use case and, I guess, your users.
I might repeat what Connor said, because for the on-chain security, I'm most excited about like Miniscript and Taproot and all the upcoming things with Musig and all the various proposals that Schnorr signatures enable. I think really like the design space for hardware and software security is going to be a lot bigger, because all these things become practical. And thanks to Taproot, a lot of these things will become completely with no additional cost for the user, like meaning you only pay the cost of using those scripts, those complex conditions if something went wrong. So you'll be happy to pay those additional fees because that allows you to access all your funds, for example. Then perhaps slightly off topic, more in a longer term, as a research topic in Bitcoin, I'm excited about governance, because I think researching governance can expand both the power of the applications that can be done on Bitcoin, and in terms of UX also can have interesting effects as well. But that's going to probably take some longer time.
I think we're crossing the chasm, basically. When it comes to Lightning specifically, I really like the fact that applications, like up until now, we've built like a generic infrastructure with node management and a lot of like generic wallets and generic payment infrastructure, but now I'm starting to see more and more vertical solutions. So when it comes to podcasts, you can see applications like Fountain. When it comes to music, applications like Wavelake, like all the content creation application are starting to pop up, meaning we're starting to find the right product market fit for Lightnings, and a lot of applications. I expect in the next year a lot of new applications to emerge. Also, there's a company, for example, called Sinota, which are doing like real-time energy bill settlement on top of Lightning. So we're starting to find like niche use cases, really specific domains where the power of peer-to-peer real-time settlement shines. And I'm very excited because I think like we kind of matured in our journey because we're starting to see like a very specific vertical solutions. And I think like in the next couple of years, we'll see more and more solutions like that, which will drive a lot of adoption.
Bullish on UX then?
I have a question for the Lightning experts. We all want Bitcoin to eventually go to 100K, 400K, $1 million, right? If Bitcoin goes to $1 million, does Lightning still work well in terms of UX?
Lightning, I think you need to take a look at Lightning like as a Bitcoin on-chain compress mechanism. So whatever you do on-chain, you can optimize with Lightning. But like if specifically your question, if Lightning right now is good enough to scale to billions of users, the answer is no.
Yeah, billions of users, and also like the opening and closing channels is paid in sats, right? So if Bitcoin price goes up a lot, the opening fee is not going to be $2 anymore, but it's going to be $10, $15, $20, right?
I'm not sure. I think what's going to happen, like long term, is that the on-chain Lightning is going to compete with on-chain, meaning Lightning is kind of competing to the mempool. So you just expand the free market competition here. So Lightning just helps in that regard to reduce the on-chain fees. I don't think Lightning should be free, and I don't think fees should be free in Lightning. Like Lightning is just when you compare it to on-chain fees, it's just the only chain that is proportional to the transaction size. But it should cost, and it should cost a lot of money. I don't know a lot of money, but enough money that like in regards to the value that it brings you. So for me, if the fees go up in Lightning, it means that it has value. So I see that as a good thing, not as a bad thing.
Is Renee in the audience? I don't think so. We're safe. So is there any other questions from the audience? Because we've only got about a minute left. So put your hand up or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, I'll kick it to you guys. Is there anything specific that you wanted to discuss that we've not touched on answering these guys' questions today?
So everyone here is satisfied with Bitcoin, like in Lightning, like there's no issues at all. What do you think about stablecoins in Lightning?
That's your panel, right? Okay. All right, I got a last question then. If you had one orange pill left to give to somebody, who'd you give it to and why?
I already gave mine to Prince of Serbia, and he will keep orange pilling Serbian, so I'm good.
Well, we always keep giving free orange pills on Twitter every day, so I think this...
I'm probably the wrong guy to ask this question because I tried to orange pill my friends and failed, so I don't know.
Don't try with friends now, that's it.
I don't know, someone with like power and influence. I don't know, Joe Biden or something, I don't know.
That would be my last answer. Like, I think I think we need to fight against like the institutions. So I think I don't know.
Guys, the later they come, the more cheap sats for us. So it's.
All right, guys. If you don't have any further questions,
Daniel, who would you orange peel?
Greta. How dare she not like Bitcoin? So guys, if you wouldn't mind giving a round of applause for the panel. Thank you everybody for showing up today.
He has 3 more panels, man.
Everybody gets the mic. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the, should we call it the lightning round? What's coming next for Lightning? My name is Joe Hall. I work for Cointelegraph, and I am incredibly biased as a moderator, as I use the Lightning Network on a daily basis, and I love it. Although sometimes I do come up with certain difficulties, which I'm sure we're going to touch upon today. I'd love to introduce the panel, but could you answer a quick question? Which would be, when did you first spin up a Bitcoin node, and when did you first spin up a Lightning node? I just want to get a sense of your Bitcoin careers, if I can say that. Should I start with you, René, on my right, on my left?
Yes, so in 2018, somebody forwarded me a blog article written by Christian Decker, telling me that Bitcoin might scale. So I went to the Git repository of C Lightning at that time. I downloaded it, I compiled it, and I spun up my Lightning node, and then I realized, oh, I need a Bitcoin node. So then I went to the Bitcoin Core repository, downloaded it, compiled it, and then I had to wait for initial block download, and I was frustrated, and I was like, oh, this is all, yeah.
That's quite rare, though, to spin up your Lightning node before your Bitcoin node. Impressive. Okay, cool. Christian.
Yeah, so I did it the right way around. I think I spun up the first Bitcoin core node. Back then it was still called Bitcoin in 2009. You actually had to run the UI, which was really strange. It took us a couple of months to actually rip that out and make it actually usable in the form of Bitcoin. And the first Lightning node, that must have been 2016, just after joining Blockstream.
Wow, so you're probably the first, well, among the top 20 Bitcoin nodes, and top 20 Bitcoin Lightning nodes. Is that fair to say?
So I think Rusty was running C Lightning before me in a semi-productive setting. So yeah, probably. I'm up there, yeah.
Yeah. And is it true that you invited René to, is it true what you were saying earlier about you were the first person to initiate René into Bitcoin?
Not sure which article he got, and it wasn't me sending it to him, but he's certainly welcome.
Okay, over to you, Bastien.
I came quite late to the party. I guess the first time I ran Bitcoin Core, but not on mainnet, was probably in 2017, and Lightning was end of 2018. And I came to Lightning, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I also came to Lightning thanks to Christian. I was listening to a podcast that mentioned Eclair, and I thought that, oh, Eclair really looks French. That hopefully that's in France. Hopefully I can apply. And I'm not entirely sure it was you, but maybe I reinvented it after the fact. But.
Like all good stories, right? So, I think my first Bitcoin node 2013, and Lightning late 2017.
Great, and the reason I asked this question is to get a sense of the caliber of the panel that I'm sitting next to today. These are some of the brightest minds in Bitcoin, and amazingly they're working on Lightning too. I wanted to kick off by talking about liquidity, as I know that you have differing opinions on what liquidity means on Lightning. René, would you be able to give us a sort of overview of what liquidity on Lightning, what it actually means, and then your chosen path, if you'll excuse the pun, for liquidity?
So if you are on the Lightning Network, what you do is you open payment channels with your peers, or your peers open payment channels with you. And the payment channel usually has something that is called the capacity of the channel. But the problem is, when you want to actually pay somebody, you have to use other people's payment channels, and you don't know how the liquidity, how that capacity is basically split between the two pairs. So there's always this uncertainty about the liquidity on the Lightning Network, and this yields some expected failures in sending payments, and there is only a certain probability that payments can succeed. And I have been doing quite some work on understanding these effects and trying to optimize to increase the likelihood that you would find the liquidity quickly, because without liquidity, you just can't pay people. And it's not about your own liquidity, it's about the remote liquidity. Yeah.
What are some of the solutions that you've come up with when faced with this situation? I personally have had those payment issues come through, and depending on the application that you're using, sometimes it just says UX error, sometimes it actually says like liquidity inbound error, but I never know if it's just the app popping up something for the sake of it, or if there actually is, as you say, a liquidity error.
So, I don't necessarily use many of the apps in my day-to-day life, so I'm thinking more on the protocol level. So there it's usually temporary channel failure, because that indicates that something went wrong, and usually it means the liquidity was missing. So yeah, then, every Lightning node basically retries another path or another payment flow, right? So the question is, how do you do this optimally, or how do you do this efficiently? So yeah, this is something that I'm trying to work on and try to improve the Lightning Network. Another perspective that goes into the future, obviously, is to turn this around into the perspective of the routing nodes, because they are actually the nodes providing the liquidity. And I think up till now, I haven't found anybody giving me, for me personally, satisfying answer to the question where to provide how much liquidity for how long in the network that is useful, right? So yeah.
Roy, you were nodding your head in the corner there. Was that an agreement, or?
Well, liquidity, the Lightning Network is all about liquidity. I like to say that the purpose of the Lightning Network is to route payment from point A to point B, but the process of the network is by allocating liquidity correctly and optimizing the liquidity allocation inside the Lightning Network. Without optimizing liquidity allocation within the Lightning Network, meaning how much liquidity I put in which channels, what is the right way to allocate liquidity in the different channels. Without doing so correctly, then payments will fail. So exactly like you drive a car from point A to point B, you want to just reach point B, but you need to convert energy. Like the engine needs to convert energy in order to get to point B. The energy conversion in the Lightning Network is the liquidity allocation. And if we won't be able to know how to allocate liquidity correctly, then payment will fail. The number one, Lightning sucks. And the reason Lightning sucks is because payments fail. And payments fail in a much higher rate than they fail in other networks. And so the number one issue when it comes to Lightning user experience is payment failure. And we need to dedicate everything and put a payment success rate at the top of our priority, payment reliability. So we want to get to 99.999% of payment success. So we all need to focus on that. Probably Rene will tell you that you can't go to 99.999. But I think that the future of Lightning is dependent on the payment success reliability.
What is the current payment success rate, roughly?
I can tell you from Breeze, we have over 92% of success rate, but it's really hard to know because you need to factor out all the probing. There's a lot of spam in the network right now due to probing, and probing is inherently a failed payment. So we also need to maybe find a different mechanism to probe. But I think we have over 92% of success rate.
I'd like to zoom out a bit on this question. And if you zoom out, there are basically two issues in Lightning. Is that trying to allocate liquidity is predicting the future, is trying to figure out where it's going to be needed. So we have to find good ways of doing that, but it's always going to be imperfect. And the other issue that's maybe more interesting in the short term is that right now we also don't have great tools for moving that liquidity efficiently between your channels in a Lightning network. But that's something we are actively working on, and there are changes that are being discussed actively on the specification and being implemented that will at least give you better tools to move that liquidity once you know where to allocate it. But knowing where to allocate it is always going to be a hard problem.
It's super interesting. Sorry,
yeah, just to expand on what Bastian is saying, as a routing node, you first need to know where to put the liquidity, but you need the tools to allocate the liquidity correctly. And the tools that are being used right now also are far from being optimal. As a node, Breeze is running a large node in the network, Async are running a large node in the network. All the routing nodes are trying to allocate liquidity right now using rebalancing. They're trying to rebalance their channels. Doing channel rebalancing really fucks the network because it means they change the liquidity allocation that their peers have right now. So tools like PeerSwap are really essential in order to alleviate this problem.
Okay, interesting. I just want to get a show of hands here. Love a bit of audience interaction. Who in this room has made a Lightning payment or transaction? Oh my God, I think, does everyone have their hand up? Oh no, I think I see 2 or 3. Okay, and who has had a Lightning payment fail on them? Okay, slightly fewer hands. Okay, interesting. You're the data guys. What do you make of that?
That's impressive.
Okay, good.
I'm happy.
Great.
I am not. It's way too many failures, right? I mean, that's the thing that we want to improve on.
I think we didn't have a popcorn thing next to our program point here, so we shouldn't be fighting.
I think last year we wouldn't have had that many hands up on just using Lightning. So it's a good first step. We have to zoom out, and of course there are issues, but we've come a long way since a few years ago already. But there's still work to do for at least many, many years.
It definitely got a lot better for what tools we have at our disposal. Basically, what we have right now is a sledgehammer method of over-allocating and then have inefficient allocations for the use the users get from those funds as well. So as we learn more and more about how the network behaves, how the users are making use of the liquidity, we can tweak our sort of heuristics to see how to allocate this stuff. But that is very much operational intelligence that we have to gather first. And so we need to get that intelligence first, and that will take time. So I'm really surprised how many fewer hands we had on the second question there.
It's good. I'm always amazed as well by how, there are lots of Bitcoin critics in the media or whatever, but they're not very good Bitcoin critics, let's be honest. The best Bitcoin critics tend to be Bitcoiners themselves, and the ultimate Bitcoin critics tend to be the guys that are sitting there with the code day in, day out. Can I ask? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's the only way to improve Bitcoin and to improve Lightning. I think another tool that we can expand on is using splicing. As a routing node, in order to reallocate liquidity, you currently, in order to reuse the liquidity that you put in the channel, you need to close the channel. There's no way to reallocate liquidity once you have a channel open. So you need to close the channel and then take your Bitcoins and put them someplace else. An important tool in that regard is splicing, because if you can use splicing, and splicing is the way to dynamically change the capacity of the channel, you can keep the channel open, but reuse some of the channel capacity and reallocate this Bitcoin someplace else. And it's very important for user experience, because you don't need to close the channel, and the user doesn't have to be affected by the LSP or the routing node using splicing in order to reduce the capacity.
Okay. And I think you knew this question was coming, but what is the best way to allocate liquidity on the Lightning Network? René, would you like to kick us off?
Well, I mean, as I said before, I don't know a specific answer to that yet. Maybe that depends on your specific goals. I mean, what I tend to tell to people is I would open a Lightning channel with somebody with whom I interact, right? So if I, for example, want to pay my coffee shop regularly, it makes sense to open a channel with them first, right? And then maybe open a channel slightly bigger than the amount that you want to pay, because you can reutilize it next time. And hey, when you already paid them, you already have inbound liquidity, right? So next time you can maybe receive on that channel, right? But that's obviously very different to the routing node who addresses that question from a very different angle and perspective. I want to reiterate on something that you guys have been saying, that this circular kind of rebalancing that is taking place off-chain is to some sense harmful for the network. I mean, people are still doing it because they believe it improves something for them, and it may actually. But the real problem is reallocating liquidity. When you do peer swap, when you do splicing, it always requires an on-chain transaction, right? And we should be very aware of the fact that on-chain transactions are really, really limited, right? So it's not only about predicting where the liquidity is needed, but we cannot do these operations too frequently. Because, I mean, right now, we might not have that amount of users that we can actually be inefficient in doing that. But eventually, that's going to be, I would say, a pretty hard fight, where Lightning node operators are going to fight for block space in order to allocate the liquidity where it's being needed.
Yeah, I'd like to echo your comment about there being different personas in the Lightning Network. As an end user, I totally agree that you should be greedy, as in greedy strategy, where you go to to the people that you're trying to interact with and try to open these channels for your own sake, and from that we can build a network that can route traffic from any point in the network to any other point in the network as well. I don't think that specialized routing nodes that are just trying to guess of what the structure looks like is going to be very successful in the future. And then on the other hand, we have service providers, specifically liquidity service providers, that do have these signals, right? They have customers that come to them and ask for liquidity, and that is a signal that we can use, and it's a very explicit signal. And I think that is a much more future-proof strategy to do so. Look at, for example, zero-fee routing strategies where you sell channels to peers, and the desire to buy a channel, for example, is one such signal that we can use. But just opening channels from a global view of the network, trying to look at the structure, that's really, really hard, because you don't have that visibility into the flows in the actual network that you might need to do an efficient allocation at all. So I think we need to emerge much more of these explicit signals and make it so that that we can learn about the flows in the network to a certain extent, as long as that doesn't impact privacy, of course.
So concretely, there is a proposal called liquidity ads by one of Christian's team members, Lisa, that does exactly that. That lets you tell, I'm going to offer you liquidity if you pay that amount of fees. So that's something we're working on and is soon going to be available on the network. It's already available kind of in beta in CLN, but soon it's going to be more widespread and we can start gathering those signals.
What's it called? Sorry, this process?
Liquidity ads, liquidity advertisements.
Another tool I think that is underused, and that's going back to one of the misconceptions regarding the Lightning Network, that Lightning Network is free, and it's not free, and it shouldn't be free, is using fees. The fees structure in order to change the way that liquidity flows in the network. So a lot of node operator right now just like put up a node, set up channels, and they don't really manage the channels, meaning channels can get very quickly depleted, and there's no way, like the way to organically rebalance channels is by changing the fee structure on inbound or outbound liquidity. And since not a lot of node operators are doing that professionally, they're not trying to identify the patterns in the network, they're not trying to really optimize their liquidity management, then channels get depleted, and we, as a routing node in the network, we have no choice by closing the channels with these nodes. So that's one of the issues.
So I think the keyword in your answer was professionally, right? There is some assumption in the community that essentially what you do is you spin up a node, you open a couple of channels, and you make income.
This is me you're talking about right here.
Is it? Well, I mean, there's always a path to becoming professional, right?
Thanks. There's still hope.
So this sort of passive income idea from just opening a Lightning channel and facilitating payments without putting in the work to actually analyze and optimize and so on and so forth is something that will get a lot of people frustrated in the end, right? They see, oh, I've put in X amount of money and I only made 0.1% return of investment, and that in the long term might get us a backlash as well. So I think we should concentrate on two personas here: the professional routing nodes that actually put in the time and effort to learn, optimize, and really help the network work. And the end user persona, which opens and operates a channel for the use they get out of the Lightning node. And in that case, you might get away with less work of that. Certainly, you will get away with less work. But in the long run, the misallocation from people that are hoping to just make a quick buck out of oh, I'm throwing some money at the problem and I'm helping the network by sort of bridging a part of the network where there is no requirement to bridge them. That's sort of I think that will eventually fail.
I hope. Like don't spin up a routing node, a Lightning node, if you're not willing to put in the work. Maybe you want to mention CLBOS in that context, because I think it's an important tool in that regard.
So yeah, there are some tools that you could use to take some of that work away from you, and you may have to put in less work, and it's certainly a good thing, especially initially when you don't have as much experience and you're just trying to learn and sort of upgrade your own experience. But in the long run, I think it isn't a very good solution in the long run, because it doesn't it sort of implements a couple of heuristics that might be true today, but might not be true tomorrow. So I don't think there is a path around making those learnings and actually
at least if you decide to run a Lightning node, at least take a look at these tools to
bootstrap yourself.
It can help you, and by all means, if you have the intention of learning this kind of stuff, get all the help you can. It's a lot of work, and if you're just getting started, have the patience to and have the interest in learning and upgrading your experience. Don't expect it to just make money out of the box, essentially.
But I think one of the key things that you have said is you basically have to become professional. You have to learn what you're doing. And before I forgot to add one thing to the question of where to assign liquidity, and liquidity adds to some degree also yield this question, because the question is then from whom to buy liquidity, right? It's kind of like reversing it, right? Just because there is like a more complete market still has this matching problem, right? And one thing that I would say is if you look at the Lightning Network right now and you ignore all the Tor nodes and you just look at the like channels that exist, it's about 50% of all channels that have a geographical distance between the nodes that is larger than 5,000 kilometers. So that's basically cross-continent channels. I would argue that even for decentralized peer-to-peer internet money, payment is largely a local problem, right? As I said before, it's like I would open a channel with somebody with whom I interact often, and most people, even on the internet, interact often in their own jurisdiction, right? So I would expect the Lightning Network to some sense mimic the local topology of where people live, right? So having local channels probably also is a useful thing, also with respect to latency, because currently if you look at pathfinding and payments, it might very well be that you receive a path where I live in Norway that goes to America and then to Australia and then to Germany and then back to America and then pay somebody in Germany, right? Which has a very high likelihood to settle, but is like really, really slow. So I would rather take the like second most likely path that goes from Norway to Sweden to Germany. So there are these things that also should be considered in my opinion, but I think it's constant learning and monitoring where we learn these things and do them properly.
Yeah, I think the overall message here is that there are so many factors, so much to discover, and to me that is very exciting, right? That it's this huge playground that we're just starting to explore, and it might be frustrating for end users not to get a straight answer out of us, but that's because we ourselves are still exploring that huge space of options, and we simply don't have the answer right now.
Yeah, it always feels like we're just in the beginning. Like no matter, like we'll sit here 4 years from now, the feeling will be, the sentiment will be the same. Like we're just getting started. Just to add to what René said about like geographic routing node, I think we're also starting to see, we will start to see a trend on like specific, domain-specific nodes, meaning it can be geographic, yes, but it can be also nodes that provide you good liquidity to specific merchants, or it can be nodes that provide you good liquidity to trading platform, or what we see with podcasting use case, we have specific nodes that provide you good liquidity to podcasters. So we will start to see like vertical nodes that have specific reputation or specific expertise in specific domains. And geographic location is just one criteria. There can be several criteria, and I think we're in the inception of that process right now.
So if you want to visualize this, it's very much like an ant colony, right? You have a couple of feeler ants that sort of explore the space, and then once they find something, they build a trace, and more ants and start enforcing those things. And I think the network as a whole is one such exploration space that where we see something works, and that learning will enforce over time, and some feelers will be unsuccessful, and so maybe close that channel and open another channel to somewhere else, and we will see that this is essentially a network that is self-optimizing, and that where we see those traces grow and shrink as
we just needed tools to shift the ants. That's what the only thing we need.
I was going to say, so we're rebranding mining to time stamping. as per Pierre Rochard's new rebrand. This is all the big exclusives coming out of Surfing Bitcoin, and the Lightning Network is now the Ant Network. Is that fair to say?
Exactly, yeah. So I mean, Satoshi called it timestamping too. It's
yeah. I just wanted to
long live the orthodoxy.
Roy, what are the incentives for people to run, say, a podcasting node or a YouTube streaming node or video streaming node, whatever it may be?
You mean as a content creator?
Yeah, or just purely, why would someone spin up a podcast node in this vertical system?
You don't want to earn sats? Okay, I think
Simple
it's
as that.
pretty, like, the incentives are baked into the...
Get money tends to be a good incentive.
Yeah, why not? Why not? We have a lot of, we have over 8,000 podcasts right now in the V4V podcasting protocol. And it's not just Breeze, Fountain. There are more than 10 podcasting new value for value podcasting 2.0 clients right now. And more podcasters are joining the platform every day now. If you want to hedge yourself against Spotify, against YouTube, you can be banned from Spotify and YouTube at any time. If you want to hedge yourself against it, join the V4V platform as soon as possible. Start stacking sats, and I think like it's another revenue stream. Like, so why not? You have nothing to lose.
I mean, right from the get-go, Bitcoin was very much about removing intermediaries that are basically rent-seeking on and abusing inefficiencies in our value creation chain. So I think podcasting 2.0 is one of the first steps towards removing one more intermediary, and hopefully many more apps will follow.
Yeah, and we have that in many verticals, in the music industry, in the video industry, in the newspaper industry. You see Stacker News, like compare Stacker News signal to Reddit signal, for example. The fact that you pay for content, the fact that you can upvote using Satoshis makes it a very quality signal site. So there are a lot of use cases where content creation can benefit from using payments baked into the solution.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just prior to this panel, I was on the beach here looking for the Bitcoin whales in the sea, that sort of thing, and I was trying to get a sense of what Bitcoin adoption is like on Biarritz Beach, you know, the surrounding area. And the usual thing is to be like, hi, have you heard of Bitcoin? Yada, 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 they've never heard of it, and you end up being like, can I send you some Bitcoin? And when you send them some Bitcoin over Lightning, you ask them to download a wallet. Let's say they're downloading Breeze wallet because you're here, Roy. And you know, you send them those sats instantly, and they're like, "What? It's as simple as that? You know, you can just do it like that." And Renee, your experience is you were effectively, can I say, you were orange pilled by Lightning? Is that fair to say?
So I guess it's fair to say, and I can really relate to that story because in 2011 I was helping a music band to basically directly distribute their music and not go over Spotify or whatever service at that time existed. And we created a music video. First of all, the band created the music. Then we created a music video, we created a website, we had a web store, everything. But we waited 6 weeks, I think, for KYC of the payment provider, and then integrating the payment provider into the website was a mess. After I spun up the Lightning node, I made a simple voting website, and it took me 9 lines of code to integrate the Lightning node as a paywall into the website.
Wow.
And I released this in a YouTube video, and I basically tweeted out and said, hey, it's there. Somebody opened the channel to me, and the first people were streaming in like 250 sats for voting. And I was like, it's that easy to interact and transact with people over the internet. I mean, and the fun thing is the money was directly in my pocket, right? I mean, it's like, I mean, of course in my digital pocket, right? But it was there. And I was seeing this and I was like, this is the future. I mean, this is what we need. And that was certainly a very eye-opening moment for me.
Are you still in contact with that band?
Yeah, but they...
I mean, drop them a line, man. But yeah, so the question was, you know, the Lightning Network seems to have a tremendous capacity to orange pill people, whether it's, you know, content creation or licensing or, you know, just simply sending money. Like the Breeze app, Breeze wallet is not an app. It's the Breeze app is an app. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, I don't like the name wallet. I think you're exactly right. Like I think it's the specific use case that drives you to Bitcoin. If there's something I learned in the past 4.5 years is that users, not the users here, not the audience here, but the masses, they don't care about Bitcoin. Sorry. Like, no one cares about Bitcoin. But people do care about the value that Bitcoin brings them. So, for example, when we added the point of sale interface to Breeze, suddenly you can become a merchant without having to have a bank account. And that's a value that Bitcoin brings you. They don't really care about not your keys, not your coin. They don't care about the stuff that we all hear about in the Bitcoin Twitter echo chamber. But they do care because they can now start receiving money without having a bank account. And we all live most of us live in the Western world where it's very easy to get access to a bank account, but that isn't the case in most developing countries. And that's a clear value of Bitcoin and peer-to-peer economy. Same goes for content creation, same goes for podcasting, and I think we'll see more and more use cases, vertical use cases that drive Bitcoin adoption. A lot of our users are new-time Bitcoin users because of podcasting, because they hear their podcasters send me sats, download the Bitcoin app, and stream sats to me, and that's what they do. So they don't care about Bitcoin, but they care about streaming sats to their favorite podcaster.
Yeah, of course, and it's also no KYC, so you know what's not to love. Bastien, what are you most excited for, or what's coming next in your Ant world?
There are way too many things to list. At least I'm not.
Good.
More at the technical level. There are so many proposals that we are working on, and our goal is that mostly it's going to be invisible to most users. The users will not see it, but it's just going to get better. It's just going to work better. It's just going to cost less. As Roy said, fees will never disappear, and it's important to realize that no, this is not going to be free. At the beginning of Lightning, people thought, oh, this is great. This is a way to send Bitcoin, and it costs zero. It cannot cost zero because someone is running. If you're not running it yourself, someone is running infrastructure for you. So someone is paying some cost. And you don't want that to be only VC money. You want that to be you want to at least pay the cost of people who run the infrastructure for the network to work. So we're working hard to drive that cost as low as possible, to give every node operator the tools to push the cost down. But it's never going to zero, and don't expect it to go to zero. But yeah, to just zoom out, all the things that we are working on today, the goal is that users will not see them. So it's going to be boring from an end user's point of view, because you will not see that we have changed so many things, but everything is going to work better and more efficiently.
Well, that's an important point, right? Because the UX is so key, and even is it in Moon Wallet where you've got to switch between Bitcoin, normal Bitcoin Core versus Lightning whenever you open up a wallet for the first time. So do you think this will eventually just fade away and it will just be, okay, here's your wallet and away you go?
I hope so, because as Roy said, people don't care about Bitcoin. Bitcoin and money is just a means to an end. People want to do things, want to use it to exchange value, but value is in the real world. It's not Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just a means to that. So we want the UX, the experience of using Bitcoin, of exchanging Bitcoin, to be at least as good as what people already have. So we need those payments to be instantaneous. We need it to be there to be no friction when you're using the wallet. So everything we can do to make it less confusing to users and to hide all the technical details, to hide the fact that it's Bitcoin. You're just receiving money. You don't have to care about anything more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the big changes that is coming up, and I think that is going to probably address this issue of having an on-chain balance and an off-chain balance, is exactly splicing. One of the aspects that we haven't talked about when talking about splicing before is that it all of a sudden allows you to make a payment from an off-chain channel on-chain, and so you abstract away the differences because people really don't care about the technical details about how stuff is going to be transferred under the hood, but they do care about making sure that, hey, I'm removing something here and it pops up there. I don't care about the details. And so what splicing allows you to do is essentially have a single unified balance in your wallet, and then splice out the amount whenever you do an on-chain payment. And that might be the last big user visible change, I guess. So yes, there will be a lot of incremental changes that might not be as user visible, that still excite us, to be honest. But from an end user point of view, things should get smoother and should get better over time.
Offline payments is another big one. So.
Absolutely, yeah. That will just sort of happen in the background, I hope. Users will just start seeing their payments go through even if they happen to be not online. But will it be, I mean, it improves the success chances, but will it be user visible as such?
At least they don't get text like, why haven't you received my payment and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and we will get way fewer error reports about, hey, I tried to do this, but it didn't work. Why?
Okay, so if I can sort of roughly do a TLDR of the panel so far, we don't care how the sausage is made. Splicing is good. The Lightning Network is going to become the Ant Network, and take your time. There's a lot going on here. As you say, it's a playground, and yeah, the best is yet to come.
Can you tell we're still shell-shocked from 2017 and trying to manage expectations as much as possible?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah. Okay. Anyone with a last message for the last 10 seconds? You know, some killer points about, you know.
It's still #reckless.
Keep using Lightning and it will be improved.
Great, we're out of time. Cool. Thank you very much to Bastien, Roy, Christian, and Renee. I think we're going to open up the floor to questions. Oh, I see some hands already flying up. This is great. Cool.
Thank you very much for a very interesting panel. I have a question about channel factories or multi-peer channels. Do you see the place for them in the future? How you will evaluate? Are they able to solve liquidity problem, create more liquidity problem, and what they bring in terms of value to the Lightning Network? I understand that it's a far future. It's not part of the existing Lightning Network, but just theoretically.
Do you want me to take this one?
Being one of the co-authors of the L2 paper and the Channel Factories paper, I can tell you, yeah, hopefully we will see them eventually. And going back to my point about managing expectations, they will get us more scalability and they will give us more flexibility, but not infinite scalability and not infinite sort of use. I do think they, just like Lightning, they will help us make better use of the limited capacity of the Bitcoin network, even more so than Lightning. And they will open up a couple of new use cases as well. Or so I hope, and yeah, hopefully they will come eventually. I can't tell you when, because
it's not up to you, right?
Sorry?
It's not up to you.
It's definitely not up to me, and I have a terrible track record of making predictions, so I'll stop here.
Does anyone else want to jump in on that as well?
I mean, one thing that I would like to add is that channel factories also have the ability to create payment pools, which is good because the more liquidity you provide to the network, there's economic of scales effects. But the problem with a channel factory, of course, is that in the easiest design that one could think of is that everybody has to sign off things that are happening. So yes, while you can compete with large routing nodes, now you have a latency issue because you have several people signing off, right? So what I have learned over the last 4 years is saying that, or understanding better that creating truly decentralized peer-to-peer money is really, really hard. And channel factories, in my mind, play an important role in this, but yeah, I think the expectation management thing for me was very good here.
So I think one of the points to point out here is that channel factories are inherently more efficient in allocating funds to off-chain contracts, especially because all of a sudden you get more than 2 participants between. You can freely move those funds back and forth. So simply by having a channel factory of n participants, you have the equivalent of n factorial channels. And that's 1 to 2 orders of magnitude more, depending on the size of the channels, of course. Yeah, we need a couple of things before we can get there, I guess.
Great question, by the way.
Hi, just from your observations, what would you say is the average size of a payment on Lightning? I don't know, 100,000, 200,000 sats? And do you see it regularly going up with the number of payments and new users on Lightning?
I think the key word here is see. We don't see anything. So you'd probably have to ask large node operators, and Roy might be in a better position there, or Bastien might be in a better position. But generally speaking, we don't have a global view of what happens in the network. And that's on purpose. We try very hard to optimize for privacy, not just for efficiency. And so we can't give you a definitive answer on that, I guess. But
yeah, we can only tell what we see going through our node, and we cannot extrapolate that this applies to the rest of the network. But we've seen that the payments are getting a bit bigger. That's true, and we're also seeing, mostly without just looking at our node, people giving us reports that they bought. Rusty, for example, bought his coffee machine on Lightning. So that shows that you can pay for big things on Lightning today, and it was not possible before. But still, there are issues with large payments today. They are not as reliable as they could, so there is still work to be done. And to be honest, I don't track the numbers of what's going through our node, so I wouldn't have concrete numbers to give you, but maybe Roy does.
Yeah, I have. So I think that's roughly the average transaction size is 100K. That's what we are seeing, and it's larger than what we've seen last year and the year before. So the transaction size is consistently growing.
Despite the fact that the price has been going down there, right? So technically it's constant in terms of like relative dollar value or fiat value, still going up.
Yeah.
Who counts in dollars? Yeah. That's obsolete. Come on.
Sorry, silly me.
But one thing about payment size that you could say is that, at least from a research perspective, we have discovered that basically the amount that you can send to another person on the Lightning Network in 95% of all cases depends on the amount of liquidity that you have on your node and the liquidity that the receiving node can receive. So if you have two, let's say, large nodes on the network, and let's say one has 2 Bitcoins of outbound liquidity and the other one has 2 Bitcoins of inbound liquidity, chances are pretty high that there is a payment flow that can be found to transfer that amount of money, which I personally find a promising sign.
Hello, another question. I know some people working on integrating Lightning on top of the liquid sidechain. Do you see some value in it? And since the liquid has more opcodes, you can do better smart contracts. Does it? Can we have a better improve Lightning over liquid?
Everybody's looking at the
You're
block stream,
you're the block stream guy, right?
One of the fundamental ideas when starting Liquid was actually to have it as being an experimental network that we could test out stuff before trying to propose it to Bitcoin, and as such experiment with changes that we'd like. For example, SegWit was one of the tests that we did on Elements and Liquid before actually going back and proposing it to Bitcoin Core, which, by the way, looked very differently in the end. It's not one-to-one translatable, but we are experimenting with a couple of different off-chain protocols, and in particular with L2 on the Liquid sidechain as well, in the hopes of informing what that development could look like on Bitcoin itself. So yes, there is more flexibility, and we are looking into ways that we can leverage those added functionalities in order to come up with new systems that we may eventually propose to Bitcoin. Of course, it's not up to us to decide any of that, but we can make a more informed proposal by doing so.
Bit of a dumb question, but I wanted to clarify something because I'm a little fuzzy on the technicals of what's happening with splicing. So, you know, in general, when it comes to how a channel typically operates, in my experience, obviously, is you have a set amount of liquidity stuck between you and a peer, locked up, and you're basically trading the ability to close the channel at any time based on where that liquidity is located within the channel. What is technically happening with splicing when you're able to then change the liquidity in a particular channel? I'm very fuzzy on what's happening there.
Conceptually, it's very simple. It's just that you are going to bring more on-chain funds and potentially also taking funds out of the channel. You are just replacing the channel. It's exactly the same as closing it and opening it again with a transaction. So while you're closing it, you're also adding more funds or taking some funds out, and then the output of that new transaction just becomes the new input of a channel. So it's just a way of changing the capacity of the channel.
Is this kind of a similar approach to the same conceptually as like transaction batching, where you're doing multiple actions in a single motion, or no?
It sort of is. What we essentially do is we have a channel, we briefly touch on chain, and then we lift off the chain again. And the idea is that since the funds that remain in the channel never left the 2-of-2 multisig that we use for us not to incur any risk of unilateral actions that we might not want, those funds that remain in the channel can be thought of as still safe in the same channel, but what we did conceptually is close and reopen in the same transaction. So we now have an atomic operation that closes and reopens the channel. Either that confirms or it doesn't, and the funds in the channel never touched a single sig output. And that is essentially, I mean, having it in the multisig is essentially what gives us the certainty that one side can't pull funds from the channel itself.
And interestingly, the way we're currently building it allows you to combine that with batching. You can have one transaction that splices many channels at the same time.
Yes, and then that does away with the misconception that X number of transactions per second can only open X number of transactions per block.
Exactly.
That being said, the transactions, of course, are getting a little bit larger.
Yes.
Excellent. I think we're out of time there. Can I get one more round of applause for the excellent panel? And thank you very much to Stacking Sat for hosting us. That was What's Coming Next for Lightning.
Check, check. How do I start the slides? Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm here not to talk about Bitcoin so much, but I'm here to talk about the intersection of the web and how it relates to people's interest in Bitcoin, blockchain, Web3, etc. My name is John Carvalho. I'm with Synonym. We work on this intersection. Basically, we create products and protocols to make it easier for people to actualize the hyper-Bitcoinization dream, so that way you can have a kind of alternative economy that is mostly based on Bitcoin. And we like to show ways that people can use a lot of the use cases that people are claiming require extra blockchains without a blockchain. And so today what I'm going to talk about is a little bit of the history of the web, to kind of lay a foundation to explain what people are talking about when they talk about Web 1, 2, 3, 3.0, 5, etc., which are growing kind of interesting topics lately. They told me they had a problem with this slide. They said, your video link's not playing. Well, this is the slide. So the web's really cool, right? You can post any kind of video you want. You can say anything you want in a public forum. And you have these really cool companies that will host this data for you for free, and they'll just, protect your privacy and let you do all these cool things, right? So of course I'm joking. These 3 slides, I'm basically showing how YouTube increasingly is censoring people, and Twitter is showing people putting their opinion on the data of what people can say, and people are getting canceled. And now you have, constant data loss and privacy compromises within what we'd probably call Web 2 at the moment. So the question is, how did we get here? And so going back into the history of the web, it kind of started as Web 1.0. And the simplest way to put this is it was a one-way street. It was like a read-only web. Most of what people were doing using the internet in the context of the web was just visiting a website and downloading data and reading this data. They weren't interacting with it. They're just consuming data. Granted, there were design aspects of the web back then that were more peer-to-peer than they are today. We did have email, we always have, and we had things like bulletin board systems, etc. But mostly, when people talk about Web 1.0, they're just talking about this idea of consuming data from a server. Web 2.0 kind of introduced this two-way street where you had this interactive capability. A lot of the features that you were using, say, desktop applications for, you could now do with websites. So you could have accounts, you could have e-commerce, you could have social media. All of these kind of rich platforms that you wanted to do with software, you could now do with websites. And this is really cool, but this brought a bunch of trade-offs. One of the trade-offs is this walled garden concept. Even from the very beginning of the web, you had these kind of portal websites and portal ISP providers, and walled gardens just became the natural incentive structure for these providers. They found some sort of website application that was really compelling and useful to users, and they found a way to kind of trap you in there and cultivate as much value of users as they could, and make it increasingly difficult for you to be able to leave. This is not really, ideal in the dream of the internet and having like full interoperability and full kind of self-sovereignty. It also made things pretty unfair. It makes it very difficult for new entrants to compete, and it makes it so these people can see and then eventually, more lately, control everything you can and can't do, can and can't say, etc. And this leads to things like you have here, capture of value by big tech. You just get Silicon Valley controlling everything. They work with the government and they put misinformation labels on things. They cultivate and use all of your behavioral and private data, and they often aren't very good at keeping it safe. You're probably getting an email once every month or two from one of your website providers about how they had some kind of compromise, and they just want you to be aware, but everything's okay, but you should change your password. And this is like becoming an increasing problem. So now you have like this Web3 concept that's come up. You have, pardon my French, shitcoiners that are promoting this concept where they want to say that blockchain, which solves money in Bitcoin, can also solve problems of the web. The problem with this is Web3 is a different thing than Web 3.0. It is not actually a version of the web. It is not a specification that is now going to be the next web. It is kind of a product narrative that associates getting people to be interested in investing in and owning tokens related to blockchains and shitcoins. The original idea of Web 3 or Web 3.0 as proposed by the W3C was actually involved with solving problems related to metadata and what we call the semantic web. This never really got popularly solved. It is still something that needs to be addressed today, but there were many attempts by people like Tim Berners-Lee and inventors of the web to just basically try to address data about data. How are we going to make it easier for applications, websites, users to be able to automatically and selectively be able to organize information in an automated way without having to basically rely entirely on somebody like Google to store all the data for them. Now, shitcoins, they decided to take this concept and just pretend it never existed and say, okay, Web 3.0 has nothing to do with anything except what we say it has to do with. And what Web 3 to them basically is providing web devs and web users easy-to-use interfaces for interacting with smart contracts. And ideally, and most of the time, specifically for token smart contracts. So this is like, so they could automatically participate in a smart contract for DeFi, which is just more tokens on top of tokens. Or NFTs, so they could use like OpenSea and automatically log in with their MetaMask. But none of this was actually very decentralized or peer-to-peer or local first, owned by the user. It's actually just another product owned by another subset of, rich or what's the word? Entrenched, providers of internet services and websites. It is not actually a new version of the web that frees anybody. It's just a new narrative product that people feel like they can kind of capitalize on and maybe get rich using. This is more of what I just mentioned. You can't build a solution for the web on a blockchain that is ultimately more centralized than Bitcoin because it is ultimately censorable. And that's the problem with shitcoins in general is you're building on a foundation that requires this compromise where you're just going to say, okay, we're going to accept that if this thing scales and becomes wildly popular, it will also be extremely centralized and extremely censorable. This is like totally conflicting with the purpose of using a blockchain, which is specifically for maintaining the integrity of the unique accounts and the unique scores that it protects. Just this quote here, your life must be a progression towards ownership. First mentally of your independence, and then physically of your work, owning what you produce. So if we really want to start talking about ways that you can have and improve the web and have a new web, it needs to be about putting the user in control, not putting blockchains in control or using them as broadcasting mechanisms, etc. So what would be the solution? How do you have a web that handles these walled garden problems, these privacy problems, etc.? Well, you kind of want to go back to peer-to-peer primitives. You want to make sure that the users generate the data themselves, and they decide who and when and why they distribute this data and which methods they want to do that with. It has actually nothing to do with blockchain. So the challenge is, how do people create and share content? Typically, you rely these days on a central server. You go to twitter.com, you put in the data on their website, they save it in their database, and they serve it for you. Well, you don't need things to be that layout. You could create your data locally, and they could subscribe to your data and provide authenticated feeds of your data that can be proven that you generated with your own private key. The idea, I won't touch too much on this, I don't have too much time, but I will say the kind of longer term solution here is using webs of trust. And this is just a way that people can mutually create metadata using and associate that metadata with keys and represent everything as keys. Identities, accounts, websites, etc. The concept of a domain name even is kind of a scam. Never mind shitcoins. Like domain names are just a central authority keeping a directory of nicknames for different servers on the internet. You don't actually need that. All servers could just be represented by the same public-private key pair concept as Bitcoin addresses are. As I mentioned, keys are the key. In order to fix the web, you really do need to choose a format that is relying on not blockchains, but the concept of the public-private key pair that you use to protect the assets in Bitcoin. You don't need to use Bitcoin at all. You could use any cryptographic curve. It doesn't have to be libsec. But if you use this as a primitive, it allows you to control, improve your control, and give access to anything you want data-wise. This is kind of some examples of the ways that our company is going to be implementing and some of the features of accepting these primitives. But basically, managing your own profile, like your social profile, your public profile, your accounts, and your contacts, these can all be represented as keys. I could be able to have data that I have in a DHT file stored that is accessible anywhere by anyone on the web, much like BitTorrent, and you'd be able to find my current profile, and I could use that profile and associate it with, say, my D Twitter account or my D Facebook account, D for decentralized, and I could have the same profile across multiple platforms that I control, and they serve on my behalf provably. And you could do the same thing with contacts. Creating and sharing content could be done the same way. You can have basically what's called an append-only log, where you use a key to secure this file. You make this key associated and available on a DHT, much like I said, BitTorrent. And now people, whether you serve your data yourself or somebody serves it for you that you pay them to, they can know that that data came from you because it came from your key, provably, and this data could be hosted by anyone. So it's a very subjective and relative way of scaling a peer-to-peer web. You can also use keys to demonstrate proof and trust. So you can use this for reputation systems, and this again gets into the web of trust concept, where you could now say, I rate, Joe Bitcoiner is, a true Bitcoiner. And here's the rating system I use. And Joe uses the same rating system, and he rates me a true Bitcoiner. And we use a scale of 1 to 10. And I say he's a 9, he says I'm a 10. Now, when somebody asks us about the other, we can provide that proof that that person rated me. And you can kind of create this whole web of proofs and this web of trust. And you can use this to form any abstraction or any subjective definition of metadata about any data or any key for any reason. So I talked about Web 3 a little bit. There's no Web 4. You'd have to ask the Web 5 guys why. But I think what they'll tell you is just that generally they wanted to jump the shark without jumping the shark. I don't know if that you know that expression, but they kind of wanted to do the same trick that the shitcoiners did with Web 3 and kind of say, we're going to take and conflate this concept of a versioning system with our narrative and our design for how to fix the next web or provide the next web. And we're going to just call it Web 5 because it's like beyond Web 3 or Web 4, I guess. Or maybe they did something like Web 2 plus Web 3 equals Web 5. I don't know. But it doesn't have anything to do with any of the things we talked about. It has nothing to do with NFTs and smart contracts and blockchains, a little bit with blockchain, and it has nothing to do with the semantic web either. And so Web 5, just to compare a little bit of what we do at Synonym with what TBD is doing with Web 5, there's actually a lot of overlap. I would say for the most part, conceptually, they've got the right idea. They're trying to basically get people to use public-private key pairs to represent things. They're trying to make data local first and use some sort of peer-to-peer storage mechanism. But they're trying to also include blockchain again. They're trying to say that one of the dependencies is actually Bitcoin, and that your public-private key pairs should be what they call able to be key-rolled by broadcasting updates into the Bitcoin blockchain. The problem with this assumption is that it kind of puts aside the whole subjective semantic problem of that you can only really verify an identity if you do so using a second factor of authentication or a third factor or multi-factor authentication. If I lose my key, that doesn't mean that just because I also sent an update using the master key that I haven't lost the master key. And this is the assumption that Web 5 assumes. They say, if you lose your key, you can always use the Bitcoin blockchain to use your master key to say where your new key is. And they say, this is something you have to use a blockchain for. Well, you don't. I think that using Bitcoin, even using Bitcoin in the context of fixing the web, is, again, a narrative. It's not so scammy when you compare it to getting people to buy your Web3 token to be able to do things on the web that they could do without a blockchain. But it is a little bit of like using the affinity of Bitcoin to try to make it seem like this is something that needs to be done. We disagree with this. We want to show that you can actually do all of these use cases without Bitcoin. And you just can use Bitcoin for payments, and you can use Lightning for instant and high-frequency payments. And we want to combine these user experiences into products and show people how you can just combine these technologies without having to actually make a new blockchain for everything, or even use Bitcoin for non-payment needs. And so the main difference would be, we have a protocol called /tags. They have one called Ion. This is what addresses using key pairs for endpoints or identities or files, et cetera. They're using the IPLD structure for data storage. We're using hypercores. This is a DHT system. The differences here are that we're kind of basically trying to indirectly get to solving the semantic web problems with webs of trust, with basically accepting subjectivity as a problem and dealing with like key rolling, but instead by trying to solve key association. We're going to assume people will have many keys, and that at some point you will want to associate a key in order to tell people to use a new key. And that we assume if you lost your key, that probably all of your keys are unsafe and unreliable, and we need to have other methods of re-verifying that we trust who you are under your new key identities. This is already a lot of what I talked about. You know, we can leverage the familiarity of people holding keys. The idea here is people have been working on these web problems for a long time, since before Web3, as shitcoins define it, since before Bitcoin. But it never really took off. We have PGP keys. We have had people trying to do webs of trust for a long time. Since the early days of Bitcoin, traders actually used a web of trust to trade before exchanges even existed. You can look it up online, the Bitcoin web of trust. But not until Bitcoin apps became popularized did we actually have a keychain app that people became familiar with trying to protect their own keys and use them for anything in the web. And we want to show how you can actually take one application and you can have the keys that you store for your Bitcoin be also stored with the keys for your accounts, the keys for your profiles, keys for your contacts, and how you can kind of capture this new user experience where people now are having to solve problems with how to keep their keys safe, with how to keep control of everything they do in the web. And so that's the unique opportunity I think we have today. And yeah, that's my presentation. I'd like to take some questions, but if you want to learn more about how we think the next web should be solved, you can visit synonym.to. You can find me on Twitter as well. And yeah, anyone have any questions?
Just going to start with a simple question. With what you're doing with Synonym, what do you think is going to be the average user's first touch point with something like Synonym? What's going to be their first interaction in dealing with Web 5? What do you think is going to be that first crossover for most people?
So I can't speak for Web 5, and technically we are not Web 5, despite there being a lot of overlap in how we think it should be solved. I don't know if Web 5 is a spec or what, so I'm hesitant to say we are Web 5. That aside, building this is a lot of work, and building such a holistic, complete outlook for an ecosystem is tricky. And what we have found is we have to build from like the simplest primitives possible. And if the simplest primitive is a key, the first thing you need is a wallet, And so in October, we'll release our first kind of product, which will be a mobile application that supports Bitcoin, Lightning, and /tags, and a user experience that combines all these things into one application, all self-custodially. And so that's what I think should be the first touch point. And so you'll see those early use cases of being able to use keys for a public profile, for using them for web accounts and feeds from your web accounts, and being able to also use them as your contacts, and also using it as a way to pay to contacts. So in this application, you'll be able to simply, like, when you want to send a payment, you could paste an invoice or scan an invoice, or you can tap and choose someone from your contact list. And this will allow you to, like, to ping them over slash tags for them to generate a Lightning invoice for you, for example.
And with that, do you see some overlap and some interaction between, you know, in Bitcoin lately, there's been a lot of companies that are focused on offering easy plug and play Bitcoin nodes, but also personal servers. Do you see that as a way of hosting individual data and then perhaps tying in with a slash tag and saying, this is my data here, you can access it here? Do you think there's some there?
Yes. I would say, you know, stepping aside from your question for a moment, the format is the most questionable part of that. In other words, convincing people to run their own server or to their own hardware node, et cetera. This is a very niche thing that, you know, only enthusiasts really seem to want to do in so far. I don't know what the killer use case would be to get 1 million, billion people to be, you know, buying a node and running a server strictly for using the web. You might have to find some way to package that in their router or in their computer by default. My opinion is, so to come back to answering your question, yes, it is highly appropriate because we're trying to get people to host things, at least create them locally themselves, which means having at least a copy of it. Most people can't scale a local hardware anything to serve to more than a handful of users and to be highly available. So the designs that we work on do assume that you're going to have some sort of marketplace for being able to get other people to relay, host, serve, seed your data. So while I think it's highly appropriate, I don't know that that format will be what makes it all work, because mostly people just have a cell phone and they just want everything to work with their cell phone. But cell phone operating systems don't give you permanent availability. Like, your node is only open when the app is open. And so you can't really even serve reliably even to one person if the app is closed. And so you still need to kind of have this concept of a server somewhere. It could be your, Start9 device at home, and it could be running running it for you. Or it could be anybody. It could be Google, you know what I mean? Because the way this design works is your file is created with your key. It's only writable by your key, and people can verify that the file is the file they're looking for, regardless of who serves it. Anyone else?
Can you give more details about your interoperability with existing systems like PGP, Web of Trust, SSH, key management, and so on and so forth?
Interoperability is kind of a red herring. I'll probably regret get quoted for that in the future. But interoperability there's different levels of interoperability, and practical interoperability is pretty much never actually happening. You know what I mean? You can try to coordinate with like interest people to use the same spec and call it a standard and try to like push it forward. But what is standard is what everybody uses, is what's popular. And so even though like Ion and slash tags are using public-private key pairs as a primitive, and so is MetaMask and Wallet Connect and the things they're doing with Web3 for token contracts. Even though we're using that, you're never going to just be able to have them all just interoperate without each one having to do special work to automate, you know, any slight differences in how they've been implemented. And that's easy to do because the primitives are so simple, but it does require the incentive to do it at all. And so if I wanted our wallet to support, say, Wallet Connect, or to support Ion or DID spec, we could do that and do what we do the way we do it. And to the user, they would know no difference. The only difference would be when they were using our format, they would have the full feature set of our format. And if another format had limited use cases, I'll give you a specific example. Our wallet does support LNURL auth, but we only support it in the sense of if the user scans that, we will add it as an account in the accounts section. But those accounts don't have even half the features of slash tags accounts. So when the user tries to interact with that specific account, it will literally only give them the ability to log in and nothing else. They won't have like a data feed from their account. They won't be able to cross-authenticate both ways or update anything. So you can provide user experiences that feel interoperable regardless of the level of interoperability because the primitives are so primitive.
Yeah, basically my question was your application, would it host also GPG keys or not?
Not at the moment. If that's something people ask for, we could easily add it. But we're not doing, the user experience of our wallet is meant to be for anyone. It's not meant to be, for example, like, who would use a GPG key? Like, you know, you would, sure, but like, you would also want to be able to sign messages with it, and you would also want to be able to like connect it with your email and be able to sign your GitHub uploads, etc. That's not what this is for, you know? And if that became in demand, we could easily add that because we're speaking in keys, but it's not really appropriate to the user experience. Anyone else have any questions? Web 3, Web 5. All right, thanks everyone.
T'as les bonnes bouteilles qui sont dans le carton blanc. Ok. Et puis après, je mets les mauvaises bouteilles à côté. Et du coup, là, je sais qu'ils sont 4, t'en poses 4 sur la table. Ok, pas de soucis.
Hey guys, welcome to this panel. As you can see, risks and challenges for privacy on layers 2. I know you guys have already been up on stage briefly. If you just want to reintroduce yourself to those people that have walked into the room, and Nick as well, if you want to tell people who you are, what you do, and why you're here.
Okay, I'm Bastien. I work on Lightning, on the Lightning Network at Async, on the specification, and Eclair implementation.
I'm Nick. I work for a company called Commerce Block. We build something called Mercury Wallet, which is the first state chain implementation.
I'm Chris. I'm a long-time Bitcoiner, I think you could say, and been working on Lightning specification and implementation for the last couple of years.
I'm Maxim. I'm instead of Olga, but from the same organization. And what we do is actually independent Lightning implementation and extension to the specification to allow more functionality like Bitcoin finance and the rest.
Okay, cool. All right, well, before we get into this, let's have a show of hands. Who gave any fucks at all about privacy before they fell down a Bitcoin rabbit hole? Rene did already. Yeah, you guys did already. Okay. So for a lot of us, this is a new kind of concept to take control, self-sovereignty, privacy, you know, it's been an incredible journey for me to start learning about this kind of stuff and why it's important. Why is it important to you guys?
Because I think it should be the default. We are not educated to think that we deserve privacy, but that's really bad. That's really society has evolved to make us think that privacy is bad because some people abuse it, but this shouldn't be a reason to deprive everyone of privacy, in my opinion.
Yeah, sorry, but in a previous life I worked for banks, and when talking to them about Bitcoin around 2013-14, the first issue they had with it is it's not private. So it's not just for people doing dark web stuff. It's common sense that this needs to be private. It's logical. It's not usable if it's not.
I was just educated to believe that as an individual I should be in control of how much information I share, and nobody should be able to get around me to get to my information.
Well, I do believe in individualism as a value, core value driving the technological progress and civilization. And individualism means privacy, because if you can't separate individual information from the outer world, you just don't have individual as an entity.
Right, okay. Now, the previous panel I moderated, we opened up Q&A at the very beginning rather than at the end. So I'm going to do that again. It was very successful. You got guys up here who have an abundance of knowledge about Bitcoin, the Lightning Network, privacy. So raise your hand. Who's going to go first? Who wants to ask one of these gents a question? We only have 35 minutes. Who's going to be the brave one? Right at the back. Is that you, John? Yeah, all right.
Who else could it be?
No. Oh, there it is. So my question is, we have like a growing regulatory environment related to things like the flight rule and FATCA, and where we see there might be a slightly dystopian short-term future coming for Bitcoin in certain avenues. Do you think that the design of the Lightning Network, regardless of its privacy, is more censorable or has particular kind of weaknesses in its design because of its reliance on IP addresses, and also I guess its kind of alternative answer to that, Tor?
I think, well, I mean, you mentioned IP addresses. They're not necessary. We can do without that. That's a temporary clutch. But I strongly believe that one of the founding principles of the Lightning specification is that we try to keep as much of the information out of the protocol, keep the network operators, the node operators in a position where they simply can't do anything that would hurt privacy as much as possible, so that when approached, they simply don't have the capabilities of leaking any information or blocking payments that are somehow deemed not worth it to forward. And so that is one of the founding principles that we build on. Basically, not even give a foothold to people trying to break privacy, anonymity, and fungibility in that sense.
Check. Can you elaborate on not relying on IP addresses, and why do we if we don't have to?
So, I mean, essentially, IP addresses are one way of communicating. For a while, I had a branch of Core Lightning that would use email to communicate. There are a number of protocols that we could use to actually communicate between peers that could be carrier pigeons for all I care. So if one transport method is censored, we do have the capability of swapping that out. Might take us down a notch for a while, but we'll be back.
Yeah, there were attempts to run lightning exchanges on top of just wireless radio. So people have been experimenting with that. This is doable. This degrades some of the features, obviously, but we could, if that was necessary, we could work more to have better support for those kind of transmissions.
I wouldn't say that I see Lightning Network as a privacy solution or privacy network. Its main purpose is different. And while Lightning Network provides some tools for making private payments, it doesn't solve, and probably it shouldn't solve, the privacy problem as a whole. And one of the main failures of Lightning Network, if we may say that way, for my opinion, is that Lightning Network is too blurred and it mixes many different things other than payments, like peer-to-peer networking itself, and these layers are intermixed. So I think the proper path forward, and the part of the stuff we are trying to do, is to dissect the protocol into more layered and abstracted structure, and there is a Lightning Network for payments, there is the Lightning Network which can be used for data propagation, like with the messaging, even without any payments. And there is also a Lightning Network as a networking protocol, which is basically reuses existing noise XK encoding, which is a tool for privacy. And there is also a routing protocol for onion routing, so they are very different in terms of privacy. But even taking all together, they're not a privacy network. And clearly they will require layers below, like Tor or NIM, for instance, to solve full privacy stack. So the Lightning Network is not a privacy tool per se. And it's important to differentiate different applications of the Lightning Network if you care about the privacy, and see what else is required additionally to Lightning to build a proper privacy solution.
Yeah, I totally agree, and we should probably be clear about what our priorities are when we are developing Lightning, both as implementations as well as a specification. For me personally, I come from a distributed computing background, and the question I asked myself during my PhD thesis was essentially, how do we scale Bitcoin to as many users as we can? And the Lightning Network is, for me personally, first and foremost, a scalability solution. That does not mean that we won't take any easy wins when it comes to privacy and try to maximize that as much as possible. But sometimes these two goals of having privacy and having scalability are in tension. And in that case, we need to make a conscious decision about what do we prioritize over the other. And I think so far we've mostly gone with a mix of them. Sometimes sacrificing scalability for privacy, and sometimes sacrificing privacy for scalability. We don't get the best of both worlds. We have to make a conscious decision about what we do. And I do agree that that at some point we need to come up with different solutions to address the shortcomings that we might have in Lightning itself by adding or underbuilding the Lightning Network with other technologies as well.
Yes, I want to highlight that privacy is just not an on and off switch. It's a spectrum, and it really depends on your threat model, on who you're protecting your privacy from. So Lightning by itself cannot be a tool that protects you from all threat actors and gives you perfect privacy. That just doesn't exist. So it will never be used in a vacuum. You will have to couple it with other technologies to gain the privacy you want depending on your use case.
I would say the main use case for most of the plebs out here today is to use the Lightning Network for cash, for payments. And I think we'll all agree, like cash is our last bastion of privacy. So we should be focusing very much on Lightning payments being private. Nick, do you want to talk a little bit about Mercury Wallet and what's going on there?
Yeah, so Mercury's nothing to do with Lightning, just to be clear. It's very different, some ways better, some ways worse. So it's fixed UTXOs, so you can only send fixed amounts, but it doesn't have the liquidity requirements. There's no liquidity lookup. I guess the biggest difference, it's not censorship resistance. You do have to cooperate with a centralized server or centralized federation, but it's non-custodial in that you can always pull out your funds. I'd say it complements Lightning very well. It doesn't have the liquidity and efficiency of Lightning, but also it's not really designed for micropayments or streaming payments. It's fixed amounts. It's a bit like dollar bills versus, is it fair to say Lightning's more like the credit card or something, or streaming payments, and state change is more like selling fixed and not dollar bills, but I think those are the key differences.
Yeah, it basically is just as Lightning is complementing Bitcoin. It isn't replacing Bitcoin by any means, right? Mm-hmm. We need the Bitcoin base layer. So these complementary technologies can, in combination, help us get a better end solution and a better overall experience. And it is up to us as protocol developers to care about privacy when many users don't, because many users aren't aware about what they are giving up when they are giving up privacy. So that is very much in our minds when we build these protocols, and we hope that a combination of these protocols will give you the privacy and scalability and security trade-offs that you as an individual are looking for.
Okay, guys. Do you have any, you got a question right there? Okay, sir.
Yes, and I guess I have to apologize in advance if it's something that is common knowledge to most people in the audience, but I also didn't think of Lightning as something where, that was associated with privacy. I guess I never really asked myself the question. I was kind of assuming that it was the same as layer ones. So I see that there is a strong privacy component associated with it. I just wondered if you could walk us through how is that done? I mean, how do you avoid having registers of transactions or anything that can be scanned with a blockchain analytics tool? How does that work? Because I just didn't know about that.
So I think the core idea of why Lightning could be improving the privacy over an on-chain protocol is that essentially, unlike an on-chain protocol such as a payment for your coffee on the Bitcoin blockchain, you're not leaving a permanent trace of that payment to be visible for everybody in all eternity, right? If you do a Bitcoin transaction, that transaction will enter the blockchain and it will stay there forever. And that also means that passive observers might be able to pick up on that, and even clustering techniques and privacy breaking techniques that we might not be aware of or might not exist today could eventually break that pattern or find a clustering that reveals some information about you, especially in combination with future transactions that you might also do, right? The difference with Lightning is that what ends up on the Bitcoin blockchain is an aggregate of all of the individual transactions, but the individual transfers you perform on the Lightning network are not represented as such on the Bitcoin blockchain.
Are they represented somewhere?
Sorry?
What happens to them? Where are they represented off-chain, even if it's on-chain? I know that.
So essentially, what happens is that nodes keep a book of the running tally of what their channel balances are at the moment, and this and only the final sort of sum of all individual interactions will actually end up on the blockchain. So as soon as the node forgets about this interaction, that individual that history of what transfers were performed in the past will be forgotten forever. The other thing is that for transfers on Lightning, only the involved nodes will actually learn about this. And we had this on the panel before, where people were asking us about, hey, how many transfers are there on the Lightning network? And the honest answer is, I don't know. Because, well, the transfers are local to the involved parties. Now, is it better than on-chain privacy? I don't know. And the reason for that is that we're now actively involving third parties in the transfers that we are performing. It isn't per se better, or I couldn't say honestly that it is better in all cases, but what I can say is that it's different, and this different trade-off when it comes to how much information you're giving away and to whom you're giving that away might be better suited for your own needs when it comes to privacy.
Maybe I will briefly summarize also the same thought that Lightning Network operates as a decentralized payment mixer. And that's everything that it does for the privacy. Like as a summary in one phrase.
I think that's fair.
Probably should use the word router though, because mixers not really politically correct at the moment.
So what are you guys, what are the challenges that you're facing when you're building these tools with regards to privacy, I guess? Are you being overregulated in any way? You see some challenges coming down the pipe. What's in the horizon?
Yeah, I mean, we've slowly made things more blinded. You know, there was news earlier this year when Wasabi started creating black, I think, white lists on certain addresses. Our reaction to that was to make our solution more blinded so we wouldn't see addresses. And you kind of have to second guess what the regulator's going to do. I mean, there's no real ruling on this stuff. I think the closest thing we have to a ruling is something that FinCEN announced in 2019 about why centralized mixers were bad and why things like Wasabi and Samurai were not. I think it was all around about custodianship. So I think if you kind of adhere to that, that's probably your best shot right now.
I would say the main challenge is managing complexity of the topic of protocol design. And what I mean by that, and especially in terms of the privacy, it is relevant, especially in terms of the privacy. What I mean by that is that there is very well-known fact that a simple systems can exhibit a very complex behavior. Like in cellular automata, you can have a set of very simple rules which are creating unimaginable complex patterns of fractals. The same with the protocols. When you design the protocol, you seem that you put a very simple features together and it is predictable in a way it will behave. But the reality is that in the real world, the released protocol used by a people will be used in very different ways which you can't predict and enumerate. Even it's like an NP problem. You can't predict the ways how the protocol can be used after it is being designed. And this also appeals to the privacy because you can't predict which privacy leaks or which hacks are possible to the protocol at the design time. And that is the biggest challenge, is to design a protocol which wouldn't contain, probably it's not possible, but to reduce the number of possible vectors of attack vectors for the privacy, for instance, when at the level of the design of the protocol.
Okay, guys, who's ready out there with another question about privacy on the Lightning Network? Over here, and one at the front here as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Apologies for not being there, but the view here is better, honestly.
Oh, you teleported. Wow.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
This is decentralization, you know. I'm there and here at the same time. My question is, so a lot of people come to Bitcoin through Lightning Network. And very often the path that they take is after talking to someone and understanding how screwed up their privacy is. Like you meet a person, especially like in banking, for example, and then one guy starts saying that, you know, that your privacy is screwed up here and here because you're using like the traditional banking, et cetera, et cetera. And then basically people, after this conversation, they get interested in Lightning and Bitcoin, but they have a huge tendency to over-engineer their personal setup. For example, they hear about the best practice, they hear a lot about different best practices of how to set up your nodes, what hardware to buy, like this and that, like millions of products. And they have a tendency to apply the best practices of a huge scale to their personal setup. They buy a shit ton of hardware, they buy some absolutely useless stuff because they want to protect their privacy, which in fact results in huge over-engineering, absolutely not working setup for themselves as private individuals. My question is, because you have been talking to many people, you know, probably many different setups and best practices. What was the most complex, over-engineered, and thus not working setup for a private individual that they tried to defend, even to you maybe, because, you know, I read this is the best practice for that person or company?
So that would probably be my own setup.
I was going to answer exactly the same.
because
that's called professional deformation. That's a bit different.
As engineers, we have a tendency of trying to experiment with this kind of stuff ourselves. And I probably went overboard a couple of times. I think I don't have a concrete example because that would be doxing myself. But I think what people should do is take every information that they receive, every best practice that they hear about with a grain of salt, looking how it applies to their own needs in this case. We were having a discussion about having different personas in the Lightning Network as well, and trying to figure out what makes sense to them. And then before going down that road, sleep on it for a week. And if it still makes sense, then you may try to start implementing it. But there is a lot of hearsay out there. There is a lot of, oh, you should be doing this and you shouldn't be doing that. And that brings us back to an issue that I'm having with the Bitcoin community as a whole as well, is that we have a tendency of shaming people into going for these complex setups, right? When in reality, the user itself isn't ready to approach these kinds of things just yet. If people choose to run an insecure setup, we should be telling them that there's ways to do it better, but we shouldn't be shaming them into doing it. Generally speaking, there is a tendency in the Bitcoin community to say, oh, you have to read this 1,000-page tome before you're allowed to touch Bitcoin at all. No, that's not true. You should be allowed to start small. Don't put your life savings into it, but start small, do your own learnings, see what works for you, and go take it from there.
I personally think that in terms of privacy, any setup is failed, because to set up properly privacy, you have to be experienced in the Secret Services stuff. And a very small example, like it's really funny to see like people use Lightning because it is private to pay for a coffee, such that nobody will ever see this $5 transaction. And at the same time, in their home, they keep the Trezor on table, and it says much. The fact that they have Trezor leaks much more about them as a private individual. They certainly have a Bitcoin, and you can do a lot of consequences about that. Than the saving information about $5 transaction and Lightning for a coffee. So the asymmetry that privacy can't be bound to a digital world only. Privacy always extends into the physical world much more than into the digital world. And because we all have bodies and we are not digital persons, the main privacy leaks for us are coming from the physical world interactions, not from the digital interactions. And that's what people mostly forget, and doing a complex privacy setup, they completely miss the physical part. That's why I said about secret services, because that's what people learned in the secret services first, to explore the social hacking, not digital hacking, to explore the social relations and use the physical world privacy leaks instead of complex digital setups.
That being said, even if your own privacy setup has flaws, you're still providing cover traffic for people that actually need it. So by essentially using privacy techniques, even if you might not think that you need it, you are essentially providing a crowd that other people that actually need it might be able to hide into, and we see that a lot with techniques that essentially are being used for people that require it exclusively, and then all of a sudden it basically is just a huge trace that you're leaving just by using privacy preserving techniques.
On a slightly different note, but I think is related to your question and to the title of the panel on Lightning, for example, one good example of why privacy is a challenge on layers 2 is that most people think that when you are closing a channel on Lightning, it's a really good idea to do a coin join with your UTXO, and then it's okay, it's perfect, you've broken the trail. But then if you just reuse that UTXO to open a channel for your node, you just undid what you just did with that coin join. And many people don't realize it, and it's because it's complex. There are complex interactions between the two layers, and the privacy story on the two layers is really different. So this is something that many people were doing, and it just doesn't make sense. So they were doing it because everyone tells them, oh, whenever you have a UTXO on chain, you just have to do a coin join. But when you're using those UTXOs to manage Lightning channels, it doesn't make sense because you're tying them back to a specific node ID, so you are just undoing the coin join that you did. So This is just one technical example, but there are many things like that where getting your privacy right when you are interacting between different layers is really hard. And it's really hard for users because they hear conflicting things, because some things that are good when you are only on layer 1 maybe just don't make sense when you are mixing layers.
I don't really have a complex privacy setup. I think simplicity sometimes wins, but you notice, looking at state chains the way we see it, people get more social issues wrong, like the timing. People consistently seem to do swaps at a certain time, trade certain amounts at a certain time, and that's not technical, that's more behavioral patterns. And I think that's kind of like forgotten about a lot of time. Behavioral patterns kind of screw people up in privacy more than the technical issues. And people forget that privacy is only as good as the anonymity set. So if there's not many people on Lightning, there's going to be no privacy, or not many people on state chains, there's going to be no privacy, and that's a key thing here.
Olga, thank you for your question. You probably got some skeletons in your own closet there with... Okay, yeah, okay. Yes, sir, you have the mic there.
Can you please share information on the upcoming privacy enhancements that you guys are going to incorporate into the Lightning protocol?
Okay, so one that should be coming soon-ish is blinded paths. This is a good way, as a receiver right now, if you just do it blindly, you are exposing your... When you are on a mobile phone, for example, you are using a channel that you don't need to announce to the network, but most of the time you're just revealing that channel in your invoices. And right now, when you are getting paid on Lightning, you have no way of hiding your node ID. You have to tell people what your public key is so that they can pay you. And blinded path is a way to correct that. With blinded paths, you're able to you're not revealing your node ID. You're going to reveal a different node ID that is your node ID but blinded with something completely random, so that people will not be able to tie payments to you, to know that multiple payments to you are actually to the same person. And also, it lets you hide the actual channel that is being used. So it has those two benefits of hiding both your node ID and the channels that you have on chain. So this should be released hopefully soon-ish in the next months.
So I think one technique that is already being used is the use of onion routing, which essentially just means that that the information about which path you take in the network is obfuscated in such a way that when you are a participant or you are forwarding a payment, you are receiving an incoming payment, you decrypt this routing information, and the only thing you learn is essentially whom to forward this to and with what parameters. Parameters being how much delay to add or remove, and what value to forward. And this is essentially such that since you are now involving third parties when performing a payment, you shouldn't tell them where this comes from and where this is going, essentially. Otherwise, somebody might be sitting on the network and just snooping and extracting that information. It's far from perfect, but it is a first step towards anonymizing as much as possible. Another technique that is already implemented is essentially the splitting of payment into smaller parts. While most people regard this as a mechanism for bundling the capacity of multiple channels to perform larger payments and essentially have a more successful payment experience, it can also obfuscate the value that you are forwarding in the network itself. So Core Lightning, for example, has something that few people know, is that we try to split a bigger payment into chunks that are sort of all of the same size before actually trying to perform the first payment. So if you are trying to send a $3.50 amount over the network, we will chunk that in pieces that are plausibly all in the same size of about $1. And by doing so, you aren't telling individual nodes what the value that you are transferring is a priori. And so nodes would have to collaborate to reconstruct what the actual value is. Beyond that, one of the techniques that we are looking into implementing soon, trademark, is the use of PTLCs. People might know that if you are splitting a payment into multiple parts, right now they can easily be collated together simply because of one of the parameters in that payment, the hash in the HTLC, is identical for all of the different pieces. And that means that if you observe multiple parts, you might be able to bundle that information and find out, oh, this is the same payment, the total amount might be somewhere around this if I'm sure that I'm seeing a majority of the parts, and the rough direction is here because, well, it wouldn't be going this way if the recipient was that way, right? And with PTLCs, we essentially decorrelate those parts, and you can no longer say, okay, this is part of the same payment. They all look identical to you, whether they have the same sender or not, for example. And that is a small selection of privacy-enhancing techniques that we already have or we are building towards. But as we learn, we are adding more and more to that set. And it is definitely a bit of a race between attackers, and we try to attack our own network as much as possible. I know I'm certainly myself supervising a couple of student projects that are looking into how can we break Lightning privacy, because once we have that information, we can react to that information and we can improve the privacy for the network as a whole.
We did a trick. So we were trying for some time improve the Lightning network, existing Lightning network. We found that there is quite a lot of friction. So the trick was that we invented the term LNP, which is Lightning Network Protocol, which is a subset, superset, and we said that the both specification is just one case of what can be done with the Lightning Network, and we tried to do our experiments as another case. We called it Bifrost, and I talked more about it on the main talk. But in terms of the privacy, what we will do there and what we are doing there is basically, first of all, it will be Taproot based, meaning that it will have much less footprint on chain, and it will be using PTLCs as well. And it will support RGB, which allows you to hide if you do complex smart contracts, it provides even more privacy because it uses zero knowledge and it's completely off-chain protocol. So these three main things which are going to be with the Bifrost, and they are included in the Lightning node that we are doing. So, well, of course it wouldn't happen tomorrow, so it would take another time, so I wouldn't even give a time estimates, but it slowly progresses and we are getting there.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to move to a more blinded solution. So at the moment, when you create a stake coin, you deposit a Bitcoin, and that leaves a bit of an on-chain chain. We have basically the Bitcoin address that we have a copy of, and then when people leave the state chain, we take a fee, and that leaves a bit of on-chain tape. By going fully blinded, what we're going to do is take a Lightning payment up front and kind of sell a stake coin, and then issue a kind of a token that represents it. And that means for the UTXO or the stake coin, we have no on-chain tape. So that should, kind of increase, privacy quite significantly. But that would mean more client-side verification. So the UI may be a bit more clunkier, but that's always the trade-off.
So one thing to add maybe is that a major leak of information that we have in the Lightning Network right now is essentially the gossip network, the gossip protocol. We essentially need to tell the entire network about the structure of the network so that we can find a path in that network to route a payment. And we are working towards making that more anonymous. By essentially, the first step of our Taproot migration is essentially using Taproot to make all of the channel fundings look like any other transaction on the Bitcoin network. And we want to break the link between on-chain footprint and the channel creation itself. And that could get us a long way towards essentially breaking those cross-layer linking attacks that Bastien was talking about before.
I saw one gentleman here with the hat on looking to ask a question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a follow-up of what Christian was saying about like we need to understand the attack on the network, and there is some student looking at this. There has been a lot of analytics going on chain for years, and companies that has been built, you know, to look at those heuristic and provide services on top of it. I think maybe 6 months ago, one of these leading company has announced that they have a product to look at analytics for Lightning. I don't know where this product is and if there is any insight into what type of, you know, heuristics they're looking at and what type of capabilities they're looking at. But it might be the first time, like it's not a research level, there is some product that is actively looking to provide some, I guess, insight into the network for, you know, whatever compliance purpose or but my question is, I'm wondering if there is any known insight into this product, if it is live, if there is any, you know, learning to get from productized analytics on the Lightning Network, which is, I think, something fairly new in the space.
So I would love to see what they're doing, because as far as I can see, there's nothing publicly known about that at all. But from experience, we can say that these sort of de-anonymization services are really quick at claiming stuff they can't back up. So while I want to be cautious and take that threat seriously and not dismiss it, it's really hard for me to see what special insight they might have that we don't have.
Okay, yeah. I think this will be the last question. We've got 20 seconds left by the clock here. Thank you, Joe.
Hi, thanks. It's more like, I think it's a very long-term view about layer 2s, but I really do like the idea that layer 2s on Bitcoin are based on shared ownership of UTXOs. And currently, Lightning is only about UTXOs shared between two persons. And we may hope to have more than 2% for each UTXOs with L2 soft fork. It's not discussed for now, I know, so that's why I say long term. And I would like to have your insight about this kind of this thing that is common shared ownership that may come into Bitcoin in many years after the soft fork, and if it can provide more privacy, because it remembers me the part in the white paper of Satoshi where he talks about the fact that the Bitcoin privacy is based on the fact that you don't know the link between the identity and the public key. And that in the bank, that the fact that the bank will not publish the information about your account to everyone. So here, if you have some kind of little bank that are non-custodial thanks to L2 upgrade, then maybe you have some kind of privacy that is closer to the one you can have with bank. But I don't know. It's like, what do you have some insight about this to share? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that in theory it could help. But the devil really lies in the details, because it's the same as with CoinJoin after channel closing example. It's so easy to do just one small step that just ruins everything. So it really depends on the exact details of how we'll be able to implement it. So it depends on the covenants that we will have available on Bitcoin to build those factories on Lightning. It's really hard to say now. In theory it could help, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, the original state chain paper by Ruben Samson actually needed L2 and the any prev-out piece. So what we did is we used relative time locks to avoid that, but that came with a trade-off. It means we could do less UTXO transfers. So in theory, if L2 happened, we could do more UTXO transfers, and that would create more use cases for state chains, which in theory would increase the anonymity set. So, you know, that would be a benefit for us, but building state chains for sure.
So there is definitely a mapping for that too. In our case, for channel factories and stuff like that. In the sense that we're now aggregating funds from more peers, more parties, essentially creating a coin join between more parties. Now, it's a bit special because those parties actually are interacting directly. They have potentially TCP connections open, so it's not as clear cut as it's better. But I had a block mailing list post a couple of years ago where I basically point out that if we have off-chain multi-party channels, we are reverting back to it essentially being a small blockchain itself on which we can create channels again. So we can nest these to increase our privacy, or we can unnest them to sort of have a more direct interaction. So it is a multi-dimensional space. I can't say it's better or it's worse, but it's definitely an interesting thing to look into, yeah.
I have nothing to add.
All right, guys, we have reached time, so please give a round of applause for the panel here today. Thank you so much. And I will say one other thing for those of you that have not seen the booth that unfortunately is kind of hidden away as you walk in. You can go and use Lightning payments there at Consensus Network, which are translating as many Bitcoin books into as many different languages as possible. So they're doing great work. That's pleb work, ground roots work, and there's a lot of French books up there. So I just wanted to show those guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
C'est le micro avec lequel j'ai posé la question. C'est qui va... Ah, je sais pas. C'était moi le dernier. D'accord. Le prochain.
Hello, hello. Bonjour. Welcome to this panel called Stablecoins on the Lightning Network, Myth or Reality. My name is Aaron van Wirrum. I work for Bitcoin Magazine. And I'll let my panelists introduce themselves. John.
Hello, I'm here again. My name is John Carvalho from Synonym.
Oh, that's it? It should
Yeah,
be
I guess
short?
that's all John has to say about himself.
No, he'll take 40 minutes to do that. Hi, my name is Olga. I work at NPVP Standards Association, and I'm one of the founders of Pandora Prime Company.
Hey, I'm Nicolas Berthet. I work at Galloy. We are building the Bitcoin Beach wallet, and we recently announced StableSet, which is a synthetic USD over Lightning product.
All right, I want to start this panel with a question about Bitcoin maximalism. So first of all, do you guys consider yourself a Bitcoin maximalist? And if yes, what does that mean to you? And is that compatible with the vision of stablecoins? Who wants to take this first?
I'll start. Yes, I think myself and most people would consider me to be a Bitcoin maximalist. As far as whether it's compatible with stablecoins.
What does that mean?
Oh, what does it mean? Sorry, I skipped that part. I think it means understanding how Bitcoin works. That might sound a little insulting, but I think it's the truth. You wouldn't be believing in other things if you truly understood is how I see it. But to answer more directly, I would say it means that you think that Bitcoin is the best abstracted store of value, the best digital store of value, and that you don't really see a reason to create subordinate or inferior blockchains, and that you're happy enough with the most secure, most decentralized one that exists.
So is that compatible with stablecoins?
It depends on your definition of a stablecoin and whether you are also including tokens in just general. I would say you have credit. To me, there's Bitcoin and there's credit. And credit is just using trust to establish value, and basically somebody using their reputation to guarantee some sort of outcome when you redeem that value, like an IOU. And that is totally compatible with Bitcoin because that is essentially the primitive of finance, just using somebody else's value to do stuff. And you kind of need that if you want to scale, grow your coffee shop into 2 coffee shops without having to earn money for 30 years to have enough money to do it. You need finance.
So isn't the US dollar a shitcoin then in your mind?
I don't know. I mean, I think the government doesn't really redeem anything for you, so you can't really call it credit. And so I do think that would be like the third kind of, money, which would be fiat and at large. I think that fiat is kind of obsoleted by the other 2 concepts. If you have credit and tools for establishing and using credit in an economy and Bitcoin, fiat is kind of obsolete.
So there's no need for stablecoins then?
Well, stablecoins are credit, but the credit, but the backing is fiat.
Okay.
Well, whether the technology is obsolete does not change the demand for the asset. So there is obviously a lot of demand for dollars.
Olga, do you want to take this? Are you a maximalist?
Sure. Surprisingly, that's a tricky question for me because as was mentioned on your previous panel, for example, there are many different definitions of what maximalism is. And though I can be classified as Bitcoin maximalist in one of them, there's, for example, a definition which says that a Bitcoin maximalist is a person who opposes all of the changes, including layerization, that can happen to Bitcoin. So if you put layers on top of it, if you use it for whatever, as a technology, for example, to cover whatever other non-monetary, for example, use cases, and et cetera, you are not a Bitcoin maximalist anymore. You become a shitcoiner, or et cetera, There are many different words. So with regards to this particular definition, I am the person who understands that Bitcoin is a very good money. Is it the best one? No. Is it a good one? Yes. Good enough.
There's better money than Bitcoin?
it's not, it's like humanity could have done better.
What's that?
Humanity could have done better. At this point, yes, Bitcoin is probably the best thing we can do. We could have come up with. Is it that, is that it? No, it's not. Because Bitcoin can be improved. Bitcoin does have some flaws still. And Bitcoin doesn't cover real world scenarios, for example. And they should be added as layers on top of it. It's like my belief, for example. Otherwise, people used to fork it and that's it.
So would that include stablecoins?
I
Can you
would
build
say
better
yes.
money on top of Bitcoin? Is that what you're suggesting?
So Bitcoin and stablecoins, it's like two different tools for absolutely different scenarios and absolutely different physical human use cases. It's like my argument against 100% Bitcoin maximalism is that no matter how strongly you believe in Bitcoin, no matter how good you think it is, Bitcoin does not cover right now efficiently a lot of real-world scenarios. You cannot fight real-world scenarios. You cannot fight stocks. You cannot fight the concept of bonds. You cannot fight a lot of different concepts. Because humans work like that, and either US technology evolved to cover that parts of human society and human goals too, or you degrade basically, and at some point there becomes something new, some new form of money that takes over. So I'm like yes and no. There's probably more no.
Okay, Nicholas, do you want to take it? Are you a maximalist?
Yeah, I like Bitcoin.
That's good. That's a good start.
I'll tell you the story that I have with the Bitcoin Beach wallet. The first version that we did with Mike 2 years ago, the very, very first version, there was no dollar in it. It was just sats. Because in my mind, you need to pay with Lightning is sats. And the very first feedback that came back is that, people are paying in dollar, right? And so you need to do a conversion. And so this was the very first feature we added. Because on the ground, people will not have a calculator and say, okay, my coffee was $3, how much sats is it, right? So
right now you just mean what your screen tells you that you have, right?
Yeah, like the
dollar amount.
dollar equivalent, when you pay how much sats. But in my mind, at the beginning, I was too much into my, developer bubble, and sats is all I need, and this is why having on-the-ground feedback is very important. And the very first feedback, we're like, you need dollar. And then as you go, you start, having more and more user, and the price, go up and go down. And the second most, requested feedback after, hey, you need the dollar equivalent, is, volatility is really hurting the usage. And here I'm not necessarily talking about the use case maybe that we have in Europe or that is in the US, which is, okay, I'm using Bitcoin as an investment. I'm talking about the use case as I'm using Bitcoin maybe as a payment protocol. And since then, the most requested feature is, okay, Lightning is great because it's permissionless, right? I can transact with anyone, and it's instant. The fees are very low, but the reason why I may not be using Lightning in a place like El Salvador is the fact that, my expenses, next month are in dollar, and so if I'm receiving payment in Bitcoin and the price is going down and I can cover my expenses, and I'm in trouble because I cannot pay my vendor anymore, and it put my business in jeopardy, right? So there is different way to see about how Bitcoin will grow. Is it as a store of assets? Is it as a payment system? It's probably a bit of both. But if we think the growth of Bitcoin in the payment sense, I think a lot of this will come from country where there is low adoption of bank account, which is more in the global south, and those are the people that are the most subject to the volatility of Bitcoin, that cannot afford it because they don't have extra income. And this is where I believe combining some way to lower the volatility with the interaction of Lightning is really something that will open the usage for Lightning significantly in those countries. And so I believe, despite liking Bitcoin, and a lot of people who qualify me as Bitcoin maximalist. I think the junction of like some stable value joined with the Lightning Network is a very powerful tool to get a lot of adoption to Bitcoin, the protocol, Bitcoin, the payment asset. Eventually, when we are in the places where volatility is lower, you know, in the distant future, maybe the need for like lower volatility with the use of stablecoin or stable sats or something along this line will be less needed. But I think for the next foreseeable future, this is a very powerful tool to get a lot more adoption on Lightning.
Okay, so let's break down the different ways that you can technically achieve this, stable coins on the Lightning Network. And we'll stick with you for now, Nicholas. Your wallet offers this right now, so how does this work?
Yeah, so we have maybe an approach which is a bit different. So you have the, I guess, stablecoin approach. Maybe John can cover it, which is today the 99%, I guess, of stable value in the crypto ecosystem will be stablecoin. What we have released about a month ago is stable sats. The idea is to not rely on the banking system at all, and so we work with derivative exchange that have no banking connection, and we basically combine a long position in Bitcoin with physical Bitcoin with a short position on derivative exchange, such that the price of Bitcoin can go up or down. At the end of the day, we still have the same amount of dollar.
Right, so if a user of your wallet would make a withdrawal, it would still always be Bitcoin, essentially. They would withdraw Bitcoin to, you know, a different wallet or whatever it is, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's just that in the meantime, the value fluctuation is solved, right?
Yeah, the payment in transit is Bitcoin, but when the payment is at rest, if you want, or like the asset is at rest, it's in dollar.
Right.
Or dollar equivalent.
And then the other solution would be to use a stablecoin that's actually backed by fiat. Is that what your wallet is going to offer? Is that right or no?
Currently, no. So there's actually even more than these two as far as establishing stability. You mentioned one earlier today when we talked with DLCs, which is somewhat similar to what they're doing as well. But there's also like the automatic market making design that like Uniswap has, which is a way of creating like liquidity pools of assets and having a conversion rate.
How does that work?
I am not the expert on this for sure, but just to give a somewhat ignorant or partial explanation, they have a smart contract for managing support for multiple assets. And when you want to deposit an asset in order to participate in this liquidity pool, there are like people that make the market. There are other participants that will offer you an exchange rate in some sort of portion of that pool, so you can have a conversion. And so basically, when there is more demand than is worth of the current asset pool, it draws more people to provide liquidity for that thing. And so it creates a sort of stability through the overall value of everything that people are trying to manage through automatic market making. They call it AMM. And so this is a way that you can have DAI, or they changed the name of it at some point to something else.
Right.
And so they have like this coin that represents that pool, and that the trading price of that coin is the market makers try to peg it to a specific asset, like the dollar. And so they say, okay, this asset is always redeemable for $1. So whenever the amount of Ethereum go in that pool brings the asset above that, then there becomes the ability to sell the DAI or buy the DAI, whatever is appropriate to the change in price, to maintain that stability. And so it kind of automatically happens through this open marketplace. It's somewhat like the DLC, and like what he's doing is just more of a marketplace of people doing it through a smart contract.
So this is not available on Lightning right now, right?
No,
so you're talking about Ethereum.
I think that DLC people think that they can recreate things like this.
Yeah.
And some people, like, for example, Omnibolt released an automatic market maker design recently. I haven't reviewed it, and I don't think it works the same way. It's something else, I think. But that is just, to be fair, it's not just credit tokens and not just hedging mechanisms, centralized hedging mechanisms. There's also like other algorithmic designs, I guess you could say. But to go back to talking about, say, Tether or stablecoins, this is just somebody holding the dollars for you and issuing an IOU that represents how many dollars they claim to have, and you trusting them based off of their historical reliability to redeem those tokens for dollars in the accounts that people have with Tether or USDC, etc. And I think that I never use any of these things. I have no personal need for any of them. But I think it always comes down to who do you trust? And that is really the only important question in any of these designs, because in the end, you're trying to represent something physical in a digital representation. And so when you do this, you can't bridge the physical world into the digital world without somebody holding the physical thing. And that means that no matter which design you choose, you have to trust at least one person to do that for you or report that information for you. And so Tether, you could portray as Tether is an oracle that provides price data as tokens. And DLCs use oracles that provide price data as like a data feed. And it's about probably the exchange rate of that thing on Bitfinex or any exchange. And he, you know, with Galoy is providing basically these accounts where he's managing what the account is represented on his own, and so the user, he's like abstracting that away from the user, so the user just sees the same balance or relatively the same balance all the time, but he interacts with the user over Bitcoin when rendering that value. And so these are all different methods, but they all have censorship, privacy trade-offs, and trust trade-offs. So you can't get away from the important question of who do I trust? If I want if I want to stabilize value to something physical, it's always who do I trust? So no matter how complicated you make the designs on top, you still always end up with that base question.
Okay, let's break this down in a second. But first, I want to go to Olga. You're working on RGB, or you're so how does that work? What's the technical solution there to provide stable coins on Lightning?
Okay, let me probably cover couple of things that John mentioned. First, the question of backwards. First, the question of trust.
Okay,
in
can
finance,
we get there in a minute? And first, let's see how you go.
In many situations in finance world, there is the element of trust is something inevitable. And you're right there that it's always a question of who you trust. But I had yesterday a question from one of the people here. If you're an issuer, if you're using a smart contract, if you are Tether, I don't want to trust you. I want the issuance to be decentralized or something. And my question here is, if you're buying a Tesla stock, you still need to trust Elon Musk. You still need to trust Tesla. So it's something, however we might like or not like the fact that there is a centralized, even if it's a federation, it's decentralized. It can be decentralized enough, but there are still points, maybe not point, but points that can be attacked, addressed, whatever. What RGB is doing with this regard is first would not deny the fact. Because a lot of people, they just deny the fact, they decide not to build any technologies to cover that and just pretend it never happens. They're missing a lot. What we did, RGB is one of the parts, is RGB, and RGB is not a token protocol, it's a smart contract system. And it is very complex in its design, but because of that complexity, it can cover a lot of cases, and the issuing assets, simple assets like stablecoin, for example, is one of the simplest cases that RGB can cover. If you want the assets to be issued on Lightning, then you use the combination of RGB and Bifrost. It's the add-on to Lightning Network Protocol. Maxime gave half-hour presentation at 2 today. There will be a recording. Who's interested, you can check it out. But yeah, RGB actually allows assets to be issued, different types of them. It allows automatic market making to to be performed too. Assets over Lightning, can it be done with RGB and Bifrost? Yes, it can be done. Is it censorship resistant? Yes, it is. Is there a trust element? Depending on the design of each particular issuer, it can or cannot be. I mean, it's always there by default, like security in Bitcoin. It's not 100%. It's still 99.9. Same with trust in RGB, for example. So, and unfortunately, I cannot answer exactly the question how that can be done, because first it depends on the type of asset, because every asset has different parameters you need to take into account, and it will take a lot of time. And B, RGB itself is extremely complex, and it will take me like 2 hours probably at least to just touch the base.
Okay, let's dig into the trust issue a little bit more. So John, you mentioned there's always trust involved, and I would agree with that, but wouldn't you also agree that there's different degrees of trust? There's a difference in trusting someone with your money and then just hoping you'll get it back, or trusting, in the case of DLCs, for example, a company to just publish a price and build a smart contract based on that publication, that price publication. And the entity that's publishing it is public and everyone can see if they're lying. Like, there's different degrees, don't you think?
I don't know how much the degrees vary so much as if you add complication, you can mitigate certain qualities of the risk profiles of trust and in trade for new ones. And so the reason why I like always simplifying it to like, who do I trust, is that trends to you making a decision of, okay, how complicated do I want my decision to actually be, and how qualified am I to evaluate the more complicated options? And the truth is 99.9% of people are not qualified to evaluate any of it, never mind even choosing one person to trust. Most people are pretty bad at that. And so if you look at, for example, I could look at the history of Tether and the current popularity of it and their current methods for reporting their assets, et cetera, and say, okay, look, this company has been issuing these stable coins for, I don't know, 10 years or whatever, and people still use it into the tune of $70 billion or whatever, and it seems like the people that have accounts with Tether can reliably redeem them for dollars in their bank account.
So far, so good.
Right, so I can do this, and I can say, okay, well, I can choose to trust Tether. Right? And I can say, now I can use Tethers, and I can transact them. They're accepted in a lot of places. Cool. Or I can say, oh, I want to trust this, hedging method. And I could say, okay, what are all the considerations when I do this? Well, I have to trust Galoy. I have to trust OKX, the exchange host. I have to trust the design and whether or not the design actually has trade-offs as well. And it does. For example, there could be, because when you create a lot of people that use a hedging mechanism, you're essentially taking one large trade the more the market matures into using that mechanism. And the problem when you have a large leveraged or trade against the market is eventually the market moves against you. It becomes like a target for the market, a magnet for the market. And you will create eventually a low liquidity situation for managing that hedge. And that could result in liquidation. And so it's an extreme, but you do have a risk of liquidation or at least not getting equal value for the thing that you put in at the moment that you need it. And so you don't have that risk. You have that risk with Tether as in maybe they won't redeem your money, but it's much simpler to understand and much simpler to opt into risk than assuming that your user and educating your user on all of the dynamics of this hedging mechanism and what their risks are. You have similar risks, for example, comparing Liquid and having a stable coin on Liquid compared to one on Bitcoin. On Liquid, now you have a federation, and the federation may change the rules in the middle of the situation. So the risk profiles change in every design.
So let's
with
ask
RGB, you
Nicholas.
cannot do that.
Sorry, what?
With RGB, you cannot do that.
You
cannot just issue an asset and then all of a sudden say, yeah, okay, you know, screw it, I decided that it will be inflationary, or instead of being deflationary, as I said in the first place. And like, yeah, okay, I'm changing the rules of the game, and now I'm screwing up all of the users, or I'm making money out of my users becoming poor. RGB prevents you technically from doing that.
That's not true. You can
When
prevent.
was the last time
can-
you checked how RGB works?
Nobody knows how RGB works, you know, honestly. But that doesn't. It doesn't have to. I don't have to know how it works to say that's not true, because in the end, the amount of assets are held in the physical realm. And so just because they can't change the quantity of units that represent their obligations in this specific type of unit, doesn't mean they can't go and create another unit and represent the same base asset. And so they can still undermine,
but that would be a different
they can
asset.
still run fractionally and thus compromise your units without changing the quantity of units at all.
No. Even if in RGB, if a person issues a different asset, it is a different asset. And you can see in
Right, but
like
you
through
don't,
the metadata and through a
RGB
lot of
can't
stuff.
enforce the liabilities. It can't enforce the physical assets. It can only enforce a number in the database.
That's a slightly different thing I would probably want to say. And like, I would probably, it's not an argument, but still, I would probably shift the focus on and the emphasis from who do you trust to what can you do to protect yourself? Because those two are absolutely different things. Every person can screw up the second person every single point of time, like every time it happens. So the problem, do you still trust people? Do you still interact with other people? Yes, you still do. Why? Because you understand that you have the means to protect yourself. For example, if you are a user and there's an issuer and there's a governmental body, and you are the holder of the asset of the issuer, you are the owner right now. So you need to understand what can you do to prevent yourself being harmed by government attacking the issuer, government attacking you for like KYC or your bitcoins are tainted or like any kind of regulation they might come out with. And so basically, and the issuer should also protect themselves. Like, how can I not get harmed even if the party that I'm interacting with can potentially behave maliciously? Is there technological means to it? Are there physical means to it? And I think that these are the questions that we should address, not the fact whether we can trust other people or not, trust the entities or not. Because yes, we should. There are many different scenarios where we must do it. Otherwise, like, we do not interact with them, we do not have exchange, we do not have communication, that's it. Like,
I mean, I think generally that's a separate, you're bringing up abstract concepts that are separate to the concept of being able to be,
that's the concept of Bitcoin.
What's that?
That's actually the phrase in the don't trust, verify. Because the concept of Ethereum opposing Bitcoin was you trust us, and we have a global consensus, and we will verify it for you.
A blockchain can't verify something in the physical realm. And you can't protect yourself from violence, you can't protect yourself from somebody stealing something in the physical realm. And so there's no way to programmatically make sure that you won't be censored when you trust. Now, you can choose different designs, like for example, if you wanted to issue a abstracted token that was backed by nothing, like a shitcoin, or a token that was just backed by nothing and hope people all agree to use it as dollars, then yeah, you couldn't steal the dollars because they don't exist. But so you can create lots of types of designs, but the trade-offs ultimately are not the same thing. You can create Bitcoin or you can create credit. And that credit is ultimately the main primitive here. It's that somebody is issuing a definition of a token on their reputation and whether or not it will be redeemable for that thing in the future. And that's essentially, that's what Gloy is doing. They're saying, you know, your account balance represents something we will render to you in the future. It's what Tether does. It's what any basically credit token does. And how the design works is just a question of what the technical trade-offs are and whether those things will actually be compatible in more places.
Nicholas, I want to move on to, so you mentioned hedging risks. Is that something Galoy, how does Galoy deal with that?
Yeah, a couple of points. First, I think the difference between like a solution like Tether and what we're doing, or also the use of DLC, there is a clear separation in my mind is, do you need a bank or not? When you use Tether, you have banks, and those banks, have regulatory compliance, and Tether comply to them. And so there is really a network of banks that power Tether, which is why, like, when you ask, hey, can I have my dollar back? Like, the bank will actually send you wire transfer, and you will get your dollar back. When you think about what we're doing, what DLC is based on, the framework is very different because there is no bank anymore. In our case, we have derivative exchange, but those exchanges don't need to have any banking connection. They can just rely on Bitcoin, and they don't.
You don't need a bank to use Tether. You need a bank to generate and redeem Tether, but not to use it.
Yeah, but like to make Tether works, the banking system is present, right? Like Tether rely on banks. Eventually, as a user, I can just have Tether in the secondary market, and I don't need to interact with the bank myself.
OKX is a bank in the same fashion, and they couldn't hedge you unless they also had dollars available.
No, you don't, because you can have derivative exchanges that are Bitcoin only. You don't need the derivative to have any banking connection.
Your account can be Bitcoin only, but in order to have in order to offer a hedge, somebody has to hold the dollars.
No, because you're using derivative market, so you just need derivative market that can accept Bitcoin as collateral, and then you're taking a short position. Someone else has to take a long position, but this exchange doesn't need to have any banking connection, any banking system, which is a key difference, right? And the notion of DLC is the same. Like DLC is you're building a smart contract with someone else. There is no banking connection present when you construct this contract. And for me, this is the main key difference between when you think about stablecoin and maybe what we're building. And the solution that would be even more sovereign would be DLC, because DLC there is no more exchange. Like it's just you're starting to trade peer-to-peer. Someone is long, someone is short. DLC is not here yet. Like it's something that will take years before it's here eventually in the Bitcoin ecosystem. But for me, this is the main difference. And to your point, right, it's really like a different trust model. For me, the way I see Tether is like it's relying on the banking ecosystem. To your point, like as a user, you don't need to interact with the bank, but Tether itself, the entity, rely on the banking system, and which is totally fair. Like it's one trust system. Our trust system in our case is, assuming you use someone wallet that is powered by Galloy, like you will use this entity and the exchange behind it. You can also run StableSat on your own, like our code is open source, and you can just only rely on the exchanges. You have to trust the exchanges. One thing I want to say is, I think something that is quite unique in Bitcoin is the notion of proof of reserve. And one way also to reduce the risk is that if those exchanges, they don't today, but I hope at some point they do, they start to do proof of reserve. And you know that the Bitcoin you have in their exchange, like you have proof that they still own it and they don't have a loss. Like you can, with this way, reduce the trust overall, right? So this is the main point, how to think about trust between a stablecoin and what we're doing or DLC.
So we've so far mostly discussed establishing a stable value, more or less. Now, what are the challenges when it comes to actually sending this stable value over the Lightning Network? Does your wallet do this right now, or is it more of an account-based transfer?
Yeah, so you can exchange the dollar equivalent with another user in the same wallet, and that is very easy. It's an entry in the database. Of course, the use case, which is a bit more, I guess, interesting but also challenging, is I have my $100 or dollar equivalent in my wallet, and I'm sending this to someone else on the Lightning Network. And this is where the wallet in the back is actually translating the dollar to Satoshi, and the Satoshi are sent over the wire. When we use the Lightning Network, there is some interesting challenges that may not exist on-chain. The main challenge when it's related to the use of stablecoin or StableSats or DLC over Lightning is the fact that the sender can accept the payment or can withhold the payment, and there is some unique challenge that are called in the ecosystem the free option problem.
Yeah. Well, can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so the free option problem is the fact that because the recipient can choose to accept the payment or not, and also can choose to hold the payment, there is some interesting, I guess, arbitrage opportunity where an attacker will, I guess, both be the sender and the recipient, and it will send a payment to himself, hold the payment, and he sends a payment from a dollar wallet where there is a conversion to Bitcoin, and there is a price locked at this point, and this person could hold the payment and wait a week, and we need to be able to do this mechanism. This is inherent to how Lightning works. There is some time delay from each hop, and in case the node goes offline, you can go on chain. So this is why it can take days, even 2 weeks for a payment to go through or be cancelled. The challenge that is, I guess, particularly important to think about in stablecoin plus the Lightning Network is like you need to deal with that, right? And like someone holds the payment, the price go up, maybe he will accept the payment, the price go down, he will cancel the payment, and if the price go up, he does an arbitrage, because then he can sell the Satoshi he received for like a lower amount that he buys the Satoshi, and there is no, it's an arbitrage, right? There is no risk for him, and I guess the company doing the translation from Bitcoin to dollar is taking the risk, right? And you need to think about that. The way we are thinking about it currently, and we're experimenting on the UX side, but the way we're thinking about it is if a payment after some seconds doesn't go through and is being resolved by the other party, then what you receive back is not dollar, it's the Satoshi that has been sent. But now the challenge is it's a UX issue because as an end user, I may send a payment, and I may send, $100, and maybe the payment is stuck, because the node went down, and a week later, the payment come back, and now the price of Bitcoin changed, my payment has failed, and I have only $90 back in my wallet. So now I lose $10, and it's not fault on my own, right? Which is a bad UX. But if you think about, okay, I want to have a better UX, I want to be able to send back $100 to this user who initially sent $100 and had a failed payment, then you have a huge attack vector, and do you want to do that, right? Do you want to be able to be arbitrage away if you have a wallet? You probably won't, because then someone will arbitrage you if it's possible. And I believe one of the main issues with stablecoin Lightning is this particular issue. I think it's an issue that may not be discussed a lot yet, because the notion of having dollar on Lightning is maybe something that everybody is exciting, to do this year. But the first wallets that are implementing this are just coming to the market, and this is where I think this issue will be more present in the.
So this is a market or technical issue, depending on how you look at it. Another issue that I'll ask all of you about is to what extent is regulation a problem? If you're going to convert Bitcoin to dollars, now regulation maybe comes into play even more than it would have come otherwise. Is this just a fundamental problem that's unsolvable, or or is it not a problem, or what are some ideas around that topic?
I think because, again, it all comes down to who do you trust, and somebody in the physical world has to represent this dollar value, that regulations are always going to be a problem. Censorship will always be a problem because, for example, maybe the Galois design becomes wildly popular, and now somebody says, okay, we're going to have to regulate Galois, or we're going to have to regulate OKX for providing this for Galois, or we're going to have to increase the amount of KYC or regulation required for relationships like the one between Galois and OKX. Like, you can't escape that these are physical entities that are identifiable. So unless you can figure out a way to issue these things unidentifiably in the physical world, maybe something like the automatic market making where people are representing themselves in assets that are not dollars, in trying to peg this value via oracles, you can approach it. But the problem is now the oracle becomes the regulatable entity, and where they're getting the price from becomes a regulatable entity. So you just move the problem in each design. It's just a redesign. The trade-off is always there.
And it's essentially the same problem you mentioned at the start of the panel, is trust in the end.
Right. Who do you trust, and who has a good reputation for providing this reliably, this dollar equivocation or digitization service? Who provides it reliably with the most utility? Again, like he was mentioning this I think it's called the American free option problem with when you're trying to transact something that is not Bitcoin using Lightning. Well, that exists for all token formats related to Lightning. Like, to answer the question, you know, stablecoins, Lightning are a myth or reality. It's actually a myth. There are no tokens in or inherent to Lightning. It's always trying to find some way to strap them onto Lightning as a value transfer mechanism. You can't issue a token in Lightning. Lightning is a network. It's not a database. So, like, because of that problem where you're trying to represent a physical thing in a digital means, you will always have the free option problem, the regulation problem, censorship problems.
Which are solved already by RGB and the technological stack that we have been working on for 3 years. And the question the question is on Lightning, not in Lightning. I do agree that issuing assets in Lightning network is impossible. And this is one of the problems that we need, like, I need to educate people in, like, what Lightning network is and why it's indeed impossible to issue stuff like that in it, inside of it. It's a long road. Speaking about challenges and regulations, it's, like, for us personally, it's very hard. Like, we have solved already a lot of, on the protocol level, a lot of problems that even John just mentioned. We solved that on the protocol level. And we did it having still cypherpunk values in mind. So we did not compromise on privacy, we brought more of it. We did not compromise on scalability, we brought more of it, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the protocol level. And, like, we understood that what we're doing is will not work with the existing implementation of Lightning nodes and Lightning network. This is why we wrote our own node from scratch. We created Bifrost. And now, for example, in my company, we're building products, commercial user-facing products. And there, of course, we're basically going again through the path that many product builders already went through in Bitcoin. We need to preserve everything that we have done on the protocol level while bringing user friendliness and while, from legal perspective, still not compromising the privacy of our users and etc. Speaking about, like, regulators and all of that, so we need to know the regulational landscape a lot, which is very challenging. And yeah, and, like, the designs of the products, like wallets, exchange that we will launch, the stablecoin, the bridges, everything like that, it's very challenging for us right now to, I mean, we already know how to do it, but still it was pretty challenging to understand how to preserve the core values that we have been working on, but still provide user-friendly tools for other people.
Nicholas, so we want to...
I know we're over time.
Yeah, just a brief comment on regulation and challenges there.
I mean, I think we see what's happening on Ethereum and the capture, I guess, of especially USDC seems to have on, like, the future of Ethereum. And I understand why this can be a concern to, you know, if there is a lot of stablecoin on Bitcoin, like, can this have similar influence? It's something that for me is important to think about. I don't know if I have yet a strong opinion, but I think it's just something that should be thought about. Like, the way I think about it, we don't want to have a huge amount of, you know, stablecoin over Bitcoin and Lightning. I think it's good to have this as a stopgap, you know, to have some people starting to interact with Bitcoin and Lightning. But I don't think we should strive to have, you know, a huge market cap of stablecoin over Bitcoin and Lightning for the reason that it might be used to capture basically the protocol, which is exactly what I think we are seeing on Ethereum today.
Right. All right. We have time for some questions. Are there any questions? I see at least one very eager question over there. Yeah, Mike is coming.
Thank you for talking about that subject. I would like to ask two questions. Hold on. It's from Crypto Aims on IG. Without a hard money that resists debasement, people will store wealth in whatever resists debasement most, leading the prices of homes, stocks, bonds, art, and anything with some scarcity rising far beyond their use value. if money is broken, everything becomes crappy money. It's especially for you, Olga. And you talk about bonds. So do you think that at some points, I really don't know personally, but do you think that at some point Bitcoin could replace stocks, etc., or something? And yeah, and maybe the second question for you, Nicolas. You talked about stable sats, and what do you mean about that? That's all. Thank you.
Olga,
maybe it's a dumb question, I don't know.
I'll take the first part of it probably.
Okay.
Had Bitcoin been able to cover all those use cases you just mentioned, people would already do that. It can be done in a very inefficient and lousy manner, and still not in a not private way, not scalable. So basically, the short answer is no. You cannot use simple Bitcoin to cover all of those use cases, and that's actually one of the reasons why we started working on RGB and LNPBP SEC back in the day, like 3 years ago, to cover exactly that, because there's huge demand, and Bitcoin, unfortunately, however good base layer and good money it is, it's not the best one, and as I mentioned, it doesn't cover everything and all the, I'm not talking about edge cases, but like the common use cases that we have and we need to address actually. So yeah, RGB can, Bitcoin itself cannot.
Okay, so we can make progress. Okay, thank you.
The question about StableSat. StableSat is a product we have announced, so Galloy have announced about a month ago, and it is ready to have an option to use the Lightning Network in a way where whenever you have money at rest, it's no longer Bitcoin per se, but it's a synthetic USD, which is what I have been explaining during this presentation. The TLDR is that we use a derivative position on an exchange, and we take a short position so that wherever the price of Bitcoin go, whether it's go up or whether it's go down, at the end of the day, you still have the same amount of dollar in your wallet. We also call it a synthetic dollar position.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, we have one question over there.
Thank you. So I have a question about that exchange. You having this short and long position. If someday this exchange is hosted in a country where the regulation is not in favor of your wallet, is it something you thought about, like that would being able to change the country, change an exchange? Have you thought about this or not?
Yeah, of course. The idea is that so far there is one exchange in this product, which is OKX, but the idea is to have many exchange, and then if you want to issue a StableSat, and let's say there is 5 exchanges in the product, then you will configure, okay, I want to have like maybe 40% on this exchange, 40% on this exchange, 20% on this exchanges. You can, hedge your risk. The benefits of having also multiple exchanges is that if maybe for some period of time one exchange is done for maintenance, then you can also hedge on the other exchange, because otherwise you could not change your position of how much dollar you will be hedging. So right now we are starting pragmatically, and we are starting with one exchanges, but the idea is to be very versatile among the number of exchanges you can add in this product. It's just a matter of time to develop a plugin for each exchanges.
Any more questions? Not seeing any. Is there anything else you guys wanted to bring up in the last 5 minutes we have? Is there anything we didn't discuss yet that you would have liked to discuss?
Not really. I'll just mention, like, to the guy who asked about the abstracted value of, like, inflating value of homes and things like this. Just keep in mind that, like, money isn't a thing that you hold. Money is how you use a thing. And so anything, literally anything, can be used as money if you want to attach extra value than the intrinsic value of what you use it for. Like bananas, if you don't want to use it for eating, you can use them to trade them and represent some other value. And even Bitcoin doesn't have any enforced value like in the network, in the blockchain. Like when I send a Bitcoin transaction to someone and you see that on the blockchain, you don't actually know what happened. I could have sold a $10 million membership to my private club and just used that Bitcoin transaction as the proof, and you don't know that. And so will Bitcoin be able to kind of replace that to some degree? Yeah, like for example, gold is heavily overvalued and there's a lot of paper gold and we don't even actually know how much is issued probably. And so I think that Bitcoin works better as an abstracted value than something like gold. But Bitcoin can't be held in atoms of metal. So gold still has something to offer that Bitcoin can't. And so there's always going to be things used extra for as money. It won't go away, but I do think that like the stock market is a good example. It's like highly inflated to be a store of value and a hedge for inflation. Bitcoin will eat away at those things over time, but they won't make them go away.
Okay, no more questions? Then I think we're done. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here. Thanks to the panelists.
Hello, hello. Oh, hello everyone. Are you bullish on Bitcoin? Woo! Okay, good. Gotta get some enthusiasm here because it's the last. I'm the only thing standing between you and partying out on the roof, so I will try to go fast. And I will, this is all in English, but I'm going to say some stuff in French as well. So let's see, can I? Okay, so I'm supposed to talk about like most of the stuff I've worked on in the last decade or so. So I'll go quickly as possible. And yeah, so I'm Tad Streja. I've been working on Bitcoin almost 10 years. Quick summary of some things I've worked on: Lightning Network, discrete log contracts, U3XO, some other things. Why talk about this? So, a lot of this is, the conference is like, hey, talk about all the things you worked on. And I'm going to speak a little bit in French right now to sort of talk to the French people. So, je vais parler français un peu, mais pas, complètement. Mais il faut que tout le monde, après ça, demande des questions avec moi et parle avec moi sur le tour là-bas, parce que sinon, je vais voler ici, les États-Unis à Paris, et à Paris à Biarritz, et après ça, je vais à l'hôtel et je parle avec Fanquake et Gloria et René, tout le monde que je sais, je parle avec tout le temps, chaque jour, et ce n'est pas quelqu'un de nouveau. Et alors, j'ai porté ici beaucoup de fiches avec les equations, toutes les choses comme ça. Et je peux parler jusqu'à 5 heures du matin parce que mon avion est à 6h30 ou quelque chose. Je vais marcher à l'aéroport après ça. So, okay, so hopefully the only English parts was like shout outs to people. I was just saying I'm mostly talking to the people I hang out with anyway, so like hopefully I can talk to some French people after this. That'd be fun. So yeah, cool. So I'm going to talk about stuff that maybe it's well known, but there's always new people coming into this and learning. And that's something I think about sometimes. And I was saying, like, I worked at MIT until this week, and I've worked with students, and sometimes I think, like, it's kind of unfair. Like, when I learned about Bitcoin, I could mine a couple Bitcoins on my computer with my GPU. And then I talk to students, they're like 18, and they're learning about it. They can't mine a couple Bitcoins, so it's kind of like, unfair. But then also I met a really rich guy a few months ago, and he learned about Bitcoin the same time I did, around 2011. He was just older. He was like 10 or 15 years older, and he had a lot of money saved up. When he learned about it when he was like 35. I learned about it when I'm like 25. So yeah, that's just like life. And like, I bought a house recently. I'm like, who owned this land? It's just people who came from Europe like 200 years ago or something. So anyway, it's like, there's always new people coming in. We want to be welcoming as we can. Okay, yeah, and also, there's a big gap, I think. Lots of times people are like, laser eyes and change the world and we'll be rich. And when you're actually working on Bitcoin, and maybe you've seen, if you've seen the other talks today, you just deal with the problems. It's just like, oh, this is a problem, this is a problem. You sometimes lose perspective. So some of the reason I like coming to conferences as well is actually it's kind of invigorating. It's like, hey, people are really into this. Because when you're just working at home or just working in an office, you only deal with the problem. So it's cool to see that people actually like this. Okay, so problems. Here are some of the big problems in Bitcoin. And they're still there, but we've been working on it for a long time. So scalability is a huge one. It's expensive to run. You're paying billions of dollars in electricity and ASICs. Programmability is something that, like, yeah, in Bitcoin, people want it to be more flexible and do more things. Privacy, big problem that is really hard to deal with. Like, I'm kind of scared to work on privacy. That apparently someone got arrested for working on privacy technology. Like, and that's not even like crazy. Like, even I can say, like, the DLC stuff I'll talk about in a minute. There were people saying, hey, you should talk to lawyers before you work on this software. And some of the students I was working with were like, I don't want to work on this. Like, someone said it could be illegal. And, I think it's like so far away from some of the stuff that is like so scammy and people make so much money and do all these scams. And it's like, wait, I'm still worried about like these things? But it does affect things. And I know like other people I know have gotten sued and stuff. And it definitely hurts. So yeah, privacy is one thing where it's like you want to work on it, but it's sketchy. And just general usability. I see lots of people using Bitcoin, but in ways that's like, no, you should run a full node. Just download Bitcoin Core, and they don't. Like, my brother or something. So yeah. So anyway, those are a bunch of the problems. There are some partial solutions that help, and I'll talk about 3 of them. These are the 3 things. Some of the 3 things I've worked on recently, or not recently, really. Lightning Network, discrete log contracts, and U3XO. So this will be sort of mile a minute, and I guess the idea is hopefully make people think about it and then can ask questions and go drink whatever champagne they give you and stuff after this. Okay, so Lightning Network, that's pretty well known. I think it's cool that the name I choose for it, like, stuck. So Joseph wanted to call it a different name. I was like, let's call it Lightning Network. Oh, hey, it's stuck, cool. And it's pretty well known at this point. So I don't think I have to explain everything about it, but in 2015, or really 2014 when we started working on it, the general idea of payment channels was around, and even sort of the idea of trying to make a network of payment channels. It wasn't like, you know, totally novel or out of the blue or anything, and there's probably people, I don't know if Christian's around, but like, yeah, people were doing similar work. And at the time, people thought that like payment channels were a thing that worked, and they really weren't. There were problems with malleability, problems with like being able to keep reusing payment channels. And so, you know, part of starting this was Joseph had ideas about how to do it. I had some ideas, and we, you know, started working on it, how to make it really trustless through intermediaries. And at the time, one of the ideas was, okay, you have these sort of one-way channels where you have, similar to Lightning, you have a funding transaction output, and let's say it has, you know, 10 coins. And Alice can keep paying Bob. And this works because Alice keeps giving Bob something that's better for Bob. So Bob can, and is worse for Alice. And really, in this case, Bob's the only one who can close the channel, right? So Alice is giving Bob a way to close a channel, and maybe there's like a timeout where they can, you know, both get their money back eventually. And Bob doesn't, you know, can close it but doesn't, and leaves it open, and Alice keeps giving Bob more money, right? This seems to make sense and works because Bob's sort of continually getting something that's better for him that he doesn't necessarily want to end. And I always think about the blockchain in this context as the blockchain is where you put data that you don't, how do I say this? The blockchain is where you put data that someone doesn't want everyone else to know, right? So I think about it in you know, if I'm making a payment and let's say I just give you a private key. You won't consider that really me giving you the payment. I have a UTXO, it's got 1 Bitcoin, I say, here's the private key for it. It's not quite good enough, right? You want everyone to know that I can't use it anymore. And just giving a private key is not enough. So you put it on the blockchain, everyone knows it. And I would rather that data on the blockchain wasn't there. It'd be great if I could give you coins, but I get to keep them. And no one knows that I gave them to you, so I could maybe use them the next day. But the whole point of the blockchain is we're putting it out there so everyone knows you don't have it anymore. There's data that's not beneficial to you. And so in this case, Alice can keep giving it, and then Bob, you know, broadcasts it to the end. So yeah, it's data you don't want people to see necessarily. You can always share more keys, and something like GraphRoot is a really interesting technique where you could say, okay, I'm going to send to a key, but it's not that this key will spend. This key can then later sign a new message on who can spend it. So I can keep adding different spending paths. And this was sort of like that. And what I think one of the big ideas in Lightning Network that's not something that people think about as much is revoking a claim. That, you know, I'm revoking something without going onto the blockchain. And so that's, to me, like, and this is part of the stuff I worked on with you know, Lightning Network spending, where it's like, okay, you have this, the actual script is fairly straightforward. It's, you know, key A now or key B later. And since it's an or, key A also later works. But the idea is there's one key that can spend right away and one key that can spend later. And the key that can spend now is actually given away, right? It's a composite key. You use sort of like add these elliptic curve points together. And so the idea is someone gives it up, and by giving it up, revokes their claim on a transaction, right? So, and that's how channels in Lightning Network work. When you're just moving money, you know, not even thinking about routing, just a single channel. Alice says, okay, I have 1 coin, Bob has 9. You can build cooperatively a new state where now Alice has 5, Bob has 5, and then immediately after building this, you revoke your claim on the previous state by giving up private keys. And so I think that was like kind of a really cool idea that, you know, and you can keep doing this for basically ever. You know, make a new one, revoke it. During the protocol, there's a little time window where you have this sort of superposition, and there's 2 states, and either is valid, but usually that only takes, you know, a few milliseconds, and then you keep going this way. And so that's just one of the things I wanted to talk about Lightning Network, because it leads into the next thing. I have like one slide about routing HTLCs because I think there's been a lot of talk about it, so I don't need to go through it, but like, yeah, that's how it works. You route HTLCs, so hopefully sometimes that works. But yes, that is one of the problems in Lightning Network. Sometimes it doesn't work. So I'll segue to the next part, which is discrete log contracts, which uses a variant of that same idea of like revoking and which states are valid and not. And so this was something I wrote. I was actually developing at the same time as Lightning Network and thinking, maybe this could be used as well for some kind of smart contract stuff. It actually started because I went to an Ethereum meetup it was a Bitcoin meetup in San Francisco. And I met a guy and he's like, oh, I'm working on Ethereum. I'm like, what's Ethereum? This was 2014 before any ICO or anything. And he's like, oh, it's like Bitcoin, but you can do smart contracts. I'm like, well, what are you doing with it? And he was talking about how you could do these kind of futures contracts based on Oracle price feeds. And I was like, I bet you could do that in Bitcoin. And he's like, well, how? I'm like, I don't know, but it seems like the kind of thing you could do in Bitcoin, right? And so, it took 3 or 4 years, but then I wrote this. So it's actually a very similar structure to Lightning Network in terms of the transaction scripts, everything like that. You have one funding output and many spending transactions. But the difference is, in Lightning Network, everything's internal to the channel itself, right? To the Lightning Network itself. It's sort of Alice and Bob are sending each other data, and they keep spending, giving each other money or revoking things. However, in discrete log contracts, instead of sequentially invalidating past transactions, all the transactions are invalid, except there's one that gets endorsed by an oracle. And the oracle endorsing it doesn't realize it's endorsing it, right? So a good example of this is Alice and Bob want to bet on the weather. And so, tomorrow's weather, it's a future event that they don't know what's going to happen. If it rains, Alice gets a Bitcoin. If it's sunny, Bob gets a Bitcoin. If it's like cloudy, then they both just get their half a Bitcoin back. And this is not something that you can put into a consensus protocol, right? Like, it's sort of an opinion. You need this third-party real-world data to come in. And so this idea also has been around, and people were working on sort of Oracle things. To me, one of the problems with the Oracle is, and I think people were talking about this just the last talk, like, hey, that Oracle might end up being a regulated entity or something. Or if you've moved all the trust to this Oracle, that does seem like you're reducing the amount of trust needed. But now you've still got this Oracle, right? And so I think to further make this less trust is, okay, let's make it so the Oracle doesn't even know they are affecting any smart contracts, right? Make it sort of this diode where the Oracle is a one-way, transmitter. They're a radio station broadcasting the data, but no one's querying them. No one's asking them to judge anything. Oh, no, that's right. Oracle, yeah. And then also you want the Oracle to not equivocate. You don't want the Oracle to be able to say to one person it's sunny and to another person it's rainy, right? You want them to be held accountable. And so it uses the same idea, right? You've got possibly, in Lightning, you're saying, okay, we're like sequentially adding and revoking states. So it's like, okay, here's state 1, I build state 2, and then I tear up state 1 by giving you this new data. And then I build state 3, and I tear up state 2. So now we can have a single state for this contract. With discrete log contracts, same idea, except you build all 3 states when you're building the contract. So you actually build all these different states, exchange them, send them over to the counterparty. They check the signatures and stuff, and they're like, okay. And then you broadcast the funding transaction, and then you wait, and the Oracle actually signs a message. You can use that Oracle's signature and sort of stuff it into your own transaction, and now one of these is valid. And you can't really broadcast the other ones. You can broadcast them, but it's exactly the same as in Lightning broadcasting a invalid state, where the other person can just grab all the money. So what's nice about this is it looks kind of the same as Lightning Network channels. You can't even tell on chain that this was happening because it looks the same as Lightning. Although now there's so many new developments about it. Yeah, so it's not as widely known, I guess. Like people are saying, yeah, it takes longer. But there is lots of development. There's some startups and stuff working on it, open source work, so that's cool. There's a lot, actually in the last 6 months, year, yeah, a lot of interesting developments about it. about using adapter signatures, ideas about how you could fit up check template verify into this and make it more scalable. A paper like a week or two ago about BLS signatures, using BLS signatures for this, which is really cool. One of the things I worked on recently, like last year with a student, is novation. So one of the problems with discrete log contracts is you don't want to get stuck in the contract. A lot of times people want to like trade things really quick. So you're like, okay, I'm long, I'm long Bitcoin. So I have like leveraged Bitcoin and my counterparty has something like a stable dollar value output. But actually I want out and that terminates next week. But actually I want to trade this. I want to get out. I want to take some profit or stop my loss. If you cooperate with your counterparty and your counterparty's like, yeah, okay, like we can end early, that's fine. Then great, but maybe your counterparty's offline. So a way to non-interactively trade your position to someone else would be really cool. We have a paper that you can do it, you can only do it once though. And then you'd need to be interactive again to refresh it because we need something like SIGHASH any prevout to be able to continually do it. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on with that. Okay, I have like 12, 13 minutes. And so next I will talk about something completely different. I still think it's so discrete log contracts is more of a flexibility, programmability kind of thing that can do some smart contracts. Maybe it hasn't gotten as much airtime because if you're trying to do smart contracts, there are other, not as cool as Bitcoin platforms and coins that people sort of gravitate towards and can do whatever crazy stuff they want. Obviously, developing in Bitcoin is a bit harder because it's, a bit more constrained for good reason. And UTXO is sort of a scaling thing that's kind of layer 1, maybe layer 1.5. It's not really layer 2 because it doesn't change too much the general model of Bitcoin, right? It's really, you can think of it as a replacement for the database in Bitcoin. So I've been working on this mostly through the pandemic, so maybe that's also why it hasn't gotten quite as many, quite as much mind share because I haven't really given many talks about it. I've been working on it for quite a while, but yeah, for like all of 2020, 2021, like you're just stuck at home, right? So yeah, the idea is you don't store the whole UTXO set. You store an accumulator. And the idea is that like long-term wallets store their own proofs of their own coins. And if you have more UTXOs, well, that's a heavier load for your node to deal with. But that's good, right? Like, so if you're not aware, like UTXOs are where the Bitcoins live, right? I think maybe in the future, if Bitcoin takes over the world, UTXOs will be a slang term for money. It's like, hey, did you send him the UTXO? It's like, this is where all the Bitcoins live. The goal of Bitcoin is to get lots of UTXOs that have a high score attached to them. And so they're pretty small. Like in the actual database, they're variable size. But like, 70 bytes, you got a 36 byte out point. You got maybe 20 to 32 byte, script pub key kind of thing. And then like 8 bytes for how much they're each worth. And 4 bytes for height, I guess. And I think that's it. So yeah, they're tiny, but there's like 80 something million of them now. And it does go up, but it could go up a lot faster is one of the worries. And one of the things that prompted UTXO is right now the UTXO set is 5 gigs, not quite. And the blockchain is like, almost 100 times that big. And so people worry about the blockchain size. And that was one of the huge debates like 5 years ago now? Wow, more than 5 years ago now, the block size debate and stuff. And they're like, hey, we can't just, make the block size arbitrarily large. People won't be able to store it. People won't be able to verify it. But no one really talked about UTXO set size much. And so right now, you're about 100 times larger for the history. The history is the blockchain is everything that's happened in Bitcoin. And the UTXO set in chain state folder in Bitcoin core is all the stuff that exists now. So who owns what today? And you can prune, you can throw away the 448 gigabytes of blockchain. If you want, if you're running a full node, you just set pruning and it throws it away and everything pretty much works fine. But you cannot throw away this 5 gig chain state. And actually the 5 gig chain state is more of a bottleneck than the blockchain because you always have to hold it and it's level DB and it's all these really tiny things. So it's a lot of very intense disk IO. So if you're running on like a spinning hard drive, it's like really slow. And we've seen like sort of UTXO set pollution, where like in late 2017, the UTXO set got really large, and we think it's like these exchanges who are sort of managing their wallets poorly and making a really large number of UTXOs, and then like cleaning it up later and stuff. And one of the worries is the UTXO set could get really big. You could grow it by like a gigabyte a month pretty easily. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but like, you could. No one's doing it, so that's good. But like, you could definitely crank that if a malicious actor wanted to, waste a lot of money to do so. But like, hey, I'm going to double the UTXO set size. They could do it. There's a lot of pollution in, like, op return is a way to not put stuff in the UTXO set. So one of the things, there's an is unspendable check in Bitcoin, and if you see an op return as the first byte of the script, you say, oh, I'm not even going to put it in the UTXO set. It can never be spent, so I'm not even going to bother putting it in the database. So that's like actually, good. But there's lots of stuff that obviously will never be spent, but it's still in the UTXO set. So like, oh well. But yeah, so the general idea is, hey, instead of my node and your node and everyone's node holding this 5 gigabytes, why don't you keep your own UTXOs, right? So if you have a wallet with 10 UTXOs, it's not that much, right? That's just, a kilobyte or two. And you sort of split it up amongst all the different users. And if you're, Coinbase and you've got like 1 million UTXOs, like, well, okay, that's their problem. Like, they can hold all of those, and they're not on my computer, right? Yeah, so, and then the idea behind it was, okay, right now when people spend their money, they attach a signature to proving that it's theirs, right? And that's how you, check the signatures and stuff. This adds a new witness that's an inclusion proof, a proof that the coin exists. And so in the UTXO model, you'd still be validating every transaction and still be throwing stuff into something that looks like a database, right? You're writing to it and deleting from it, but you don't actually store the whole thing. You're writing to it and then later receiving a proof that, hey, you wrote this into your accumulator a couple days ago and then forgot it. And you can see how this would work kind of like a Merkle tree, right? Basically, if you put the UTXO set into a giant Merkle tree and then people gave Merkle proofs that, hey, my coins are in there. And then you say, okay, your coins are in there, I'll let you spend it. It's a little different, and I'll go real quick. Standard Merkle trees don't support addition and deletion. So UTXO is a modified kind of Merkle forest kind of looking thing. So real quick, if you want to learn about this, I actually, I did bring papers, and at the Miami conference, I was definitely like drawing diagrams and like moving arrows and stuff for it. Yeah, so adding is actually kind of straightforward. So you keep the root of every tree. Every tree is perfect, which means it's always a power of 2. There's no asymmetries. So the idea is if you have 4 UTXOs, 4 elements in this set, you keep this one root. It's in yellow, orange. If you're adding something, so you're like, okay, I added a new UTXO. Now there's 5 instead of 4. Okay, well, you just keep that separate, right? Now you keep 2 different things. And you say, okay, now I add 6. Well, once you have 6, you can smush those 2 together. And now I say, okay, I have 7. I need to keep all 3 of those. And now I've added to 8. Once you have 8, you can smush those together to 1, smush those together, and now you only need to keep 1 thing. And you keep the trees perfect that way. It's also kind of nice. The number of trees is going to be the number of 1 bits in the binary representation in the number of leaves. And if you think about it, you're like, okay, yeah, 8 is 1, 0, 0, 0. And 7 is 1, 1, 1, and 5 is 101, and 4 is 100. So yeah, like you can just look at the number in binary. You're like, oh, each tree, in that space will have how many things is under it and stuff. So addition actually is it's like 10 lines of code. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's kind of nice. Deletion is harder. What is nice about and the actual thing is we're moving the deletion algorithm to an actual simpler one. I'm giving a very hand-wavy explanation of deletion here. There's actually, in this algorithm, a lot of kind of edge cases that are annoying, and we're switching to a new algorithm that is a bit simpler and doesn't have as many edge cases. But what's important and works in both algorithms is the proof of inclusion, the proof something exists within the tree, is always enough to allow you to delete it, which is kind of nice. And in Bitcoin, those 2 things are kind of the same operation. The only time you need to prove that a UTXO exists is when you're deleting it, right? So which is very different from something like Ethereum or something like that, where you're always saying like, hey, here's this smart contract, and I'm like changing it or modifying it or just referencing it read-only. In Bitcoin, the only time you touch a UTXO is this kind of read-delete operation, right? Where you're like, hey, I'm spending this UTXO, I need to read it, get the data, check the signature, and then right after I do that, I delete it. And so that's kind of nice because in UTXO it fits really well. So when we want to prove, for example, element 2 here, the proof would be 3, 8, right? So in a Merkle proof, like you hash 2 and 3 together to get 9, you hash 9 and 8 together to get 12. So when someone's saying, hey, I'm going to spend 2, I'm deleting 2, they give you 3 and 8. And once you have 3 and 8, you can reconstruct a new set of trees without 2, right? You just say, okay, well, if 2 is gone, I know what 3 and 8 are. That's going to be my new set of trees. I just delete 9 and 12. And I'm like, yeah, now I have a tree with 2 and a little sort of tree with only 1. And now I have 3 leaves. And I went from 4 to 3. Cool, I'm all set. That's a really easy example. There are some harder examples, but it always works. Basically, you're either, wait, did I? No, I didn't. Either you have the sort of sibling in your proof, or you have something like on its own in a row, and you can move it into place. So you're able to delete. And it's actually pretty quick. It's kind of nice. It's quantum secure, right? Because it's just hash functions. So it's kind of a cool algorithm, I think. The problem with UTXO, and this also was not my idea. Actually, I think talking to SIPA, Peter Wool at Financial Crypto, we're talking on the beach, and he's like, no, the problem with these ideas is you have to have this bridge node. And I'm like, well, why is that a problem? Because a lot of the other accumulator designs, you would need proofs for every UTXO, and that was very hard to generate, but also to update, and they have to change every time a block comes in. Because although the idea would be maybe, hey, everyone keep track of your own UTXOs in your wallet and sort of send them out, it's not really going to work, right? Because if you're the first person that uses this, you're going to say, hey, I'm using this new cool technology, and I downloaded it, and I've got proofs for all my coins, and everyone give me proofs when you give me your transactions. They're all just going to be running version 24 or 25 or whatever. They're not going to be using this, and you're going to be stuck. You won't be given proofs. So you need a bridge node, at least temporarily, and I think in practice probably forever. You're never going to get everyone to switch to this, which is also nice. Part about this is it's not a fork. There's no soft fork. There's no consensus change. You can start running it today if you want. I mean, there's a lot of bugs, but it will work without any minor knowledge or anything. People don't have to know you're doing it, which is cool. But yeah, you need some kind of bridge node which can provide proofs on demand for every UTXO. So here's sort of the model where you've got full nodes over on that side that are just doing the same thing they do today. You got a bridge node in the middle, and the bridge node appears to be a full node to the full nodes, and also appears to be this sort of mini UTXO node to the other ones. So you don't necessarily know that you're talking to bridge node, and peer-to-peer propagates on both sides. But when it sees a block, or when it sees a mempool transaction, it looks up and says, oh, it's spending these 4 or 5 UTXOs. I generate a proof through, I've got that whole Merkle tree, which is 90 million leaves, and it's kind of huge. It's 5 to 10 gigs. But I can generate proofs on demand and throw them over to the other side, and then these guys will consume the proofs. So the bridge node is something that it's extra work to do, but it's not that bad. It's 5, 10 gigs of storage and minimal CPU, and you can totally run it. If you can run a Bitcoin full node, you can run a bridge node, basically. And that was a big difference between UTXO and other ideas of how to do this, where some RSA-based accumulators or class group-based accumulators have nice properties where the proofs are very small and you can verify things much more quickly and stuff, but maintaining a bridge node is sort of prohibitive. It would need 90 million proofs, and every time a block comes in, you have to update all 90 million of those proofs individually. And that was a real scalability problem. So that was sort of the impetus behind some of the, I'm out. Okay, real quick, some interesting things you can do, some optimizations in UTXO. There's a lot of locality, and this works in LevelDB as well, where you're like, hey, UTXOs that just got created are probably going to get spent in the next block or two. And that, so this is a log plot of how long UTXOs live. And so you can sort of see a nice line. A lot of UTXOs live very short lifespans. A lot of them live 0 blocks. They are created and destroyed in the same block, which is, you know, kind of inefficient, but is great for this system because in UTXO, those UTXOs don't exist. They never touch the accumulator because UTXO only updates things when blocks come in. It doesn't really deal with the mempool too much. Fun little things about this, you can see there's a bump at 6 because people wait for 6 blocks. I don't know. There's also a bump at 100, which makes the only one that really makes sense because like if you're a miner, you got to wait 100 blocks to spend your money. Then there's also one at 433 and 1,000, so people wait those amount of time to spend their UTXOs. Kind of funny. Yeah, so basic idea, UTXO can make running nodes small and fast, and that's the goal. You know, everyone in cores, everyone working on this sort of worries, hey, people aren't running nodes enough. They're trusting these you know, exchanges, or they're using something like Electrum, which, you know, it's pretty good, but you lose a lot of privacy and some security with using these kind of Electrum-based wallets. So you want to reduce the technical limitations to on-chain scalability. Who knows, maybe if it gets really easy to run full nodes with huge UTXO sets and blockchains, maybe you can have some kind of, you know, block size increase. I don't think that's that crazy. I think it's a little concerning that, like, there were a lot of people with really dumb ideas about increasing the block size. Just because they were dumb people with dumb ideas doesn't mean that we should never talk about it again, but and it actually might make some of the code simpler because you have the ability to sort of get rid of level DB in a lot of cases. And that's like the biggest, scariest import to a lot of Bitcoin code. So that'd be cool. Yeah, there's no way to make money from it, so that may be why there's not quite as much interest in like all these startups working on, you know, Lightning Network or discrete log contracts. Yeah, UTXO, I'm pretty sure you can't make money, which is okay. But I think it's more behind the scenes. Like if it works, people might not necessarily know that it might just be an option in Bitcoin Core, and like you're using UTXO and it's faster and smaller. So there's a bunch of people working on it open source. Myself, a couple people, one in Korea, one in Germany, sort of global things. We have calls every Monday or something. So yeah, come on GitHub, talk to me about it. Yeah, so I think that's my last slide. We're out of time, but yeah, it's a little hectic. It's sort of trying to condense 8 years into 30 minutes, so that's about a 500 million x compression factor. You know, I do sleep a lot too, so yeah, it's not that. It's, you know, maybe only a 200 million x compression factor. But yeah, I think myself and many of the people who have been talking today, like, we want to get more people involved in Bitcoin research and development. It's really fun stuff. I don't know, am I a maximalist? I don't have any other coins, I think. I don't think I have any. I might have like some Moneros, but I think I lost them. Like, I've sometimes played around with other coins, but I'm basically like, I only like Bitcoin. But I am not as like, oh, it's going to take over the world, because like Bitcoin is still kind of fragile. I worry about it probably more than, you know, a lot of people I know who are like, yeah, Bitcoin. I'm like, yeah, I hope it works. So it's still fragile, but I really think that like knowledge and learning about it strengthens it. Because one of the big attacks I worry about, and like, you know, in the block size debate thing was happening, that if you can redefine what Bitcoin means, that's really scary. And then like, that's a way to attack it. So I think, you know, having lots of people who use Bitcoin know about it really well. And I say about like my dad, he didn't want to buy Bitcoin because he was like, I don't understand it. And I was like, well, you should still buy some. But then he retired a couple years ago. And then like the next time I saw him at like Thanksgiving, he was like, so who determines the generator point on the elliptic curve? And I'm like, whoa, okay. Like he just read everything about it. And then, you know, a couple months later, he's like, okay, I'm going to buy some Bitcoin. I think it works. I think I understand it. Maybe not everything, but like, yeah, no, this works. And I was like, okay, that's cool. Like I respect that. He still should have bought some in like 2013 when I told him, but hey, he bought some later. And I think that's like an important part, where if you really understand it and you like know what's happening, it's much more robust to any kind of attack, because it's not just you're running the software, you sort of know what's going on. Because there's going to be all sorts of weird things where people are going to try to redefine it or you know, propose bad things and stuff. So yeah, I hope learning about it is part of owning it. Okay, so I'm out of time, but yeah, come bug me after and questions and stuff, and merci beaucoup. Thanks. Okay, we can do questions, and then y'all also, if you want to do less broadcast gossip questions after, you know, just come bug me. So we can do some questions now. I don't know.
Hello, thank you for your talk. Thank you for coming all the way down here in order to educate us. And you said that you wanted more people involved in educating people and working on improving Bitcoin protocol. Where should one start?
Okay, so where do you start? So I can pitch my own thing. So I taught a class at MIT a couple years ago, and there's YouTube videos. So if some people like them, that's cool. I actually didn't realize. So it's I just should put this on the slide. I think if you just search OpenCourseware Bitcoin or OpenCourseware, it was the course was mas.s62. But I think it's not too hard to find. I taught the class, and then they took a while to sort of put the video on YouTube, and that was around when coronavirus started, and so I didn't really think about it. But then I went to the Miami Bitcoin conference and stuff, and all these people were like, "Hey, I saw your video," and I was like, "Oh yeah, those videos." I sort of didn't remember, and then I looked at them again. I'm like, they're not the greatest videos. I think the class was pretty good. I think I did okay, but it's sort of the video is just in the back of the classroom, right? So I'm like, I should try to make better ones maybe. So maybe at some point, maybe in the winter, try to make new videos or something, update it. But I think that can give some good ideas. There's also online, when I started back in 2011, there was Bitcoin Talk. It's not as good anymore. I guess IRC, there's the PR Review Club, Bitcoin Optech. I would say in general, there's a lot more documentation and courses and stuff. So yeah, keeping up with Bitcoin Optech to some extent, keep up with the mailing list, go on IRC. That's where people are talking about this stuff, and people are still really open, to people asking questions and stuff. I randomly get messages on Twitter, and probably more than half I just delete because they're scammy, whatever. But if people ask actual technical questions, and yeah, maybe you could Google it and find it, but I'll answer because it's I know it, and it saves some time. So I'm pretty open to that kind of stuff too. So yeah, sure. Any other?
Hi, thank you for your talk. I really enjoy. I really like the energy you put in your in your talk, and to show us how passionate you are about this subject. But I'm passionate too because we were together at the BitDev, and it was really a fruitful discussion. I really enjoy it. For the education, maybe I would recommend too some video from someone called Curious Inventors on YouTube. He made a really great animation of Lightning, for example, and even once about Bitcoin, but it was really 2013, so it was really a while ago, but the videos are really good, very animated, and it's really beautiful to understand stuff, I think, so maybe you should try that. And yeah, so now my question is a bit about UTXO, and really wondering, because yeah, the solution is to compress the UTXO set, and 5 GB doesn't seem much for now. But you say it will make it faster, so often the problem is IBD. The initial block download is really the bottleneck for full node adoption, I think. And I was wondering, what do you think about because there are trade-offs everywhere, and I bet that because you have to transmit the proof of existence of UTXO, then maybe the bandwidth is higher.
Yes.
But I guess you win something with RAM management or memory, because you can fit the UTXO in the whole memory without worrying about being it too large. So what do you think, and what's the state of it?
Yeah. So the download can be larger, up to twice as large, right? So because the proofs, you also are downloading these proofs. If you want to do full IBD and you have no caching at all, it ends up being almost a terabyte total. So 500 gigs of blocks, around 500 gigs of proofs. So that's worse, right? So if you're really bandwidth constrained, maybe don't do this. So my example is if you're on an airplane with a really fast new laptop, this will make it worse. But in many cases, people have extra bandwidth and lower hardware. So if you have a Raspberry Pi connected to fiber optic internet, this will help a lot. So yeah, there is a bandwidth trade-off. But the sort of idea here is, but the caching is actually pretty good. We have really nice ways to cache ahead of time that reduce the proofs to maybe 20 or 30% more. one reason it's faster is you can parallelize much better. So we have sort of fun code where you basically can have like worker threads that are verifying a block, because they're sort of self-contained. You can say like, here's the the initial state of the U3XO tree. Here's the block and proof, and tell me the final state. And that's, a megabyte or two, and you can just throw it to a worker thread, and it'll just return a bool, like, yes, this worked or didn't, and also return a, next one, and you can sort of match them up. So you can, however many cores you have, you can validate in parallel. You could, in theory, do that with Bitcoin today. It's just you need to move this 5 gigabytes as well. So you can actually validate quite a bit faster, and also it doesn't touch your disk. So even with SSDs, you are in many ways bottlenecked by disk I/O, and so the fact that it's, even if you're just you're still using a quad core or 8 core or whatever, it ends up being faster because you're not touching disk as much. If you have the network bandwidth. So yeah, if you're network bandwidth constrained and you have a slower internet connection, this doesn't help as much. But the other thing you can do, which I don't talk about in the GitHub and stuff, you can just skip the whole thing, right? Because the now chain state is like less than a kilobyte, fits on a QR code or whatever, you can just hard code like a checkpoint kind of thing into the binary and just skip everything or do it later. Which there's, are people going to do that? Maybe, I don't know. So like in some cases that might be okay, or there's work on doing that with Bitcoin today, like assume UTXO and stuff. So I don't know if that's the best solution. People are probably going to do it. So you can just say, look, I'm not going to do IBD. I'm going to skip it and go to like a couple of weeks ago and then work from there. It's a different trust model, right? But you can also sort of say, okay, I'm going to skip IBD, just verify the last couple of days, and then in the background I'll sort of probabilistically or validate a little bit behind or something. So that can let you do very fast startup and then defer the validation if you want. So those are some of the techniques that we're looking at. Cool. Okay, anything else?
Well, thank you. Seeing that it's a small room, I'll ask the geeky question, because I think everybody here is a geek too. In fact, you brought it up yourself. Well, first, I just wanted to also back up what the other fellow said, is I didn't know you had so much energy for educating, so thank you for that. And the only time I ever saw you was on your YouTube video on DLCs, which is true that the video was a bit in the back of the room, but yeah. Basically I thought what was great there was that, what people always say, you'll never solve the Oracle problem, and it's almost solving it by the fact that you blind the Oracle to who's making a bet. So he's blinded to the value of his value. So I thought that was a great idea. But the geeky question is the one you just brought up yourself, because ECDSA is my weak point. So what is the answer to your father's question? How do you determine the generator point?
Oh, yeah, it's weird. So the actual SecP 256K1 generator point is something's up, right? Because if we need Sippa or someone here, he knows. But it's something like half the generator point is a point very close to the origin, or something weird. There's something weird about it, where it was clearly not randomly determined. But we don't know, and it shouldn't matter, right? It should be any arbitrary point on the curve should be just the same, and everything should be fine. And we don't have a good record of here's this NIST thing. So it's something weird though. Maybe we'll find out.
For every signature, we use the same generator point.
Yeah, everyone uses. It's just part of the specification. The curve is y squared equals x. Y, I don't, -7 or +7, yeah. It's a real simple, and then you have this prime factor, but the actual determination of the generator point, better would be some kind of, let's take the hash of the first 10 digits of pi or something, and set that as the x coordinate and try to find a y coordinate for it. It's okay, here's it. So there's sort of nothing up your sleeve. But there is something up the sleeve of the SecP 256K11, where I think, if you can find, there's a point that's very close to the origin, and if you double it, you get the generator point. And it's okay, they got it some weird way, but I don't remember. I'm sure, I don't know, do you? Yeah, maybe someone here knows, but it is a kind of interesting, fact, but it shouldn't matter. According to the math, any point should be fine, and we all just use that, and all of our public keys are the ratio between that generator point and our public key, right? All our private keys our ratios between the generator point and our public keys. So should be safe. Hopefully it is. We'll see. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, well, thanks. It's almost retail du soir, so go party.